Good evening, everyone. I am Chris, and making his debut to the channel, I'm delighted to be joined with Bathtime. Bathtime, you've been in the comment section for quite a while, and also speaking of quite a while, it's taken me a very, very long time to actually get back to you on our email correspondence to get you on the channel. But as I've had 2 weeks off, we thought let's make magic happen, and here you are. So thank you very much for joining me tonight on this video.
Yes, it's absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for having me on. I'm delighted. Love the channel. Love the guys in chat. Very excited to discuss a bit of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, and you came up with a whole host of topics. So, if you enjoy tonight, we've got a whole bunch of videos that we could go through. And this one caught my eye, and I thought this one was quite timely because we're almost ticking over now, coming up to a new year very shortly. The 25th anniversary of the Fellowship of the Ring. And if that doesn't make you feel old, then I don't know what does. I will be talking about some of our, early experiences. You being a little older than me, you could remember the casting information, everything like that. And your video idea was to, let's take a step back and sort of reevaluate Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy. Does it hold up, sort of viewed through a modern lens as an adaptation? And if we could just forget everything that we know about these films, which is very difficult for me to do, as you can see, but if we could just wipe our memory of these films and just be very objective about the teaser trailer, the casting announcements, and then we'll go more into the films as they're presented and what we like about them, what we don't like about them. And yeah, as Tolkien fans, are they a good adaptation 25 years later? I think it's going to be a really interesting discussion. I haven't heard all of your points yet. So yeah, I can't wait to dig into this. It's going to be a good one, I think.
Yeah, well, I think that now, we're all quite internet savvy now. Certainly you'd expect the people that are watching this to be. And the way we react to sort of films and adaptations and almost the kind of drip feed cycle that we get, I think has really changed, how we go in and view properties, so on. I mean, definitely when the Rings of Power came out, we know how everyone. I mean, we know how everyone reacted to it and did theories and so on. But there was a sort of general cynicism that we have now that I was 12, I think, or 13. In 2001 when it came out, and it was a very, very different time. And whilst there was, I don't know if you could believe this, but there was a lot of negativity towards the Lord of the Rings. There was a lot of negativity towards the director, the casting, because it was such a weird thing to do 2 years to make the film. Everything was crazy, and now it's obviously turned out as an immortal masterpiece. But at the time, I can remember going to the cinema thinking, ooh, as I went in. And then, when the prologue was finished, I was in it. I was fine. But I think it's good to look back and think, how would we react to this now?
And I think we had very different sort of being brought up on Tolkien, because we were speaking a little bit before we went live. The films, Fellowship of the Ring, was my first entry into the world of Tolkien. I may have heard some short little chapters and stuff from The Hobbit growing up, but it was all very vague. In terms of the Lord of the Rings, Fellowship was my introduction into this world. Am I right in saying that you'd read the books before going into the film, so you were already quite well versed on it going in?
I wouldn't say I was well versed on it, but yeah, my probably like a lot of people, I read The Hobbit when I was maybe 6 or 7 with my grandmother. I loved it. It was a sort of kid's book. And around 11 or 12, I sort of read The Lord of the Rings. And I wouldn't even say today that I fully understand and grasp everything that's going on in it. But at 12, I don't think I quite had it, but I loved it. I love the story and things. And I would say that I think I was telling you earlier that I went to a birthday party to watch the film X-Men, and this was a year before The Lord of the Rings came out, and they showed the trailer, and that was the only thing that I was interested in, because we used to get our film news from Empire magazine and stuff like that. So there was very, very little coming out from New Zealand except the cast. And if you can believe this, the only people we knew from the cast were Sean Bean, who was in Sharp, Frodo, like Elijah Wood, who'd been in a really, I quite liked it. It was a knockoff of The Thing called The Faculty,
Right.
like, and Liv Tyler, who had been in, it was either Mallrats or something like that.
Seen her in Armageddon, I think, probably for me. I would have seen her in before that point.
Maybe, yeah, maybe I had seen that, but like the rest of them, we had no bloody idea who they were. And also, Stuart Townsend was announced as Aragorn before Viggo Mortensen, and I don't think that Ian McKellen was announced really late. I think they had like issues casting him or getting him down, but it was a really weird time because. Although I suppose what you do have to remember is Jurassic Park changed everything.
Yeah.
Like everything was possible now. But it was like, it did have all the makings of a disaster. Because, I mean, Peter Jackson, I've seen his films. The Frighteners, wicked, brain dead, great. But Lord of the Rings, with a guy who's, got a priest jump kicking zombies.
Yeah.
Like, it just, none of it seemed like it was gonna work, and it was honestly, and also some of the original reviews weren't great for it.
Oh wow, okay. Was it when the actual film was fully released? Okay,
because it came out like, I think I watched it the day before Christmas Eve, and it had been out maybe 2 or 3 days then, and when the general public saw it, everyone had said that this is amazing. But there'd been a couple of reviews that had said they didn't really like it, and it was overlong and a bit boring and stuff like that. So, but it was, I can't tell you what a relief it was. Like just the prologue, like the prologue showed stuff I'd never imagined, like the elves doing their moves and things. God, it was so good.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, I really had no basis on anything. So if I'm going to kind of like wipe my memory now and sort of imagine films that I'd seen before with some of the same cast or even Peter Jackson's filmography, I actually didn't watch Peter Jackson's filmography until maybe just a few years ago. On my old channel, we did a retrospective of all of them, and the whole time, I mean, I was watching them in hindsight of The Lord of the Rings, but as every film went by, so as you said, like Bad Taste, Meet the Feebles, which I thought was great, Heavenly Creatures, all of these films, I was thinking, how did he go from this into the filmmaker that was Peter Jackson on The Lord of the Rings? It's like a completely different animal. And there are some things that you can see, some like stylistic choices in that early Fellowship of the Ring movie that maybe compare to some of his earlier films, and his love of the over-the-top action and the violence and everything like that. That there is some of that is ported over. But for all intents and purposes, there is, if you were thinking of directors that would be a good fit for the gig, Peter Jackson wouldn't have even made the list. Wouldn't have even made probably like a top 50 if I could think about it. And ultimately, I think, well, I mean, we can have this discussion if we think he was the right man for the job. Because there are some things now, we've also got like the Hobbit trilogy, and we're not going to go massively in depth into the Hobbit trilogy. But for all of the Hobbit trilogy's shortcomings, there are some aspects of the Lord of the Rings trilogy where you can see those earlier seeds of what would eventually grow to, the things that people were probably a little bit more critical of when you get to the Hobbit.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's like with sort of like, certainly with the Frighteners, you see how good he is with special effects, and I mean, the Army of the Dead, like, and the ghosts, like even at the marshes, like it's very reminiscent of the Frighteners and stuff. But it is like finding out, I don't know, that Edgar Wright is directing the Silmarillion.
Yeah,
like it's just, you're like, oh, okay. Like, but the thing is that he had the love for it, and that's the important thing. And like when you look at the film, they've made changes for, I wouldn't say like modern audiences, but for cinema goers, because like film is a visual medium, and so that has to be visual, and he's gone through like character arcs and things that we all like expect from a film, but the love of Tolkien is still there, and there's great reverence to it. Like, it doesn't say a Peter Jackson film at the start and stuff like that. And they, although I'm not a massive fan of it, they include like the dialogue, they like out of place, as it were. They stick it in. Like there's even a bit where when Merry and Pippin fall down a cliff or something, like one of those big cliffs in the Shire, he goes, a shortcut to what? To mushrooms, which is the name of a chapter.
Yeah.
In it. And so there's enough there to show that they've got that love for Lord of the Rings. That's what shines through it, is they love it. And rarely when you watch a film now do you really feel that the director and the people that made it love it.
Yeah, and even to this day, I think, all the wealth of the behind the scenes that you could watch, everything like that, really shows that from everyone, from the director himself to the catering to the cleaners to whatever, they're all in it because of their love of Tolkien. And I think most of the changes and most of the things that they put into it, that love does shine through. Absolutely. There are some aspects that we'll get onto later on in this conversation where we're not as keen on, and we think some changes are justified and others maybe not as much. If we're looking at the actual teaser trailers, this was a trip down memory lane. So I remembered the first official trailer. So when I was watching that earlier in preparation for this, it sort of all came back to me. But there was a very, very early teaser trailer, and it was sort of this red background with this 3D CGI ring that spins, and you get some voiceover, I think. And it's more of like it almost feels like a proof of concept, maybe, or a mood board of some kind with just a few choice shots. Ultimately ending on the hero shot with the entire Fellowship walking in slow-mo over the mountains with all of the cast names coming up. I think there was some shots in there of the ring wraiths and Arwen and everything. Now, if I was just
the dates as well, doesn't it?
Say that again, sorry.
It gives the dates as well. It says Fellowship. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it was really weird because the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, the Lord of the Rings title is done in a completely different font. And it reminded me of the, I don't know if it's the same font or it's very similar to the Fellowship of the Ring video game that came out.
Yeah, it's Games Workshop, I think, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you remember, like, I don't know if you did, like, the Games Workshop was a really weird place in, like, the 90s. I don't know what it's like now, but you were taking your life into your hands. Like, I used to, like, play for a decent football team then, and I used to go into the Games Workshop, and it was like going to an alien landing site. These strange creatures coming out of this acrylic smell. But used to get like the Balrog set and things there, and that kind of logo that they used, the Lord, that it's so different to the one that we have now. Like, and I think you're right that it was like, this is it, and it's really interesting because you don't see Gandalf at any point in these shots, but you do see an action scene from, I think it's the prologue where they're attacking Mount Doom, and that was sick. Like, that was like, I don't know, because since you hadn't read the books, after you watched the Fellowship, you thought, oh my god, we are actually going to see, like, the charge at Pelennor Fields. We're actually going to see that on screen. It was such an exciting, like, feeling, and for me, I never knew, like, Helm's Deep could be like that. Helm's Deep was a fairly minor thing to me. I didn't realize it was going to be the greatest battle sequence in cinema history.
Yeah, I mean, when we get onto the Two Towers, there is the idea of having to restructure it. How Tolkien writes the Two Towers and Return of the King is very, very different from how he wrote Fellowship of the Ring. I'm talking about these like they're three separate books. I know it's one book that's split into three parts, which I guess you could argue is actually technically split into 6 books. However you want to describe the structure of, but the point is how you'll focus on one set of characters that get from A to B, and then we'll flash back in time, and we mess around with the time, which actually he was doing during the events of The Hobbit as well. You have the whole moment where Smaug goes out to burn Lake Town, and then we go on to the Not at Home chapter where we actually stay with the dwarves, and then we flash back 2 days to show what happened with Smaug. So he does that quite often, and I think you brought this up.
Tarantino.
Yeah, pretty much. And you brought this up before we went live, that Tolkien explains a lot of the action scenes in hindsight. So I think that's probably one of the biggest changes in terms of a film, but it's the necessity of film, is that it would be a little bit boring if you just have characters recounting all of this awesome epic shit that happened. You should have been there, man. Like, you should have seen it. Whereas in a film, you kind of have to show that. And I think that sort of alludes to, because Christopher Tolkien hated these films.
I can understand.
Yeah, and J.R.R. Tolkien would have also hated these films. I've made my peace with
I
that.
don't think he would. I'll tell you
You
why.
don't think?
I think he might have disliked them, but well, we did this. Well, you did this with Dale. There is like this pure innocent pleasure in watching people's first time reactions to Lord of the Rings, and I think that if you show the supercut of that, like I've seen Amazon tribeswomen reacting to it, and Americans, and like everyone has reacted to it. But I think if you show Tolkien, like people sort of like crying and getting Sam and Frodo and like understanding it, I think that he would be like, I think he'd be just made up by it, like, because people love it, and when you see that love, I think he'd be delighted to see that this work, that I mean, essentially it's for his wife, isn't it, and his family.
Yeah.
You can argue it's for him, like, it's him just because he made up some languages and wanted something to do. What a legend, man. But I think that like when you see like even us sort of talking now and just showing that our deep love of what he created, I can't help but think he would be deeply, deeply moved and touched by the reaction to it. And yeah, the films are very different to what he wrote, but the spirit's there. I think he'd be delighted.
There might be some scenes where like Legolas skateboarding downstairs, for example, he'd be like, this isn't where the core of the original lies. So I don't know whether I want to believe that. I really do. And I think that's a really, really lovely sentiment if it would go down like that. But because he has this deep connection to it, because he created it and he knows how it should be, to see it changed or warped or whatever, we'll get into some of the changes in a second. I don't know. It'd be an interesting experiment, like if we could resurrect him for a day. I feel like we should ask him questions and things like that, rather than no, you're just going to sit down for 12 hours, you're going to watch these films that were made. Let's not show him Rings of Power, for the love of God, please. Just get me back in the casket. Like, no, I'm done.
But it's like, it's like Shakespeare or something. Like The Merchant of Venice is now done as a tragedy, and in the traditional sense, a tragedy is something that ends badly.
Yeah.
And a comedy is something that ends well. And The Merchant of Venice was a comedy because they converted a Jew to Christianity. If you showed how it's done now to Shakespeare, it'd probably be a bit like, oh, that's not what I meant. Yeah. But I think he'd be delighted in what he sees around him and like the respect and love for his work. But I do agree. I think he'd just see the films. I think he'd like the films, to be honest, because he'd just like the scenery.
Yeah, the deep love of nature. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't think you could have wished for a better location to film Middle-earth. I mean, it just is, like, when you see it on screen, even from like the teaser trailer and the official trailer, it's only a few quick glimpses here and there, but everything looks the part, and that helps that you've got, Alan Lee, John Howe on board. I don't know if that was probably made public because they were already illustrating Tolkien related things for many, many years before they even rolled the cameras. So I think they were probably well known in the Tolkien world of things. So to recruit those so that everything looks how it should, it all fits into this world that Tolkien's created. So if I'm going to give sort of like an objective review on the teaser trailer, trying to forget everything that I know now, I'd have been 100% on board. The only actors I think I probably would have known at this point, Ian McKellen, Christopher Lee, and Ian Holm. They're sort of like the main, the main players in terms of actors. Everyone else was mostly an unknown to me. Sean Bean, yeah, Sean Bean from Sharp. Sean Astin, I would have gone, oh, that's the kid from Goonies, and that's it. Mostly everyone else was a complete newcomer to me, and I wouldn't have really known them. So, but I'm actually kind of a supporter of that. If something's coming out, I don't always need Hollywood A-listers in every single role. If someone's an unknown, I'm like, yeah, let's see what they can do. The trailers get you hyped up. There's a few quick shots of action in there. As I say, everything looks the part. There's one moment in the official trailer, which I guess now that I have the knowledge of the book, and if I was being like a Tolkien purist about everything, the flight to the Ford sequence, right in the trailer, it's like, well, this is Arwen doing all of this. If you want to come and claim him, that would be one moment where, again, if we're looking through this through a modern lens, we've had all of these, modern blockbusters that come out that are either pushing an agenda or, you know, steeping up someone's importance in the story when maybe it isn't justified. If you're looking at that cynicism that we talked about because of all of these other studios have done over the last decade or more, that might raise an eyebrow with me in terms of it being a faithful adaptation. If I didn't know anything about Lord of the Rings and I just saw the trailer, I'd be like, that's meant to be Glorfindel. Why is that Arwen? That's not Arwen's character. That's not true to the source material, you know.
So if you didn't know anything about Lord of the Rings, you would say that should be Glorfindel.
I mean, in terms of, let's say I haven't seen the Lord of the Rings film at this point,
right?
And
Okay.
let's say I have read the book. I'm a Tolkien purist. I've read the book. I know what goes down, but I haven't seen the films, and they've just released the official trailer, and I'm going through it frame by frame. I'll be like, yeah, okay.
Do you want to talk about the changes to Arwen then?
Yeah, I guess we can start there. So I don't know if this was quite controversial at the time, and I don't know how much information they released. I don't know if they gave away anything regarding the Two Towers, but I know that she also had a whole bunch of footage that was ultimately cut from the film. If you pause a few frames, you can still see her in there, where they were going to sort of continue the warrior princess like character that she is in Fellowship. She was also going to be she was going to show up to Helm's Deep. She was going to have scenes of saving Aragorn and being present at the Battle of Helm's Deep along with all the other elves, which did ultimately get cut. But you can see how that would have been an idea for them based on how they portray her character, at least in Fellowship of the Ring.
Mm. I mean, it's a difficult one, this, because Glorfindel, right, represents a lot. Like, so Glorfindel is like one of your mega elves. He's been there from the start, and he obviously is the guy that gave the prophecy that the Witch King cannot be killed by the hands of a mortal man or whatever, and he fought him in armor. So when the ring wraiths turn up at the Fords of Bruin and they see Glorfindel, it's like, king hell, it's him. Like it's a big moment. And it also, when the waves come as horses to wash everyone away, I mean, if you're thinking about the way Lord of the Rings rhymes with stories in the Silmarillion and so on, I've always thought that is, well, you know where I'm going with this. That's Numenor.
Yeah.
And they were the lords of Numenor. And they're being washed away. And it's just another bit of these sort of diminishing returns that we get as the world and the elves diminish. Not only that, it is also our first glimpse into that there is a very, very big world, because Frodo's passing into the Wraith world at this point. And very importantly, he sees the Wraiths for what they are. Right? He's had a glimpse at Weathertop, but he sees all 9 of them for what they are, these sort of frail, horrible, spirits, I suppose, unnatural. But he also sees Glorfindel for what he is, this glowing light.
Yeah.
And then he does his speech and he shows his courage. And remember, the ring wraiths, their big power is they've got AoE fear. That's all they really do, is they scare you. But it's and it's kind of, but saying that, it's you've got to think Gandalf is the opposite, because he inspires people. So they have this, they're as powerful as Gandalf in that sense. And you lose all of that if you switch him to Arwen. But because of the arc of Aragorn and how they've changed it. So Aragorn is Aragorn and what's her name? Arwen are basically Beren and Luthien in a sort of once again this echo. And similar to Beren and Luthien, Aragorn's been set an impossible task, which is to unite the kingdoms of Arnor and Gondor. However, she doesn't really do much in the books, does she?
No, very much not. You see her briefly at Rivendell, I think, right before the Council of Elrond, and then she shows up at the coronation at the end and gets married. There's a lot of stuff in the appendices which they kind of go into with Two Towers and the ultimate fate of Aragorn and the fate of Arwen. They bring that in a little bit more. But yeah, in terms of her presence in the story, very, very limited.
So if maybe we disagree on this, but would you say that for the films, for the trilogy, Aragorn is essentially the main character?
I would probably make an argument for that when you get to Two Towers, because I remember just seeing the films just as a movie, thinking, oh well, I'm really interested in the Aragorn story, and then Frodo is more or less sidelined in Two Towers. I mean, they have to conjure the whole Osgiliath thing just to give Frodo an ending in that film, because obviously none of that takes place in the actual book. So yeah, I would probably make an argument for that, and maybe to some extent into Return of the King. Well, the namesake alone, right?
Yeah.
Return of the King.
It's not bad, obviously.
Yeah. For Fellowship, I think it is very much Frodo centric. I will say.
Yes,
I think,
yeah.
and I remember seeing interviews with Peter Jackson talking about the editing process of that for the theatrical and the extended, saying that ultimately how they got the theatrical version was, does this scene feature Frodo or further the story of the ring? If not, cut it. And that's how you get the theatrical version. So yeah, I feel like Frodo for the first one.
Like Return of the King and the Two Towers are extremely different to the Fellowship, in my view.
Yes.
Like obviously, like the characters are there and stuff like that, but the sort of real meat of the story is in Two Towers and Return of the King. The Fellowship is essentially, if you view it as the first act in a story, it's trying to set up as much as possible. And I feel that like Aragorn definitely becomes the main character, right? And it happens probably right at the end of Fellowship, where he fights what's he called? Lurtz.
Oh, Lurtz, yeah.
Lurtz, yeah. Where he fights Lurtz, and we have the scenes with Boromir and stuff like that, and it's about him accepting that he's a king. And this is wildly different to the books, where he's like, I'm the king, lads. He's jumping naked into battle, shouting Narsen and things. Like,
every opportunity, man, every conversation Aragorn gets into in the book, he's like, titles, Elendil. Yeah, constantly.
It's brilliant. But the thing is, right, is that if you make him the main character, I'm okay with changing Arwen to do this stuff, because Glorfindel, he turns up.
Yeah.
And he doesn't really, I mean, I suspect he was originally going to be part of the Fellowship. And I believe, I can't recall this 100%, but the cartoons are very influential on Fellowship.
Yes, yeah. It's shot composition and everything. Yeah, definitely.
And Legolas is Glorfindel in the cartoons. He's the one who turns up for the Bruin. And I think that when you're looking at what they're trying to do, I think I would actually like to have Arwen a little bit more involved in the rest of the trilogy. It's because does it really hit that hard when her, the star that she gives to Aragorn breaks when he's like having a chat with Sauron in the Palantir?
Scene was always weird. I'm really not keen with what they do with Arwen's character, because it's just an attempt to try and get her more present in the story again in Return of the King, and the whole thing that the fate of Arwen's life is now tied to the fate of the ring, and I'm not keen on that addition at all. It seems like it's manufactured drama,
yes,
just for the sake of keeping her around. I quite like how they handled her inclusion in Two Towers. There's a lot of flashback sequences. There's the whole, well, I'm not keen on this edition as well, but the Aragorn death fake out, and there's the moment where he's slipping in and out of consciousness, and it gives us a chance to sort of have this mental connection back to Arwen and see scenes that did sequentially take place during the Fellowship, but we didn't see them. I don't mind that stuff. Some of my favorite scenes actually in Two Towers are pertaining towards a lot of that Arwen stuff. But yeah, Return of the King, that's where I felt like we've got to try and keep her around in the story. We've got to keep that romance, that love story going somehow. And that's when you get into the shaky territory of, well, how is Arwen's life tied to the fate of the ring? I guess in the sense of, yeah, if Sauron gets the ring, the whole world is doomed and we're all fucking dead, but not like specifically just Arwen, like her life essence is being drained, almost like Sauron's controlling that. That was strange to me. I wasn't keen on that.
I think it would have been okay if that had come from Sauron. Because obviously at some point you're gonna have to listen to me rant about what they did to Denethor.
Oh, I know, I'm prepared. You have the floor for that.
I think that might actually have to be another show, because Denethor, man, what a lad.
I've got the graphic ready and everything because I knew that this was going to have its. That's your expression as that's you when you have to talk about Denethor.
Look at that! He looks like your man out of Breaking Bad who rings the bell. The tomatoes. But yeah, it's so like with Arwen, I kind of like. I like, look, this was 25 years ago, and I didn't really use the internet, but I do kind of recall people were not happy with Liv Tyler, for one, because it was seen as a bit of nepotism casting and stuff. And I mean, I don't actually think she's a particularly strong performer as an actress, and she does. I think she's perfectly fine as Arwen. But the one for me, I'll tell you, this is the one that still to this day irks me a little bit. Is Elrond. I think it's a mad bit of casting to put like Matrix Man as Elrond, who's a jovial, happy, like optimistic guy, and you get a real downer.
Well, he mentioned as well. Sorry, he mentioned recently that because he was asked to return for Hunt for Gollum, wasn't he? And he turned it down. And he said he never really understood the character, never really connected with it. I think it was meant to be Bowie, wasn't it? I heard rumors it was meant to be David Bowie, going right from Labyrinth as the Goblin King into Lord of the Rings. But Bowie would have had that more ethereal, elf-like quality to him. I feel.
I know, but he's a half elf, which is the other thing that and it doesn't annoy me. It's just that I've always thought that one of the things that I quite liked about the films, like the original vision of the films, is that in the prologue we get a pretty poor depiction of Gil-galad and Elendil fighting Sauron.
Yeah, a lot got cut from that, didn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, well, Elendil gets one shot, doesn't he? He just gets thrown into a thing. And also, forgive me if I get the names wrong. Like, I'm not very good on the Silmarillion. I've read it 1.5 times. But and then Gil-galad gets set on fire. He gets set on fire, but they actually kill Sauron.
Yeah,
it's not Isildur who kills Sauron. And the thing is that I know there are some dwarfs present, but it's essentially the alliance of men and elves that fight the last battle at Mount Doom. They were going to have Aragorn fighting Sauron.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's the men of the West. There's no elves present. And I've always really liked the fact that this is like the victory of the men. And the only elf who, apart from Legolas, the elf that kind of helps out is Elrond, who's a half elf, really. Mm-hmm. And I wouldn't mind the addition of Aragorn fighting Sauron to be put back in if they have the proper fight between Gil-galad and Elendil. In the prologue. Do you see what I mean? It shows that men are coming to the fore and that we do have the strength and the courage and so on to vanquish the evil.
I think you still get that without having a final boss fight with Sauron showing up, because that raises questions as well. It's like, oh, is it because the ring's getting closer to home he can now manifest himself in? Because I thought he couldn't take fair form again. I thought that was the whole thing. Like, he couldn't come back. I thought they established those rules in I'm not sure about the book, but definitely in the movie it's like he's not strong enough to regain his form, and then to just have another slanging
in the book Gollum says he had 4 fingers on his hand.
Oh, that's right.
He has a physical form. Mm-hmm. And what I really like is that so when Aragorn's having a chat on the Palantir to Sauron, he's basically announcing himself as the king. He's showing Narsil reforged into Anduril, and he's basically, he's not saying it. He's basically saying, "I've got the ring. I've got the army. Let's go." And so I think that you would get Sauron come out to have the fight, because even though Sauron is sly and cunning, he is a bit of a bimbo. He does. I mean, you see these really cool stuff at the start where he does that double attack on the elves in Mirkwood, and is it Asciliath? He does 2 assaults right.
Asciliath. That happens during the events of the Fellowship, I think, towards the beginning. Asciliath is ruined. Yeah.
Like, and it sort of splits forces and things like that. It's a really good. It's this is the other thing the films miss out, is because Tolkien was like a proper war guy. Like, it's just these little details, like going to Weathertop because you can see everything for
Yeah.
like 20 miles around, that I think the films really miss out. Like, they do scouting patrols and things like this kind of like gives it a real realism that I feel lacks a little bit. But
Mhm.
I think that if Aragorn had come out, because he is the king now, basically, isn't he? And he's leading his people, I think that that would rhyme so well with the prologue, where instead of a man and an elf fighting Sauron, it's now a man. And it
Mhm.
works certainly a lot better than fighting a cave troll or whatever. Was it an Uruk troll, I guess?
Yeah, it was like an Olokide, just like a big troll that they pasted over. I think you
Yeah.
still get the essence of, courage and staring death in the face, because they know they're hopelessly surrounded. They're just doing it in order to buy time
Yeah.
for Frodo. And I think if you did, going back to your point of Aragorn being the main character, yeah, I think if you have had a final boss fight with Sauron and Aragorn at that moment, that would have definitely shifted the focus more onto Aragorn, which is why I think ultimately it got cut. And Peter Jackson said, well, no, the focus should be on Frodo and the ring here. And not to take away from what the rest of the Fellowship's doing, because it is a very brave thing they're doing in order to create that diversion. But I still think you get that heroic beat, the speech he delivers, I bid you stand,
Mm.
men of the West, and they're accepting of death when they get surrounded in a ring, which is, very significant as well. And you get that amazing sort of cap off to Legolas and Gimli's storyline fighting side by side with a friend. I think it hits all the beats of heroism and courage and whatnot. I don't know if I needed sort of a big final boss fight. Ultimately, though, you can see the seeds of that when you do get to like the Hobbit films and you have Azog and you have that big final fight with Thorin on the ice at the end with sort of like a big boss. Even Legolas gets a boss fight, doesn't he, with Bolg?
Is that was running up the stairs? I'm not.
Yeah,
I think I've
yeah,
seen
yeah,
The Hobbit twice, and I
yeah.
mean, shout out
But I
The
mean, you
Hobbit.
you even get a final boss for Fellowship. I know we're sort of jumping around here a little bit, but
Yes,
Lurtz,
I
like
like that.
yeah, there is no, in the book there is no big boss Urukai. I know that you have Ugluk, who's mentioned in Two Towers when they're they're taking the hobbits to Isengard, but in Fellowship that skirmish is pretty much just glossed over. There is no sort of big epic dramatic last stand of
Mm.
Boromir. I mean, it happens, but it happens off page. Aragorn gets there and Boromir's already dying. We don't have this, wonderfully cinematic slow-mo final stand against the big boss orc. But you can understand, for the necessity of a film adaptation, how having that antagonist that the main hero goes up against hits a lot more. It's a completely different medium, and what works for the books won't work for the films.
I was disappointed that we didn't get like Legolas doing his like one-shot kill on a flying Nazgul, though. Like,
Yeah.
like
It's when they're going
I,
down the river, isn't it, at night time?
yeah, I suppose they want to save it for the sequel, where
Mhm.
they're now airborne on,
Yeah.
on dragons. Like,
Mhm.
right, okay, here we go. But yeah, it's. I mean, like, the thing is that the scene with Boromir, like taking the ring from Frodo, or at least attempting to, I have a very, very, very different version in my mind to the one that we saw, which was, I don't know about you, but I imagined it taking a very long time with lots of silence and pauses and things. And I would love to have seen that fleshed out a little bit more, because I like Lurtz. I think one of the problems with Return of the King is Gothmog, or whatever he is.
Yeah.
I think he's a really poor, like, general, as it were. Like, Lurtz is, I mean, the man's the Terminator, basically, isn't
Yeah,
he?
he is. Yeah.
And I think it works really well, because they are very Terminator-like, the Uruk-hai. They're just running non-stop. Like, they've got that great sort of drum beat music going and things. Lurtz, you look at him and you're like, right, this is the guy.
Mhm.
Like, he's got a bow and arrow. Like, no, we haven't seen any of them doing that. And then it's, the fight is so cool between him and Aragorn. And I love the shot of Aragorn, like standing on. He's standing on the steps, like undressing himself, taking his cloak off and his sword. And there's like 50 Uruk-hai in front of him, and he's like, "Let's go." And then we've got to go back to this. I don't know if I should be king or not. Come on, let's go, lads. Oh, it's amazing.
Oh, that moment where he just approaches them in slow-mo, and there's like 200 of them just surging towards him, and he just brings up the sword. It's like, it's moments like that I live for, whether it's in a book or whether it's in a film. Just those pure acts of courage and heroism is just so awesome to see. And Viggo was perfect in it. One of the changes that I actually do appreciate and think does work better for the films is, because I imagine this might have ruffled a few feathers with some of the people that were book purists, is the change in Aragorn's character. We've touched on this already a little bit, but he knows what his destiny is. He's fully embracing being the king, and he knows where his destiny ultimately lies. And I think that works for the book, but I think for a film, I guess it's like the Gary Stu effect, the opposite of Mary Sue, is that if you don't write characters like that well, there is a tendency that they can become very boring, or they can be very one note, or there's not really a character arc for you to really sink your teeth into. So I actually think one of the positive changes was to have Aragorn have all of these doubts based on Isildur. They do kind of vilify Isildur a little bit more. He's not as sort of villainous.
Get onto that.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, they do that with another character we're going to talk about. But I don't mind that for the film. I like that Aragorn has those insecurities, and that he's able to confide in Arwen, and she's there to fully support him and, to nurture him and, give him that inner confidence. I like that about the character, which then makes that moment where he does get the reforged sword in Return of the King a lot later than he actually gets it compared to the book. I think that gets reformed right after the Council of Elrond, before they're about to set out. So I think that works. I think for a film trilogy, that's a change that I actually don't mind. It's a very different take on the character, but it's one that I still appreciate.
Well, so like when you're looking at like the sort of traditional structure of like a screenplay, which is what they've done, you have an external problem and you have an internal problem for the main character, and the character arc essentially is the internal problem, and that is normally solved by something called the B story. And we traditionally think of the B story as the love story. Yeah. So what we get with Aragorn is like the external problem is that they've got to get rid of the ring. He has all these little goals that he's got to save hobbits, and what else he's got to do? He's got to sort out Helm's Deep and all these things. So these are the things of the plot. The internal stuff is mainly about accepting becoming a hero, and it is about dealing with this really. I've always liked it as a concept. I think it works in the film, but they've had to make it work in the film, which is this kind of like Lovecraftian or Edgar Allan Poe idea of blood memory or original sin, where because of what Isildur did, which Isildur did nothing wrong, he's seen as tainted, and so he's not deserving of it. And Arwen's love for him is essentially what gets him over that, and allows him to accept becoming the king and saving the world and all this sort of stuff. So for a film, it makes a lot of sense, and it's very understandable and things like that. I really don't like what they do with Isildur at all, because it's just wrong on so many levels. And there's also this wonderful bit that they leave out, which is that the reason that Isildur gets sniped in the river is he's wearing the crown of Elisar, let's say. I'm not sure what it is exactly, and it always shines with light.
Yeah.
And when he puts,
I forgot what it's called. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, they see the reflection shimmering, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. So the ring can't block that out, which I really, really like. And then he gets shot, and also he's on his way to give it to Elrond, I think, where they're gonna sort it out. He's with his sons; they will die. He doesn't want to leave. He's portrayed as this weak coward, and I don't want to get too into the Rings of Power, but it does really annoy me that they're going the same way with the Isildur character in Rings of Power, because that's not an adaptation of Tolkien. That's an adaptation of Peter Jackson, and that's not what I'm. I love Peter Jackson. I love the films, but they're not a perfect adaptation of Lord of the Rings. But they are masterpieces, if you get what I mean. And so,
Yeah.
Aragorn's character arc needs Isildur to be bad, and that's okay for the film, but it doesn't sit right with me at all. Like, I don't like how when people talk about Lord of the Rings who have only ever seen the films, they always say people are just good or bad.
Yeah.
Like, there's no grey. And I feel that Isildur is a grey character, Denethor is a grey character, Theoden to some level is a grey character, and we lose so much because, I mean, the big thing about Lord of the Rings, Chris, I don't know if you agree with me on this, is it's about death and deathlessness. And that is not, I don't get that from the films at all. And that's the one thing I would say is missing from them. But I do think they're a masterpiece. So I love them. Don't get me wrong, I love them.
Well, I have seen some people reading into the ending of Return of the King where Frodo sails off, and I've seen a lot of reactions, and I think actually this is a fault of the movie where it sort of skews your thought process to this way. When the first scene I need to talk about is in Return of the King, where Gandalf is having that moment with Pippin, where they're waiting for the enemy to break in. He talks to him about the afterlife, and the soundtrack choice is key here because it starts to play the Into the West motif. This comes up again later on in the film where it's the I can't carry it for you, but I can carry you. But then at the very end, at the Grey Havens, they see Frodo sailing off into what visually does look like this very heavenly afterlife kind of place. The very sort of like the bloom effect on the lighting, and everything looks very ethereal. You've got an old Bilbo who's kind of moving on, and a lot of people watch that and think, oh, well, Frodo's dying, and that's a symbol of him passing away. Because I think it's they're hearing that, maybe subconsciously to some, they're hearing that soundtrack that was playing when Gandalf was talking about death to Pippin, and what is it, like the grey rain curtain of this world folds back and all turns to silver glass, everything. They're remembering that moment and extrapolating to that, which ultimately isn't what's happening. Frodo and the rest of the crew are just sailing into Valinor, which this goes back into your, what did you say? The readers, the audience theory, was it, or something? The reader
response theory.
That's it. So if you read or watch The Lord of the Rings and interpret it that, Frodo, Gandalf, and the rest of the elves and Bilbo are going to this heavenly place, to the afterlife, to pass on, that's totally fine and totally valid. I'd even argue that the film does a good job in arguing that case, but is that the intent of where they're actually going to in the book and what Tolkien had in mind? I don't know. Probably not. Almost certainly not.
No, I mean, doesn't Gimli go as well eventually?
Yeah, and Sam. Because he was another ring bearer for a short period of time, but and then Legolas and Gimli go as well, and I think eventually. So in the book, Celeborn isn't present there. Galadriel goes on her own first because Celeborn hangs back to sort things out in Lothlorien and things there first, and then he goes much later. And then I guess the last one across the water would be Círdan himself. He's the old boy. He's the old elf with the beard. So, if you want to elaborate more on that, the theme of death and deathlessness, and maybe how you think the film misses the point of that.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, that is the explicitly stated aim of Tolkien. I've seen an interview where he says, like all great stories, this is about death. So I don't think that this is me coming up with one of my crazy theories, such as Sam
RoboCop. I remember the RoboCop one.
I thought you said Frodo Cop, which would be amazing. No, my most out of box theory is that Sam and Frodo are what Sauron and Morgoth should have been.
Oh wow! Okay, I haven't heard that one. That's new to me.
That's my most stupid theory. Is the master servant relationship built on love? Like that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but so with the idea of death and deathlessness, you can see it pretty much everywhere. So you have like, obviously you have Arwen and Aragorn. Like Aragorn's going to die, Arwen isn't. Like the gift of men is that they die, right? And it's seen as a gift. And one of the things that I love so much is like Sauron the Deceiver, where what his ring, he says like to sort of preserve this world, we need the rings. And the rings do preserve you, but not in the way you want. They turn you into wraiths. Mm-hmm. Like they give immortality of a sort to men. And that is contrasted with the gift of death and the curse of immortality. Do you see the sort of parallel there?
Yeah.
And then you've got the army of the dead who were basically sort of cursed as well. And everything in about it is that like the world is dying. We don't know this from the films, but it's like, because Morgoth made his own ring, as it were. And everything is decaying. And it's about coming to terms with death. Like, that's what I think, like, Lord of the Rings is. I mean, and it's even taken away from Theoden in the film, where that's like his big thing, isn't it? Like, I can't remember the quote exactly, but it's the sire of greater hosts or something like that.
Oh, you are a lesser son of greater sires. That's what Saruman says to him. Yeah,
yeah, and this is present all the time in Lord of the Rings, because you have this wonderful, detailed, beautiful backstory, and you see all these echoes in the Lord of the Rings of things in the Silmarillion. Like one we've spoken about before is how Sam fighting Shelob is an echo of Arendelle fighting Ancalagon the Black. Mm-hmm. And how it's all diminished. The world is diminishing, the world is dying, but there's still beauty and things to fight for. And that's actually something that Denethor has that they don't have in the film. And so I feel that this element has been completely removed from Lord of the Rings. And I think that free will has been completely removed from Lord of the Rings as well, like in terms of the trilogy. And I get it, I understand it, but these are the things that I liked most when I was reading it as a young boy. Was, you're scared of death as a child. Like, you're scared of your parents dying, you're scared of all these different things. And that was what really kind of got its hooks into me. And to see it removed completely from the trilogy, I find it disappointing. And it's something that disappoints about Rings of Power as well, is that everyone's alive at the same time and stuff. Yeah. And we don't get... Yeah, but we don't get this stuff like Elrond, his dad's a star, and his brother's long gone. And you don't get this kind of this weariness that everyone has, except for Tom Bombadil, who's just loving it. And I feel so. Well, he is. It's great.
He's having the time of his life. Yeah.
I mean, like, when I read like Lord of the Rings the first time, we discussed this backstage. I feel up until the Fords of Bruin, it is very Hobbit-like, and I thought Tom Bombadil was going to be the new Gandalf. To be honest, I thought he's just going to sort of turn up, do some crazy stuff, have a sing, and then they would get like attacked by spiders, and he'd turn up later. But yeah, that's my thoughts on death and deathlessness. It's the key theme to Lord of the Rings. And it's not present in the film. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just one of the key differences that show that this is an adaptation.
I think they do touch on some of those aspects with the elves specifically, how that, like the time of the elves is over, and there is this sort of world-weary quality to some of them, that they're very ancient beings. They've been through a whole lot, and it's a world in decline. That's essentially what the Lord of the Rings is. You look at the landscape, and it's just littered with ruins from past civilizations, and what was the high fantasy of the First Age, like the Silmarillion, has now all crumbled and is essentially becoming forgotten, and will continue to do that. When you look at when it moves into the Fourth Age and it's the Age of Men, like the dwarves just kind of retreat underground, as do the hobbits. The elves have pretty much all moved on because it is a precursor to our real life world. I don't know how I feel about that. I know that Tolkien's very explicit about that this is a mythology for England. He said he wanted this to be sort of like prehistory, leading us into the modern age now. I don't know whether I like thinking about it like that. I kind of like Middle Earth and, you know, Arda being its own thing. I don't necessarily need it to feed into our real life world eventually. So
I don't know if we.
Yeah.
You see, the thing is the Silmarillion is an adaptation of Tolkien as well. It's fantastic and things, but he never really kind of like got to. Well, maybe it's more like tinkering as opposed to it. He never really sort of finalized what his version was, and I've always liked the sort of the Ragnarok ending. It's Dagor Dagoreth, I think.
That's right. Yeah. Which got removed. Christopher Tolkien removed that from the Silmarillion because I think he saw another note where this was sort of alluding to what you said, where you were talking about Morgoth's ring, that evil will never be banished from the world.
Yeah,
it will always continue. And I think he saw that note and he added that little paragraph in there, which is kind of contradictory because all the way throughout the Silmarillion, there's allusions to the second music of the Ainur, the amount of times they say when the world ends or whatever they say, until the end of days. There is a sort of book of revelation aspect, which is the Dagor Dagorath. So I always wish it was included in the Silmarillion.
I love it.
Yeah.
I always think of it like, bizarrely, when I watched Avengers Endgame, I thought of Dagor Dagorath. You know, when they all turn up.
Yeah.
Like, I'd love
that's how you do it.
To just stop being a dickhead and like give the Silmarils back.
Turin comes back, gets a redemption.
Yeah. Like Al-Farazon, like he comes out like Hulk on a ship, bursting out.
That'd be an awkward conversation, wouldn't it? Like, sorry guys, sorry for being a bit of a dick. Like, yeah.
But I mean, Feanor, man, is just he's out of pocket. But I love Dagor Dagorath. The thing is that like we love our cycles in mythology, like, and I like the fact that the world is reborn and stuff like that. But when Tolkien talks about a mythology for I think it's the Anglo-Saxons, isn't it, as opposed to the English?
Yeah, a lot of it was destroyed, wasn't it? We don't really have records of anything because through various conquests and whatnot, it was all destroyed. Any sense of a mythology that we would have had at some point.
Well, what I like about it is it's more the values that I think that we take from it, right? Like of courage, of honesty, of friendship, of respect, of banding together. These are the things that I would like to sort of say are British, Anglo-Saxon, whatever you want to say. Those are the values that I like about it. And that's why I think that it's a sort of mythology for us. I don't think that, like, you know, the Silmarillion as an Elvish Bible is particularly useful to a sort of, I don't know, like a one nation sort of view. But I think that the values of the hobbits and the values of the little guys and the kings and the rulers doing correct is all fantastic, and that's kind of what we should take from it as a mythology. But I don't know how you feel about that.
No, I really like that, and I think even Peter Jackson mentioned when they were making the films, and I think there are some moments where the films probably aren't as successful as this, but he said he wanted to almost treat this like it was history, like what we put on screen could feasibly be seen as being a reality at some point, almost like we're excavators, or archaeologists, and we have discovered the ruins of or this weapon or this ancient race or something. And I think to that extent, the films, for the most part, are very successful in doing that. And I want to say they're grounded at times. there's other moments which we'll get onto, most specifically with 2000 Return of the King, where
Does it involve Legolas by any chance?
Yeah, exactly. The Peter Jacksonisms of yesteryear, of his earlier films, and Christ would go on to do with the Hobbit films and King Kong as well, goes a little bit over the top, goes a little bit self-indulgent in some places. So,
what I will say about that is that back in the sort of like the 90s and the early 2000s, I went to watch Batman, and and it was the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger where he just kept making ice jokes, and it was brilliant.
Batman and Robin, yeah,
loved it. Apparently, Mr. Freeze is a really like deep character with a lot of layers. And Arnold's like, no, he's just going to make like freeze puns, and I loved that as a kid. But you then in like maybe 2003, 2004, you got Batman Begins, which was incredibly grounded and realistic and not cartoony or like, you know, it was in the real world. And the Lord of the Rings films kind of started this, because when you think back to like what orcs would be, you know, they'd be just big green things and stuff. This was like the most sort of grounded and realistic version of it possible. And like you would obviously get stuff like Gandalf getting his staff out and shooting light towards the Nazgul, but it was very understated. The magic is almost at a minimum in this film, and I think it set a template for how we want to treat these things as if they're real. We want to see grit and stuff. And the production of Lord of the Rings, like, it's every bit of armor like individual, and they made all the I mean,
the guy eroded like his like fingertips or something, his fingerprints, because he was working with chainmail.
Started a life of crime.
Yeah, exactly.
Directed the Hobbit.
And what does he say? I wouldn't have changed this opportunity for the world. And
like it's at the Lord of the Rings, the trilogy. I know that like it might sound like that we're shitting on it a little bit because it's not exactly like the book. That isn't the case. It is an absolute miracle that film was made at that time with practical effects, with Weta Workshop being so advanced in. I mean, the balls on Peter Jackson to make Gollum a CGI character, like with like a computer that, like, I mean, couldn't even run FIFA 17 or something now. It's unbelievable. I mean, we haven't even talked about like how like Gollum is just insane.
Oh, it's absolutely pioneering, wasn't it? Yeah. And even the progression in the film, because you do get little glimpses of Gollum in Fellowship, but they hadn't fully worked out the design at that point. And you even see that that leap of technology across the trilogy itself as they're making it. You know, Gollum in Two Towers looks fantastic, but when you get to Return of the King, he looks even better, and you can probably tell that more softwares became available, more, you know, there's not as many limitations now, or there was more money thrown at it, whatever. You could see the advancement of technology all the way from that first film up until that final one. It was remarkable. Even when you look at the budget, the combined budget was like, I think in terms of, I worked this out the other day, actually, adjusted for inflation, I think it works out to like 500 mil or something like that. That's for all three films combined. Absolutely mental.
Well, especially when the cast were paid peanuts, though, weren't they?
Yeah, that's true.
So if you think of Avengers or something, like you're paying 100 million in fees to the actors, and when you talk about the technology as well, I think one thing that's really, really important to point out is how well it's used, because you understand Gollum and Smeagol instantly in these films from the facial expressions. Yeah, and it is. I mean, the cojones that you have to try and do that, to have a CGI character that has two personalities, and you've got to show the two personalities, and you're planning this in like 1996 or something. It's absolutely, honestly, Peter Jackson, you are such a G for doing that. I mean, I
remember, like, even on set, you had Andy Serkis in sort of like that scuba gear. And I mean, this is really unrefined motion capture. Well, it wasn't like proper motion capture, was it? It was performance capture at the time.
Yeah.
And then the technology advanced so much with like King Kong and, you know, with the Hobbit trilogy, where they can actually track every single motion of the face. I think they used it as more of a reference in the Two Towers, and they had to get the animators to try and match Andy Serkis' performance. But he's walking around in like a unitard. And, you know, actors on set, and probably people thinking like, what on earth are we doing? Like, but Peter Jackson had that vision. He stuck to it, and it's given us one of the greatest, you know, special effects characters there is, motion capture performance there is. And here's the main thing, because of that integration and because the CGI is used. I mean, there is a lot of special effects work, especially when you get to Return of the King. There's loads of it, but it's integrated in such a way. You watch it today, and we're asking the question, does it hold up? I think the visual effects hold up tremendously well. There are some bits that are slightly ropey now, and it was kind of ropey back then. I remember in Fellowship of the Ring where a CGI Legolas runs up the chain on top of the cave troll and sort of awkwardly
Yes.
stuff. There's little bits like that that I didn't even think looked that good even back then, that do kind of stick out now, but everything else, it looks absolutely spectacular. It really does.
Yeah. I mean, I think like at the time, I might recall this incorrectly, Harry Potter came out, and I think that there is a fight with a troll in the toilets.
I knew you were going to go there. Yeah, Philosopher's Stone. Yeah,
right. I'm not great on Harry Potter, to be honest, but there is a fight with a troll, and the cave troll in Mordor is in Moria is 100 times better.
Yeah,
isn't it? Like in terms of the effects and so on. And I think that one of the things that I love so much in Return of the King is the dark and the light in the sky. You know, like when Theoden turns up and there's light behind him, and then you've got all the smoky stuff coming out of Mordor, and you can see it's blatant symbolism. It's good versus evil, but that has to be special effects, and it's perfect.
Yeah,
and they knew what they were doing.
Reminded of that moment, is he referring to the bit where he delivers the monologue, "Where is the horse and the rider?" King Theoden, right before the Battle of Helm's Deep, and there's the doorway outside where there's the bright white light emanating through.
That's not the one I'm referring to. Okay. I'm referring to the charge on Pelennor Fields.
Oh, okay, yeah, and the sun crests the horizon, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's like if you look at everything that goes on around Minas Tirith, there's light and there's dark in the background, and it has to be special effects. They couldn't, but I mean, like it couldn't. Eru Iluvatar isn't controlling the weather for Peter Jackson. Yeah. Well, maybe he was, but it's just honestly, it's an absolute miracle that this film was made. And one day we're going to have to contend with the remake, and it's going to be rubbish. Like,
oh yeah, we're living it at the moment with Rings of Power, which I know isn't a direct remake, but yeah, we're not far off it.
I don't hate Rings of Power as much as you do, but that's because I used to go back to my dad's to watch it with him, so that like this more sentimental thing. But I mean, it is clearly a bit of a disaster, and I think it really shows in season 2 where they have a battle. Where is the battle at?
Oh, it's Eregion, isn't it? You're talking about that one?
Yes, that's correct. So Eregion, it's the war for the rings, and it just nothing makes any sense. Like they're fighting in a river or something, and they blow up a mountain.
Well, no, it's surrounded by a river, isn't it? It's Eregion's got a moat around it, which wasn't in the establishing shot of season 1 Eregion, but we changed that now. Season 2, there's a moat around it now and a mountain range or something.
Well, am I right in thinking in the trilogy for Lord of the Rings, where the bats attack them, where Saruman sends birds and bees to come and spy, and they have to hide under stuff.
Oh, the Crebain, yeah.
They walk past the ruins of a cathedral or something, and I think it's called Holland in the book. But that is that's a translation of Eragon, and that is Eragon to me. Like just that little building just left standing, no river, no mountains around it and stuff. And then we obviously see it in the Rings of Power, but I mean Gil-galad, man, fighting a battle in a swamp, like when there's, I mean, none of it makes sense. And then you look at Helm's Deep, and to me Helm's Deep was pretty much nothing in the book, and it is the greatest battle scene I've ever seen. It's the ebb and the flow, even like when the armies are advancing and you only see it when the lightning flashes, and you see the whole thing. It's such a miracle that we have this trilogy, because nothing is going to come close to it.
The use of sound in that whole sequence as well in the lead up, the pathetic fallacy of it raining right as the enemy's about to loom, but you get like the slight little raindrops tapping on all of the armor, and you get the torrential downpour. You really feel like you're almost like you're about to go over the top. That anticipation, that dread that is coming towards you. It's massively done. I'll never forget seeing these films on the big screen when they came out. It's times like this where I think I have moments where I'm like, oh, I wish I was alive in the 80s. It's my favorite music, my favorite movies coming out, but I feel so fortunate to live in the timeline post, 19 when was the Lord of the Rings, and well, the Hobbit was published in 1937, wasn't it? When was the Lord of the Rings? Was it like the 50s or something? I feel so,
or something like that.
yeah, I feel so fortunate to exist in the timeline where I have those books and I have the Lord of the Rings films for moments like this. And yeah, you're right, to me Helm's Deep has never been
54.
surpassed. There we go, thank you.
No,
was it
1954 it's first published.
There we go. Yeah, and I think all three were sort of released periodically across a calendar year, weren't they, or something like that? I think within 1 year they separated them into the 3 volumes. But yeah, Helm's Deep, many have tried to come close to it, and I think when it comes to sequels, a lot of the time people will throw words around like, oh, it's the Empire Strikes Back of whatever franchise. I have seen people say like, oh, this is going to be bigger than Helm's Deep. I remember when Game of Thrones, it was probably on like season 6, like the Battle of the Bastards or something. I think it was in season 6.
Well, it was season 8.
The
Battle of Winterfell.
Where you couldn't see anything. It was just like a black screen for an hour.
I tell you what, that's actually quite a useful episode. So I bought myself a fancy TV, and I used that episode to calibrate the TV correctly.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But dreadful. But when you're completely correct, that came. Believe it or not, that episode came out the same weekend that Avengers Endgame came out.
That's right.
And it was meant to be like the biggest geek thing ever. And honestly, like it was like Rings of Power battle. Nothing made sense in it. And I don't understand why, because it's very, very simple how they structure Helm's Deep. There's an initial attack. It doesn't really work. Have you got no tricks? Then it blows up, then it's desperate, and then they get rescued.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's all very simple, but I think my favorite moment in the film trilogy is where Theoden rides out.
Yeah, so good.
Let's go, lads.
Yeah. I get goosebumps. I'm hearing the music now, where he gets some, the horn of Helm Hammerhand shall sound in the deep, and the music's kicking in, and Gandalf's about to come in, and it's perfect.
One thing I wanted to ask you. I'm not a very musical person. I do know what a leitmotif is, which I believe is a recurring musical theme.
Yeah, and it's attached to a character or place or event.
The music in Lord of the Rings, I have to say, is I don't think I've ever. I mean, obviously we love it because it's Tolkien and things. I don't think I've ever experienced that kind of soundtrack and how effective it is in bringing up the Shire or Rohan or whatever. I mean, tell me about that, because that is, I mean, it's unbelievable how Howard Shore did this in my mind.
It's magnificent. I mean, before this, Howard Shore had mostly scored horror films. He'd scored The Fly, Silence of the Lambs. I want to say, well, this isn't a horror film. I think he scored Mrs. Doubtfire, if I'm remembering correctly. I see his name crop up every now and then. I think, oh, okay. But the man essentially wrote 3 operas because he tells the story of Lord of the Rings. This sounds so like fucking soundbitey, but he told the story of the Lord of the Rings through music. Even if you don't have the visuals, it's all there. He was able to create cultures and histories to all of these different races through the use of instruments. Like, you can tell what an elvish melody is. You can hear sort of that guttural chanting of the dwarves or something. He tells all that history using the language of Tolkien within the music itself. I mean, leitmotifs have been around for ages. Leitmotifs have been used in classical music and operas and stuff since way back when. John Williams is very good with this as well in terms of main themes. Star Wars trilogy is easy to go for, but he does the same in Harry Potter, in any of his scores, really. And those are the scores that I always appreciate. And not to go on too much of a tangent, but it's one thing that I think is becoming increasingly less so in films now, especially with the Marvel films. You look at all of those, and each movie would get a different composer, and they wouldn't use the main theme that was established for the character from the previous thing. You get like the Avengers theme, which tends to be quite recurring, and that's why it has the most impact when it comes in. So music's massively important, and I can't even imagine what must have been going through Howard Shore's head when they said, we'd like you to score the music to the Lord of the Rings. I mean, where do you start with something like that? There's so many different races and places and just key moments that I think anyone else would have just, buckled under pressure. But absolutely magnificent job. It's my favorite score of all time, and that's not just me speaking with hindsight. Like, I think if I'd have, forgetting everything that I know about Lord of the Rings and seeing that, the music is so synonymous with those books now. Like, when you think of the Shire, when you're reading about the Shire, you've got Concerning Hobbits going on in your head. Rohan, as you mentioned, that's probably, like, if I had to pinpoint one favorite theme out of the entire trilogy, it would be Rohan. I love Rohan. Like, when I was collecting Warhammer, I'd always go for the Rohirrim as well. There was just, the whole Anglo-Saxon feel of it. So cool. Yeah.
I watched this film years ago. I always forget the name of it because I always get it confused with Goodnight, Mr. Tom, but I think it's called Goodnight, Mr. Peeps.
Right. Okay.
So it's a film from, like, I believe the 30s or the 40s, and it's about the First World War, and it's one of the only things that has rivaled Lord of the Rings, because it uses a waltz in that film, and the meaning of the waltz changes as the film goes on. So, slight spoiler warning for a film that's almost 100 years old, but he falls in love to this music. The First World War starts. He loses all his friends, and that music plays when he thinks about his friends. And then at the end, he dies, and the song playing is the waltz again. And you film these, you sort of like associate these emotional connections with the different stages of his life through this leitmotif. And to me, it's absolutely amazing. And the only thing that's come close to it is Lord of the Rings, like the use of the Shire theme when Sam and Frodo, like, is it? You said he used Into the West when he picks Frodo up. Like, I'm sure that the Shire is at some point on their little camping trip, like up Mount Doom.
He uses a tin whistle, which harkens back to the instrumentation used for the Shire. Sort of those, like, almost like folk band kind of thing, where there's a lot of a tin whistle. It's just absolutely synonymous with the Shire, isn't it? It's all throughout the soundtrack. I think it's the main instrument that plays Concerning Hobbits, and then that starts to faintly come in. Yeah, it's wonderful.
It's so effective. I'd love to know if that was, like, films are a collaborative process. I'd love to know, like, how much of that is Howard Shore and how much of that is Peter Jackson. It doesn't matter, but it's so masterful, because when we do get the remake for Lord of the Rings and Brace Yourselves is coming, I really hope that they actually change the music. Like,
well, I mean, since then we've had Bear McCreary, haven't we, on Rings of Power, and I think Bear McCreary is a fantastic composer. I love the stuff that he's done on the God of War films. I've heard his soundtrack on a bunch of other things too. He's really, really talented. And I just found the music so forgettable in Rings of Power. I mean, I know the show is terrible as it is, but, like, the soundtrack to me, maybe with the exception of, like, the Khazad-dûm music,
I think All the Glitters
really
was quite. What was? Did he do All the Glitters? Like Nori, I think that's her name. Had a mate who sang, and they sang "Not All That Glitters Is Gold," and I thought it was nice. I mean, it was a bit parasitic and things, because, a song about Aragorn.
Yeah, exactly.
Poem from Gandalf. Like, I mean, but I thought that was all right. And I really like the opening credits to Rings of Power. I think that they're fantastic, because it's the music of the Einar, isn't it, with the sand reacting to it and things. I think that's really cool. And that's, to be honest, about as good as it got.
Yeah. Some of it I'd be like, well, can you hum it back? I always think that you've got, well, like, you notice it maybe when you watch the show. That's fair enough. But yeah, in terms of, like, memorable melodies, and granted, I've had 25 years on Lord of the Rings, but even then, we've had quite a considerable few years of Rings of Power now as well, with how long they leave it between seasons. Can they just keep leaving it more? Just keep postponing it, please. Just keep it going.
Well, I'm pleased that there's a big gap between it, because I think that they've really got to do a cultural reset of the whole thing.
Like, they're too far in. They're not going to change it. They're not going to change it anytime soon.
Look, I think it was pretty much set up for some reason for Elrond to, like, get together with I mean, yeah, like he was going to get together with names slipped my mind. The most important female elf.
Oh, Galadriel.
Galadriel, thank you. I'm awful with names.
That's his mother-in-law, and he snogs her
exactly.
in season 2. What are we doing?
Exactly. I mean, but I always felt the show suffered because like brother Legolas, the elf that I quite liked. You know, the Hispanic elf.
I forgot it. This is the thing with Rings of Power. I just forget all the fucking names.
Rondil or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I think. Yeah.
I like him. I think he's all right. And I know the son is called Theo, and then there was the mother, and she went off to do like political activism campaign in Iran, and like left them completely dead. And I thought there was such a cool story there where I wanted her to become a ring wraith. Like, so why?
What?
Because it's like they were trying to do Beren and Luthien with those two, or Aragorn and they were trying to do the elf human thing again.
Yeah.
And I thought it would have been really cool if she became a ring wraith, and so she did live forever, but was obviously like bad.
But they're 9 kings of men. We haven't done the rings yet. No, I don't agree with that.
Brilliant. So, well, if she became one of the ring wraiths,
I'd fucking hate that. I'd hate that.
No, I think that
9 kings of men. It's all there. I mean, she could identify as one. I don't know. Yeah, it's very 2025,
no, it's
isn't
like,
it?
you know they're gonna mess about with like gender roles and things like that. I've got no issue with them doing that as long as it feels Tolkienian. Like, because
I think that fundamentally betrays it personally, but we just
it might do. But you have to understand that we live in the modern world, and the people making these things are more concerned about the reaction the modern world is going to give them, rather than like honoring the legacy. And that's just something that you have to accept.
But it doesn't mean I have to like it or agree with it.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean you have to like it. But it's like with Eowyn, like saying, you know, I'm no man, and then stabbing like the Witch King in the head. I mean, if you were to see that now, and the lack of the stuff about the Barrow Down daggers, like, and how, you know, Merry's actually really quite important to that scene.
Yes, yeah.
Like, you know, like it's not just like a shield maiden that brings him down. It's also a hobbit that no one expects anything from. You would look at that and you think, oh, for God's sake, this is so woke.
I probably would, in all honesty. Yeah, I think it's I am no man. It's very pithy. It's very punchy for the film. It's worded a little bit more eloquently in the book to the same effect, but it's, you know what I mean? It's a little bit more, well, Tolkien wrote it, didn't he?
Even when you think about it, it's filmed like a sort of shampoo advert. Helmet off, hair flip.
Yeah, you're right.
I ain't no man, love. And then stab. Like, and it's like, and you got to remember that her dad's just like died. And she's doing like hair flicks and stuff like that with that line delivery. Now,
it's for the movie, though. Yeah,
I like it, to be honest. I think it's.
It's a great character moment for it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that she's done quite. I think that she's built up quite well in the film, in the trilogy. My big problem, though, is that she fights at Helm's Deep. She goes to Helm's Deep in the film, doesn't she?
She does, but she's just with the women and children. Now, it was filmed. The Uruk-hai were going to break into the Glittering Caves, and she was going to have a sword fighty moment and stab a bunch of Uruk-hai and protect all the women and children in there, which they ultimately cut because they were like, well, this is going to take away from her big moment in Return of the King. I'm like, well, of course it will. So they just have her tend to the women and children, essentially.
Right, yeah, okay. Like, because am I right in thinking that's one of the only times a woman speaks to a woman in the trilogy? Is that she offers some stew or something? It's that moment where one of the villages is getting ransacked by the wild men, and she sends it's almost like Moses in the basket. She sends her two children off, and it's when those two children eventually arrive at Edoras, and Eowyn makes some of a stew. You don't want Eowyn's stew. Like, I think that's a fate worse than what the children probably would have suffered had they been, murdered.
But he's like, where is Mama? And Eowyn's like, shh. And I think that's it.
Is that it? Brilliant.
I think that's probably one of the only moments.
Well, I think I saw like I might get her name wrong. Is it Pippa Fran, the producer?
You've combined two there. There's Philippa Boynes and Fran Walsh.
Right. Okay. Like okay, portmanteau.
The combined force of Pippa Fran. Let's just go with that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, they were talking about it, and they said that like there were loads of things that they would love to change. Like they would love to have more people of color. They'd love to have like more sort of women characters, but it didn't feel right to them to do it. Like they never sort of saw themselves as the directors or the writers, more as kind of like guardians of the film. I really respect that because you know when you're making a film and stuff like that, and it must be difficult with all those pressures on you to sort of like conform to things that like are either more socially acceptable or more importantly more financially acceptable. You know, like they would absolutely love like to have a Chinese Legolas, like sell it to that big market and so on. And I think that like, so the one thing that annoys me a little bit about Eowyn is I think that they should have pushed harder for her to want to fight at Helm's Deep. And then it makes her go into Pelennor Fields in disguise. Kind of a bit more rebellious, a bit more, like, I think there's a bit more oomph to it because she just suddenly sort of goes, yeah, like, this ain't really fair, is it? Come on, Mary, like, let's go. Me and you.
I don't know. You have that moment with like where they get the wargs, which is an addition to the movie as well, because we need an action beat and we need that death fake out for Aragorn. But he's like, right, all riders to the head of the column, and she's like, I can fight, and he's like, no, you need to attend to the women and children type thing. I don't know. I feel like you get that from her character, that restlessness.
It's like so I suppose the point I'm making, right, is that it's about her in the film. I can fight. I can do this. It's not about duty or honor. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not about I need to defend the values of the free men and Rohan from the orcs and Sauron and all these things. It's what they're doing is they're making a point of I'm a woman, so I'm not allowed to fight, but actually I'm well good at fighting, so have it. And that's kind of like what the I am no man scene is with the hair flip. And so it's never sat right with me because although it works in terms of the character and stuff, I feel it's one of the most anti-Tolkienian things in the film. Certainly when you compare it to Undumiel, Arwen, like, and how she's allowed to go out and like do some healing and fight the Nazgul and stuff like that, not a problem. But with Eowyn, it is a problem. She makes it about herself, and that is something that I don't like.
And again, I think that's kind of the snowball effect of making Arwen this sort of battle maiden in the first movie, is that you go, okay, well, what is like a woman's place on the battlefield in this world? Because Arwen's off doing it at least in movie 1, and then we cut all of that in movie 2, and now she's sort of like the lowly elf, demure elf maid, which is sort of the more traditional female roles within Tolkien's world.
Yeah.
And then, like, what effect does that have on Eowyn's character, who is meant to be that exception to the rule, that kind of Mulan moment where she challenges the system and everything like that? But you've already kind of had that in movie 1, so it does leave a big question mark as to what is, like the gender role in terms of women on the battlefield. Because I do think Arwen muddies the waters ever so slightly. I get why they changed it, and I think it does work for the movie. It allows you to have that history, that romance to be shown between Aragorn and Arwen in that moment. Ultimately, we are getting them towards Rivendell. I can see why they did it, but it does muddy the waters a little bit in terms of possibly Eowyn's arc and her place in the story.
Yeah, because they're meant to be. I think they're meant to be shadows of each other, Eowyn and Arwen. Like, and obviously there's like one of the other big things in the books that doesn't quite come across in the films is the idea of temptation, where okay, so the most famous example is probably Sam the Warrior Gardener, or whatever
Yes.
whatever
Yeah.
that is.
Yeah.
Like there's lots of temptation, and we don't really see Aragorn tempted in the films beyond possibly Eowyn. Like that's the only temptation, and I think that those two cats, if you're going to do that, fine, no problem. Like, make her like really sexy and nice and a great match, and it means that him being sort of loyal and thing, it matters more. And then you kind of do that thing I don't like, where she's found a partner, like, so it's fine. Like it's Faramir, isn't it?
Faramir,
yeah. Like, who also I feel has done a bit dirty in the films, to be honest.
Well, one of the biggest changes in Two Towers, is definitely with Faramir's character. Now, as I said, I watched the films first. I didn't read the books, so I can understand why people who really enjoy Faramir's character in the books would be more than a little peeved when they see what they did with his character in the film. They could see it as that artificial tension. And I actually think this is an example of where the extended edition really helps this new interpretation of the character. When we get that earlier introduction to Denethor, I know you have your thoughts on Denethor, but just look at it that way, the whole...
Can you... Like, I've seen Lord of the Rings, I'm going to say about 20 times. And I think about 19 or 18 of them have been the extended edition. So I don't actually... I can't off the top of my head tell you what is an extended edition scene. And so which scene is it that's in the extended edition that isn't in the normal one?
It's the flashback in Two Towers where you see Boromir at Osgiliath after a victory, and the father comes in and he says that Elrond has called a meeting and I want you to go there.
Oh yeah, not a dream. Ugh.
Yeah,
because they have it's a dream that him and Boromir have to go to the Council of Elrond, isn't it? Like, okay, fine. It's like dreams are obviously an important part of Lord of the Rings, the books.
That does actually get mentioned in Fellowship, though. Boromir stands up again in an extended scene where he says, "I had a dream that the something city had fallen. Isildur's bane. A voice cried out, Isildur's bane has been found."
Yes.
So he does refer to that dream, and I know that dream is shared between the two brothers, isn't it? Boromir and Faramir have the same dream.
Yeah, but it's just that's an example of like you can't really do the singing.
Yes, yeah, they downplay a lot of that, don't they?
I mean, that's actually one of the things I really enjoyed about the first Hobbit was Misty Mountains.
Yeah, no, brilliant melody.
Yeah, like I've always wanted, like, because we're going to have to deal with a remake one day, and I would love a TV series remake instead that does it by, do you agree with me, by chapter?
Yeah, 100%. For Lord of the Rings and for The Hobbit. That's the way to do it, definitely.
Like, I think it would be, I mean, obviously you've got problems like the Council of Elrond, which I don't know about you, but it's by far my favourite chapter in the entire trilogy.
You just get that lore and exposition done full.
It's like this is the world, and I love how it builds. Like it starts off with Legolas talking about the assault and like losing Gollum, and then you get Bilbo like basically just lying about all this, making up, like embellishing a lot of his adventures, and then you got Gandalf just off on this mad one, like fighting assholes and like flying about on eagles. And you're like, yo, like if you come from The Hobbit, you're like, this is absolutely mental. Like I saw a great thing on Twitter where someone said, reading Lord of the Rings after The Hobbit is like if you read Stuart Little as a child, and then it turns out that Stuart Little's cousin has got to kill the devil. And that's kind of like, and when I was reading it as like 11 or 12-year-old, I was like, oh my god, we are in very, very deep waters here. This isn't like a bear that like is a bit grumpy then turns into a man. We're dealing with like really deep themes. And I'd love to know if Jackson, if he was given the chance, if he'd like to have made The Hobbit first and then Lord of the Rings.
That was the plan. That was the plan. He wanted to do. He wanted to start with The Hobbit and then do a Lord of the Rings film. So I think it was going to be 2 films. And for a long time, it still was right up until they were making the Hobbit film. It was in really weird legal territories. Like part of the rights belonged to one company. He couldn't get it off the ground or get it made. And then he thought, well, I'll take that 2-film idea and I'll do a 2-film split of Lord of the Rings. And that's when he pitched it as 2 films. Didn't think they were going to pick it up, or he thought that most studios would say, well, we don't want 2 films, we want 1. Delivered his pitch and they said, this is 3 films. Make a trilogy out of it. Why would you make 2 films when it could be 3? And then we got the trilogy that we got. But his intention originally was to make The Hobbit. But then I think when he made Lord of the Rings, he'd sort of made his peace with Middle-earth, and he'd sort of he achieved what he set out to do with it, and it took a lot of years out of his life as well, best part of a decade really, when it was all said and done, which is why he didn't want to come back to do the Hobbit films. He was happy to produce, but his time in Middle-earth was done, and then we know what happened with the Hobbit films. But yeah, I think it would have been very interesting. I mean, I'm glad we got the films that we did of Lord of the Rings when they were made. But there is that morbid curiosity of, I wonder what a Hobbit film would have looked like back then, with the limitations that they had. But would that have meant that we would have got Lord of the Rings around the time that the Hobbit trilogy came out, and Lord of the Rings would be vastly different? So I'm happy it went the way that it did, I suppose.
Yeah, I think it's an absolute miracle.
Yeah.
Like, we've got these films. When you read about all of the things that could, I mean, I would, one day when AI is good enough, I would love to see Nick Cage as Aragorn, Sean Connery as Gandalf, like all the other stuff. I'd love to see that. It would be fantastic. But we should just be, like, I think I said to you earlier about Star Wars, like, I'm not, I mean, like, I like Star Wars, but I don't love it. But when a Star Wars film comes out, that's all you have. But with like, Middle-earth, I can go and try and understand the Silmarillion or get the Unfinished Tales or something, and it doesn't matter if the Rings of Power is a load of rubbish. I can go and read the book and do my own version. And we're so incredibly lucky that what we got is not a perfect adaptation of Lord of the Rings, and it misses so much stuff out, but it is still an absolute masterpiece, and it's close enough that I can't believe how lucky we are.
Yeah, like even with Tom Bombadil, the Old Forest, it is weird how they take Old Man Willow and kind of repurpose Old Man Willow in Fangorn Forest. They give some Tom Bombadil lines to Treebeard, who you could argue are very similar characters. They both sort of shepherd and attend to the woodlands or the forests. Both characters mention that they are the oldest thing in Middle-earth and have been there since the first acorn, and oldest and fatherless. So I can understand why they did that. I've never been keen on Tom Bombadil, which might be quite a controversial topic. I have reached a level of acceptance with old Tom, but I can absolutely see why pretty much every adaptation of the Lord of the Rings, bar one, I think, which is like the weird old Swedish one, which has Tom Bombadil, but the Brian Sibley radio drama, the BBC one from the 80s, removes Tom Bombadil. The animated one, Peter Jackson's ones, I can absolutely understand why they do remove that chunk. Would I have loved to have seen, especially coming from like a horror, in terms of Peter Jackson's filmography, he's got a big history with horror. I think he would have done an absolutely masterful job of the Barrow Downs. The weird human sacrifice thing in the dark corners of like a barrow and everything. Oh, the atmosphere of that would have been amazing. But I can understand it, because he said, like, what narrative function does that really serve? And I guess you can make an argument for the Barrow. Well, yeah, the Barrow blades. And then you question, where did Aragorn find 4 child-size weapons that he just goes, here you go, I found these, have these. It serves the plot.
But it's also, I love the fact that, we spoke about this earlier, but I love the fact that when the Nazgul turn up, they've got bloody Fingolfin, who, like, they fought, and then they've got this little hobbit that they thought was going to turn into a little mini wraith, holding one of the Barrow Down daggers, shouting at them.
Yeah,
and they're lads, what is going on? And I love it so much, because I absolutely door up until the Fords of Bruin. That is my favourite part of Lord of the Rings, like the creeping horror, like the idea that the world is expanding. That is the bit that I love. And I think what's so good about Jackson as a director is actually that he doesn't shy away from the horror at all. And, you know, he puts a lot of horror in where you're not expecting it. I mean, obviously that famous jump cut with Bilbo, brilliant.
Yes. Yeah.
Brilliant.
That got me.
Yeah, like I remember, Jesus Christ, like, but it's so good, and we're just nothing about the trilogy makes any sense about how it turned out so well, and it's an absolute miracle that we got it, and we should always be, even though it might seem to anyone watching this who's like, oh, you know, they're saying it's not good and stuff. I mean, I don't want to speak for you, but I think it is unbelievable that we got this version of Lord of the Rings that sticks as close as possible whilst also being accessible for other people.
And that's the main thing. I mean, I think, would I have this deep connection to Lord of the Rings that I do now? I mean, yes, I've gone and read the books now, but this is what introduced me to this world and these characters and got me, you know, it's the thing that I'm most passionate about out of anything, I would say. I think it's an absolutely cinematic marvel. Any film before or since, I don't think anything's come close. To me, that's sort of like where, and I won't say that's where movies ended when the Lord of the Rings came out, but yeah, I genuinely don't think you know, we'll see anything of this like again, because I think just the how things are processed now, the industry is completely different. I don't think you would have a studio now like New Line Cinema that would take a chance on a wild, crazy pitch on a book that was considered completely unfilmable. And they did, and it pays off. You know, people are now chasing the next Lord of the Rings in terms of, you know, hunt for Gollum, or what spin-off can we do of this pre-existing property, but no studios are taking a chance on a property that could one day become the new Lord of the Rings, if you know what I mean.
They tried the Game of Thrones and
were successful for a while. Yeah,
like, I mean, I've never read the books because I'm just not. I read a book once. It was just like really obscure sci-fi book, and I loved it, but they never finished the series.
Well, that's
I'm not
the thing.
doing that again.
I read them sort of right before I was watching the TV show, so I was always ahead of the game with it. I think I read like 100 pages of the first Game of Thrones book, and then I thought, I've read enough now to watch the show, and the first episode literally ended bang on that 100th page, and I thought, oh, okay, I'll read the book first then before continuing with the rest of the series. But I was commuting at the time, so I was getting through them really quickly. I think over the course of a year or just a little bit over, I read through all of them. But yeah, that was back when I was at uni, when Dance with Dragons came out, or thereabouts, and I'm still waiting. As are we all, still waiting on book 6.
Like I've watched a couple of lore videos on it, and like obviously, you know, like Tyrion is a name that is familiar to people who've read the Silmarillion. It's, you know, capital and like, and you see a lot of connections, like the Doom of Valyria with Numenor and so on. Like there's a lot of sort of connective tissue there, and it's, I mean, I believe that it's written as like, is the premise not something like what would Aragorn's tax policy be?
Yeah, so there's, I don't know, I've kind of become resentful a little bit of this now, but you know, the whole subverting expectations just for the sake of it sometimes, or a very sort of cynical angle. It's like, well, let's take something like a high fantasy thing of Lord of the Rings. Let's sort of give it this realistic, historic War of the Roses angle to it. And then all of your expectations, you know, like a character that would be the main protagonist, would be the main heroic hero. Well, let's just kill him off really quickly. You didn't expect that, did you? Look how brutal this world is. And that works for a time, and especially in the earlier books, it's very effective.
Is that not Boromir, though?
Yes. Yes, exactly. But then the more times that you do that, like one of the things that George R. R. Martin mentions probably in that same interview is the fact that when he was reading The Lord of the Rings and Gandalf died, he was blown away. He was like, oh my God, like, what are they going to do now? And he hated the fact that they brought Gandalf back It was like,
Who's
oh
going to do
well,
it with
nothing.
Jon Snow, man?
He did it with Jon Snow. He did it with Lady Stoneheart, Beric Dondarrion, Sir Gregor Clegane. That's just to name 4. He's done it with loads of characters all over the place. I'm like, what
It
the
is
fuck
a
are you chatting
massive.
about?
It's a massive bugbear of mine. Like, I think in the whole of Lord of the Rings, it's just Fingolfin and Gandalf that come back.
Oh, Glorfindel.
Glorfindel, sorry.
Yeah, Glorfindel and Gandalf. Yeah.
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 And I've always...
Beren, I guess, kind of as well, a little bit. Beren dies, doesn't he? And then she beseeches to bring his soul back to the land of the living. I guess
that's
you can make
true,
an argument
actually,
for that.
Yeah. No, okay, so 3. But I've always... Death should be pretty much permanent, in my view, because then it just becomes like a comic book where anyone can come back, and it cheapens it and things. But from the TV show, when they had the books, I really enjoyed Game of Thrones, and I think it's the only thing I've seen that's come near to Lost in terms of a cultural impact. And I really wish that we could get that back, like these TV shows that ruled the world, as it were. Because I mean, like, we've got Stranger Things at the moment. I watched it. It's very stupid.
Season 1 was great. Really enjoyed season 1.
Yes,
should have been an anthology
fantastic
series. Yeah.
Season 1 is absolutely fantastic, and I love how mental Winona Ryder is. Like, she's great in it. Yeah. But now it's like they're milking, they're milking a dead horse or a dead cow.
It's very much overstayed its welcome. It was kind of like Heroes, if you remember that. That came around.
I loved
came
Heroes.
out around. Yes, again, season 1, fantastic, and then just the steady decline.
They got done by the writers' strike, though.
Yeah, that was season 2, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Heroes was another one that was really good. But and this is my great disappointment with Rings of Power, is I was really hoping that it was going to be one of these shows that everyone watched and everyone spoke about, and people were like, there were mysteries in it that were really exciting, instead of that is quite clearly Sauron, that is quite clearly Gandalf, and bloody hell is it a Nori?
Oh God, yeah. I refer you to mine and Everything in Middle Earth's previous reviews on the 2 seasons.
Honestly, you two made it so much better. I will never forget that episode.
If I didn't have everything, yeah. Oh God, I know he's like the mascot of the channel now, as far as I'm concerned. Like, genuinely, if I didn't have Everything in Middle Earth, I would have just I don't know, I wouldn't have got through that series. That's for damn sure. So yeah, it was like a therapy session.
When was the moment, watching it, where you realised we're in for a bad time?
Episode 1, pretty much almost instantly. I think, didn't they release the first 2 episodes? It was either the first 2 or the first 3. I think they released, and after episode 1, I was like, "Oh, that was bad. This is wrong." I was taking notes. I was like, "No." But I was like, It could be a slow burn. Let's give it a chance. And very quickly, pretty much, definitely by episode 2, I was like, right, I'm gonna try not to review this as an adaptation of Tolkien, and I now have to just try and review this as a generic fantasy show. And even on those merits, the writing, the direction, the costumes, everything was just absolutely fucking dire. So even that didn't work. That different tack,
it was the paper boats for me.
Yeah. Oh, that was one of the first lines as well, wasn't it? Galadriel and a brother.
It was. I remember I was so excited because when do you remember when the trailer came out and we thought it was going to be the kin slaying and things, when there were all those bodies floating in the water?
I don't know. I remember seeing the first trailer, and as I mentioned before, I fucking hated the first trailer. But I remember the first image that was released, and we didn't know who the character was.
The first image. It was a city, wasn't it?
Yeah, and you had the 2 trees of Valinor, and I was like, oh my God, there's I didn't know they had the rights to the First Age stuff. I was like, oh my God, are we getting Silmarillion stuff? I knew they were adapting some stuff for the Second Age, but I thought, this is First Age shit. Are we going to get Ungoliant and Morgoth? I was out of my mind. And we didn't know who that main character was. People were saying, oh, it's Galadriel, or no, it's one of her brothers. No, it's Sauron, no, it's Morgoth. And everyone was going nuts with the speculation. And
it's Nori.
It's Nori, yeah.
But I mean, I was because I was really, I think with The Hobbit, when I first watched it, I was gutted by the prologue.
Yeah.
Like, I just, it wasn't very good. It wasn't bad. It just wasn't very good. And the prologue in The Lord of the Rings is not perfect, but it sets everything up. And if you've never seen it before, or you don't know anything about it, it really gets you into it. It's so clear, the distinction between men and elves, like how graceful and like how kind of efficient their movement is, like the aesthetic and everything. And you even like the smoke coming out of Sauron's helmet after
Yeah.
I know it's Morgoth, like it's Morgoth's armor and stuff, but when I saw the prologue for the Rings of Power and we saw like the shadow of Morgoth, I was like, boys, let's go. Then it was just dreadful.
Yeah, I remember a few choice shots of what I'm assuming was the War of Wrath. You had sort of like eagles fighting dragons and stuff, and then there was that one shot of Sauron with the spear, with a crowd.
And the boats crossing.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
And it was
could have been. What could have been. But that's another video for another time, because that might be on your list of video ideas, which I'd be very excited.
That is on my list. How I would have done the Rings of Power. Are you good? Are you good to keep going in things?
I'm good to keep going. I don't know if you need to rush off, but yeah, no, I'm good to keep going if you want to.
I'm absolutely fine.
We still need to talk about Denethor.
No one is watching. Like I do a podcast as well about films and stuff, and we've done like 2.5 hours, literally no one watching.
You do it for the love of it, though, right? We've got 5 people watching at the moment, so if you're watching at home, please do feel free to sound off in the comments. We have had a few people. We've had like 9 or 10 people at one point, I think, which is they're big numbers for this channel.
I'm just happy to speak to you, Chris. Like I've watched this channel for a long time, and I've enjoyed it, and I don't get to talk like Tolkien very often.
Mm-hmm.
So it's absolutely fantastic, and I never get to talk about heroes, which I absolutely love.
I need to do a rewatch on that at some point, actually. At least season 1. That would be a good one to go back to.
Do you not remember Save the Cheerleader, Save the World?
That was running parallel to Lost, and it almost had like the same level of fan base, I want to say, certainly like the mid-2000s or whenever it was.
What's crazy, right, was I was living in South America at that time, and I used to watch that show by buying pirated DVDs in the lift off a little guy who used to sell them to me.
That's great.
And I promise you, it was everywhere, like in Latin America, and it was so good to have this like global stuff. I'm not a huge fan of Marvel. Like I've seen them all. My girlfriend makes me watch them up until Love and Thunder, Thor. Then I got released.
Yeah,
but it was so cool that we had this kind of like global sort of like excitement for something, and we had it with Game of Thrones, and we definitely in the early 2000s had it with Lord of the Rings. Like I can't tell you the people that you would never think. I used to play like in kind of like I used to be in a football academy around this time, like 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And these guys were not interested in fantasy and stuff. I swear to God, like after like Theoden rode out at Helm's Deep, like we were talking about that, like in our pre-game like team talks. But we're gonna go out there and we're gonna crush them and stuff. It was such a global thing, and I really love it when so many people are into the same thing, and I really wish we could bring that back. But
it was that accessibility you talked about as well, because if you look at the state of fantasy cinema before Lord of the Rings, you had stuff like Labyrinth, Dark Crystal, Willow, Never-Ending Story, Dragonheart maybe as well, which is a great film. I love that. But beyond that, nothing to this scale, absolutely nothing. It was unheard of. And the fact that ultimately, after all was said and done, the amount of Oscars that it got, to be noticed by the Academy, fantasy cinema winning Academy Awards is just, absolutely
for the main awards, not like special effects or something.
And I look back and I'm like, all of them, all three should have won Best Picture for every year. Just every category, every Oscar. Just give it Lord of the Rings for 3 consecutive years
I know
running.
you're doing Best Oscar watch along or whatever. Do you know what beat like Fellowship and Towers?
That's a really good question, actually. I will double check now. Well, it's going to be fucking crap in comparison, isn't it? Let's be fair.
Well, I don't know. Like, there were a lot of good films coming out. Like Gladiator must have been around that time.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, because that came out 2000, but it probably did tick into 2001, didn't it? Because it's always like a year after.
Could you just excuse me for 1 minute whilst?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, so that was in the March of 2001, so it must have been the 74th Academy Awards then. Let's just check that real quick. 74th Academy Awards. So yeah, Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring was nominated. It was up against Moulin Rouge, which is a good film. It's not as good as Lord of the Rings. A film called In the Bedroom, Gosford Park, and it lost to A Beautiful Mind, which is a great film. Another Russell Crowe one. We just talked about Gladiator. Very good film, but out of Fellowship of the Ring or A Beautiful Mind, which one would I have given it to? Definitely Fellowship of the Ring. I think probably around about this point, it was the safe thing to go with, more of a, dare I say, an Oscar fodder film. It's not to take away from A Beautiful Mind. I think it's a wonderful film. But I feel like it wasn't until we got to Return of the King where the Academy was like, that's the end of the story. Because a lot of people, myself included, view The Lord of the Rings as one complete story, and it's almost like, right, you've hit Return of the King now, there you go, have all the awards. This is not just for this film, but it's also for the other two in the story. That's how I always kind of viewed it, that clean sweep. I remember staying up that night and watching the awards for that, and it was just every category, it was just boom, boom, boom. Every single category it was nominated for, it won. And I remember Spielberg being up at the end going for I think it was for Best Picture at the very end. And he was like, it's a clean sweep. Lord of the Rings, Return of the King. I was like, yes. That was a good night. That was when I enjoyed watching the Oscars. Not so much now.
I did. Sorry, back. I did really enjoy it when your man, like Data from Everything, Everywhere, All at Once won.
Yeah.
Like, I did like. I mean, I recently watched a film called Parasite. I don't know if you've seen it.
Great film. Yeah, no, that was good. That was very, very good. That was the first foreign film to win Best Picture, I think, wasn't it, as well?
I thought it was all right. Like, it's beautifully filmed and so on, but we just don't make good films anymore. I feel like
the tolerance, I guess, for quality has dipped because everything else has sort of subsided. That's how I feel. Did you hear what I said? Which film beat out Fellowship of the Ring? Did you hear?
Beautiful Mind.
A Beautiful Mind. Yeah, I'm just
I
about to check
that film.
It's a great film, but Fellowship of the Ring, very different films. Very different films. I think it's fair to say
they are different films, but I also sort of think that it might not be helpful to the legacy of the Lord of the Rings motion trilogy if every film won Best Picture.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, like, the Return of the King being a culmination of it,
that's
as
what
you
I was saying. Yeah.
And, I mean, I might have this tremendously wrong. Like, your memory can play tricks on you, but I think I watched those awards as well. And I always remember that there was this Kiwi, this New Zealander who won something for Lord of the Rings. Like, it might be like a very minor category, like, best hat or something. And I just remember him shouting about his wife being a little treat. And it's something that's always stuck with me, about how sweet it was.
Yeah.
Like, and I know that later on, like, actors and directors like had issues with New Line Cinema about image rights and all these sort of things. But I wish we could get back to this kind of family filmmaking where they were all in it together, and it wasn't, Christian Bale or Tom Cruise shouting at lighting guys, even though they might have been right, to be honest.
Yeah.
I wish we could. I don't want to sound like a boomer or something, but I really wish we could go back to making these epic films, like with ambition and like, it would be so good, instead of like, let's get another Marvel film in.
I think that's on the way out, to be honest, genuinely. So I am hopeful that there will be a pendulum swing at some point. I don't think it's going to be for another good few years, but hopefully it's on the way. I'm just checking the following year as well. So the 75th Academy Awards. The nominees were The Pianist, Roman Polanski. Very good film. Very sad, but I think it's a very good film. Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers. A film called The Hours. Gangs of New York and Chicago won that year. Musical. Which I have on my shelf actually, and I've never watched Chicago. So it's
not you're gonna get Dale to do a musical, like.
I
must say, shout out to Dale, not only because he's like made a very bold haircut recently, which looks great. No, it's good.
He does that quite often actually.
Yeah, just grow a beard in a day.
I hate his
afro in a week.
I hate literally. I was going to say, like, I hate his hair growing genes because mine's going, and he will shave his hair within a couple of weeks. The afro's back or on its way. I don't know how he does it.
My hair to him because I've had like a grade 3 or 4 for the majority of my life because I've got like my hair kind of grows like a judge's wig. It's like curly on top and then down the sides. It looks absolutely ridiculous. So I shave it as well. But I must shout out Dale because his reaction to the Lord of the Rings was a little bit scary, to be honest. Like, would he love it? Would he not love it? And I love the fact that he's just went straight into the book and was like, should I read the Silmarillion?
He's bought it. He got it for Christmas.
So and that's what I think. That's why I think Tolkien would actually love the films. And I really wish that Christopher had been, like maybe a bit more internet savvy, and instead of like seeing them as a stupid action adventure, had gone and watched people's reactions to them. Like I think he'd be delighted in how his father's work is just so loved, even in a diluted form.
Yeah. I remember showing Dale the films, and the initial plan was, like many channels do that do really well, was to record the reaction, the whole film, and edit it together with clips of the film. And I was down for doing that because it was a big moment for me. It was a big moment for him, but it was like I am passing the torch of this wonderful thing on to someone else. And I was excited to see his reaction, and we set it all up. It was recording. We had the joint earphones in. I moved my TV to here, and it was all going. And I became conscious by about the 45-minute, 50-minute mark that we hadn't uttered a single word or scant few sentences because he was just invested in watching it. And I thought, you know what? And I turned off the recording. I was like, I don't want anything to be like really performative. I don't want to talk over bits of the film. I want to just let him have this and let him just experience it. And that's how we did the whole trilogy. We did our review afterwards, but yeah, I didn't want to take away from his first time watching it. I think that was probably the best move. I wanted him to just sort of appreciate it,
Yeah, agreed. Like, you don't want to kind of like, it's not like whoring out, but in a way it is someone's sort of like experience. Like one of the great things about the internet and why like these reactions and let's plays for games do so well is that you get to sort of share them with people. And I mean, when I watched The Two Towers, I've got a great story about this. I sat next to a guy, like, I was obviously with my parents, I was maybe 14 or 15 or something. And the guy next to me was in his 70s and he brought a packed lunch with him.
Oh, nice.
And I was like, hello, how's it going? And he was like, oh, do you know what? I've been waiting 50 years for this film.
Oh, man.
I know. It was amazing. And then when Theoden rode out, he stood up and was like waving the packed lunch around his head, like shouting. And so I just joined in with him.
Oh, that's awesome.
The sad thing is that, like, I mean, under the watchful eye of my father, I said we should I was like friends for life with him. I said we should 100% meet this time next year.
Yeah.
He didn't turn up.
Oh no.
I hope he made it and he went to an earlier show. But it's stuff like that connection you have with the people around you. Like, for example, with Shakespeare. One of the great things about Shakespeare is it's a transformative experience for the actor and the audience. And this is what's so cool about The Lord of the Rings is that, like, you normally only get this in horror, where everyone like screams at the same time in the cinema, but you get like intakes of breath in the cinema when you're watching this. You're watching genuine magic like at work, like, and it's so cool. And I'm so pleased that we can like share this with people. Like, you know, you get them Harry Potter parents that love watching it with their kids and so on. And but for me, Lord of the Rings is just, you can go to like Spain, India, you can probably go to Tibet, and there's a Yeti that is well into Lord of the Rings, and I think that's fantastic. Brings people together.
Yeah, and you know, I went to For the Love of Fantasy Comic-Con earlier in London, and it was the big Lord of the Rings thing. They got Ian McKellen there, who's never done a Comic-Con in his life. And as you said, just the amount of people that had travelled international just for that convention and their love of Lord of the Rings. It was, it's always great to meet people like that. And that's a wonderful story as well. Thank you for sharing that. And I hope he went to see it, man. I hope he went to see it.
I hope he did. I've thought like any time I watch Lord of the Rings, I think about him. And how often do you watch the trilogy? Yearly?
Yeah, it's probably like maybe 2 times a year. Maybe is a fair number.
Yeah, I do it once a year because I'm not a huge, right, phrase that wrong. I find the Return of the King the least satisfying of the trilogy, to be honest. Like,
I agree.
Right, yeah, because it's just things like I think I can't remember who it is now. It could be Eowyn, but there's a bit right where Aragorn shows up with the Corsairs, and they think it's over, and then he unveils the flag, and it's the flag of the king. And it's lads, let's go. We are gonna do this. And I feel that a lot of that is missed out in Return of the King because it suffers, in my opinion, from the fact nothing can live up to the Battle of Helm's Deep. Yeah, and also, I mean, things like the breaking of the staff is very stupid. It's unfortunate that happens just before the moment most people associate with Lord of the Rings, which is the Ride of the Rohirrim.
Which is wonderfully done. Like, that's like I was going to say, if that old guy who you were sat next to during the 4th Aerlingus scene in Two Towers was waving his pack lunch around, imagine what he was doing if he saw the Ride of the Rohirrim. He'd just be like throwing sandwiches up in the air.
I just hope that he's standing there like T-posing, moving back.
Yes,
like, you know, hips be damned.
Asking the ambience, lads. Like, yeah.
Well, am I right in thinking it's an amalgamation of 2 speeches that Theoden gives in the film?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm not sure.
I'd say for me, it's been about 3 years since I read Lord of the Rings. I'd love to read it more often, but I feel sometimes I feel guilty because I haven't read a lot of the Legendarium. Like, Unfinished Tales is something that I keep meaning to read, but the title puts me off, to be honest.
that is the unfortunate thing about it. It's that there's one that's about I want to say his name is Earindis. I've only read it once, and you become so invested in this story, really invested, and then it just cuts off, and then Christopher Tolkien chimes in saying, that's all we found in the notes. We can only speculate what happened after that. I'm like, no, like, I need an ending. It's so good.
I do think that adds to it, though, a little bit. Like, in the same way that Tom Bombadil is quite an obvious mystery box.
Yeah,
like,
intentionally, you know, so.
Yeah, but done correctly. Like, they're all aware. Like, even Gandalf is like, look, lads, if you give him the ring, he's just going to lose it. Or like, you know, who is this guy? And I quite like that. I think it's the right thing not to put in the film.
Well, it raises questions, doesn't it? Like, where he's picking up the ring and he's putting it on and it's not turning him invisible. I think it just raises too many questions. And I guess linking in what we were talking about, Faramir, because I know a lot of people really didn't like what they did with Faramir in Two Towers, and he outright rejects the ring in the book and he lets them go, whereas in the film he has more of that, you know, natural draw to it, like most people. I actually didn't mind that, because I thought, if everyone's just outright easily rejecting this ring, it takes away from the pull and the foreboding quality that the ring has, this sentience that it takes a hold of everyone that comes near it. That being said, when you think about the amount of people that do reject the ring, there are quite a few.
Yeah,
Gandalf rejected
Gandalf,
it in the first one.
Galadriel.
Aragorn at the end of Fellowship of the Ring,
Yes,
I would have gone with you to the end, to the very fires of Mordor. So having one more character reject it maybe wouldn't have
Sam.
made much of a difference. Yeah, exactly. So it's not unheard of in the films. People do it. I get that because of the great restructuring, and because they didn't want to have Shelob edited alongside Helm's Deep, which I can kind of understand. They needed to create this new storyline, and contrary to a lot of the changes in the Hobbit films, where I think a lot of the additions are terrible and detract from the film, I don't mind the Osgiliath stuff. Is it as exciting as the Treason of Isengard, or is it as exciting as Helm's Deep? No, probably not. But I still think the themes that it brings in, Sam's speech at the end is often cited as a really good moment, and it does give Faramir. He essentially arrives in the same place. It just takes him a little bit longer to get there in the movies, because
I think
we
you're
need
right.
moment.
Of it, like it's difficult because one thing that we always have to bear in mind, or I have to bear in mind, maybe not you, is that this needs to be accessible for people who have no idea about the books and stuff like that. And it's so fantastic that both you and Dale went and read the books like afterwards. Like you're like, yeah, this is great. But I'd read that, and I've never considered that before. That we hear, we're told how addictive the ring is, and yet everyone is like, "No, not interested." Frodo, you have it. I think that's a really, really good point, because it's even things like, obviously, and I think this is a fair criticism, that in the films, the Eagles are like airplanes or a taxi service. And we know from having read the books that you can't have the ring around eagles and things. Like they're going to turn and so on. And also they need to rest and land. It's like 1,000 miles between, like, and stuff. I do think in retrospect, Jackson might now just include a little line or two about why the Eagles can't just nip off like Ryanair to Mordor. That's a really good point. And I think that does actually redeem what they did with
Bilbo
Faramir
as well. When he at great duress, but he does ultimately give up the ring as well, doesn't he? And Fellowship, Bilbo as well. I don't know if we mentioned him in the list of people. So yeah, I've never.
Fantastic.
Oh yeah.
I also think it might be a bit unpopular. I think Martin Freeman is really good as Bilbo. I feel a bit sorry for him, because he should have become a global star. Like he was so good in The Hobbit, and yet it's just very poor films.
Well, you look at all the accolades that The Lord of the Rings got compared to The Hobbit, and I'm not saying that Oscars are always the be all and end all, but there hasn't really been much of a cultural impact from the Hobbit films, which is a shame, because out of all of Tolkien's books, I concede that The Lord of the Rings is Tolkien's magnum opus. It absolutely is, but my favorite is always the more simplistic bedtime story, episodic nature of The Hobbit, and that's why that's my favorite.
It's much more accessible and much more read.
On the subject of that, I was going to unveil this at the end, but while we're talking about it, this was revised and expanded this year. This is the graphic novel of The Hobbit by Charles Dixon, and it's absolutely wonderful. I'm just going to turn to like a random page, but the artwork in there is absolutely spectacular. And I flicked through it a little bit.
Oh, Goblin Town.
Yeah, and it's basically the book. It's just the book in graphic novel form. There's barely anything left out. It's all there as like the dwarves getting the treasure. Just really, really, I think all of these were like painted as well originally.
I've got to be honest, Chris. I'm not a fan of graphic novels for books. I don't want to say it's lazy or whatever, but I think it like so. For example, I know that this is a wildly unpopular opinion. I do not like a lot of the cast in Lord of the Rings visually, especially the hobbits.
Right.
Just Pippin is the only one, and he's still a bit too old, in my opinion. Like he's meant to be
30s, isn't he? I think.
I
He's in
think
his
he's like,
30s.
is he 27 or 28 in the book?
Mhm.
Like, but he's basically meant to be 16, something like that. Like
Mhm.
Frodo's meant to be the oldest, and you know, one of my criticisms of the film is that like Pippin and Merry are essentially like sort of twins with not too much of a discernible personality. I understand what they're doing. You're meant to link them together, and one becomes, you know, a steward of Gondor, and one
Mhm.
becomes a rider of Rohan, and all that sort of stuff. But Sam is far younger than Frodo. Frodo is done bad in the films, man.
Well, he definitely has a lot more agency. I feel like with the film, I think it works for the film. He's very much the beast of
Yeah,
burden. He's very much wearied by the task, and I think they show that effectively. He's like the escort mission, isn't he? We're like, we need to protect him. He's the frail one. We need to get him to where he needs to get to. Whereas in the book, he definitely has a lot more moments of I'll say heroism, but you know the
yes,
Ford, for example, where he's the one that calls
Barrow-downs.
out the Barrow-downs, absolutely. Even on Weathertop, I feel like he holds
Yeah,
his own a little bit longer than he does, at least in the movie. I think, you know, that aside, I guess I understand why they changed it for the movies, and I think it works for the films. I think one of the biggest changes is the nature of Frodo and Sam's relationship in the book compared to the film. In the film, they're
okay.
really just best friends, and that works, and it hits all the beats. Whereas in the book, Frodo is this very lordly character. He's sort of like it's a very much like an upstairs downstairs kind of situation between the two of them.
Well,
Frodo's from
it's
this
between the three of them. Like Merry and Pippin. Like Pippin and Merry are the sons of like the rulers of Buckland and the Shire,
yeah, yeah.
essentially. Like Stam is like the working class, like his dad's the
He's like the
gaffer, isn't
Baldric
it?
character, isn't he? He's like the
Well,
dog's
this is what
body,
I was going to
Batman.
say.
Yeah.
Is that Baldric and Blackadder come from a tradition of Italian theatre called Commedia dell'arte, and it's
Mhm.
basically clever slave and stupid master.
Yeah.
And what's interesting, I know you don't like subverting expectations, but what's quite cool is that Samwise means half wise, like in Old English,
Mhm.
and Sam is a complete bimbo in the books and stuff. Like, and it's the fact that he's such an idiot that he's also heroic. And obviously, it's based. We all know this. It's based on the Batman or the Bagman
Yeah.
in World War One and stuff like that. But I've got to say, like, I'm not a huge fan of the hobbits in the film because I don't think they have distinct personalities. I don't think that, like, if you just seen the films, tell me what their personalities are. Merry just scolds Pippin. Pippin's an idiot.
It's comic relief, aren't they? There's more. I'd say
Yeah,
there's more.
like
There's
Gimli,
the
isn't it?
bits of the performances and everything, but definitely in that first movie, they come into their own by the end, where they aid. Well, they distract the Uruk-hai, don't they? So there's heroic moments they have, and it is sad where they are trying to like help Boromir, but they're just hobbits. You know, they're not warriors. They can only do so much. So I still like them, but you could just lump them into that comic relief category. I'd argue that's kind of the necessity of a film like that as well. You need that levity to it, and that is given to initially Merry and Pippin. I'd say that changes hands more to Gimli.
Yeah, but Pippin is fantastic in the films. I think that his stuff in Gondor
Yeah.
Is great. I mean, it is a little bit. I mean, we're going for a long time, and I want to save Denethor for another day.
Mhm.
But like Pippin lighting the beacons is bloody annoying to me.
And he climbs all the way up that like fucking mountain.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? That doesn't seem very. What if he fell? If Gandalf just like put all of his chips down and was like, yeah, and he just fell and died.
Yeah. I mean, Gandalf can easily light them himself and stuff.
Yeah, he's got a fucking ring of fire, for God's sake. Like,
it's also like, I mean, what I love the lighting of the beacons in Lord of the Rings, but it doesn't actually really add anything to the film because in the books it's a signal for the people like around. Like Denethor does so much good stuff, like saving. Look at him,
there
ring.
There he is.
Breaking Bad, isn't it? Yeah, but I don't want. I mean, we've been going for a very long time, and I'm very happy to go. So I've just poured myself some wine, so you're going to get some even more extreme opinions.
Excellent.
Which is, I understand that everyone loves the cast of Lord of the Rings, and I do as well. I just find, from what I like, sort of going back to that graphic novel you showed, I don't have like explicit images of like Pippin and Merry in my head and stuff, but I have like their kind of characters and things. And I think like, well, for example, in Fellowship, we get a really cool scene, which I think is cribbed off the cartoons of a Black Rider. Right. In the books, that's Merry. Like they hear like footsteps and stuff, and like they hear the sound of a horse, and they've been chatting to Farmer Maggot about the Black Riders, and it turns out it's Merry, and Merry is the most adventurous of all of the hobbits. Like he's you know, and Pippin is like, he's kind of like this kind of innocent squire who's got all the like, he's got all the good qualities but no experience and things like that. And I just feel that in the films, because they don't spend enough time in the Shire, like, you know, like, and it's even little things like the reason that like Sam is eavesdropping is because I think it's Merry has seen Bilbo disappearing before, and they're a bit, you know, there's this whole sort of conspiracy thing.
Yeah.
Where they're like, yeah, Frodo, like, we know. Like, it just, I feel that, like, that would have been really good to include in the film. I understand why you can't do it and stuff like that, but they don't have a really discernible personality to me. Like, like, what is the difference between Merry and Pippin in the films up until Pippin looks at the Palantir?
I'd say both are quite mischievous, but I think that it's like a big brother and little brother kind of thing.
Yeah.
Merry's much more sensible than Pippin. They both still get themselves into the same scrapes, but he seems a little bit more level-headed, whereas Pippin is like that young, naive one. And they really play that up pretty much all the way through Fellowship. They still do have that beat in the book where I think it's a bit more over the top in the movie, where he's playing with that, like the arrow on the skeleton, and then the skeleton falls in, and then the chain falls in,
yes.
and the bucket falls in, where I think he's throwing stones down the well in the book. I think it's downplayed a little bit more.
Yeah, he is. It's that is a great scene.
Yes,
in the film. Yeah. That's really good. I mean, there are some scenes in the film that I think are better than the books, in particular Helm's Deep. But that is really well done. But once again, you're kind of being told by Gandalf that Pippin is a fool of a took and stuff like that. And you've got to remember that, like, Merry and Pippin, your introduction to them is like nicking a firework. And I think it's Merry who says, "Let's get another."
No, it is Pippin.
Is it Pippin?
Yeah, it's the other way around. He's like, "That was good," and then Pippin says, "Let's get another one." Yeah. Which doesn't make sense because of the time jump. You know, we skip that 17 years difference. Pippin shouldn't even be alive at that point, or if he is, I think he's like 6 years old or something. Like he should be like a baby. So yeah, they do play around with the time there. JX, our first comment of the night. Thank you very much, sir. There we go. He's always trustworthy. He says, little under the weather this evening, but cool to see Bathtime finally on the show. I know. I finally got the email back to him after almost a year. I feel so bad. No, but this is great. You know, we're going almost 2.5 hours strong at this moment, and still much more to discuss, I'm sure.
Yeah, but, and it's also fantastic to see JX editor. Like, not a massive fan of Star Wars, but I've always liked his comments, and I love how, like, wouldn't say aggressive, but how he continually push like this. The Last Jedi is amazing and things like. I'm a fan, JX editor. Like,
it's like me and JX are like an old married couple when we get going. We really are. I mean, I think you've been privy to a few of our disagreements, certainly around The Last Jedi.
Yeah, but I love the fact he pushes you. Like, he knows exactly what he's doing.
All the buttons, yeah. Oh, yeah. I know. Yeah,
I know exactly what he's doing, and I appreciate that. Over the last year, he's made some comments saying that he'd like to get me on, because I know you're really scared of, like, the hero's journey and the monomyth. It's not that complicated, Chris. Like, you don't actually need to read up on it.
I know, but I want to do it properly. You know, you're going to be throwing this terminology around. I'm going to be like, I'll be able to pick up drips and drabs, like I'll know the bare bones of it, but I want to know it.
You'll understand it all because you've seen so many films, and like almost the point of it is that you understand stories on a basic level, and it's just like a kind of scientific breakdown of it. So, like on the football channels I've been on, you get a lot of people like pretending that they played football at a certain level or something and stuff. But like you will understand, like for example, there's this idea of a monster under the hill, under a mountain. If you think about Lord of the Rings, you have like Smaug is the obvious one, but you also have Bilbo Baggins and stuff like that. And it's like, and so when I say that, you begin like, it's very easy for you to understand the references and stuff. Like anyone who makes something hard to understand that is simple, like, yeah, Underhill. And I mean, have you ever read Tolkien's breakdown on Beowulf?
JX bought me Beowulf actually. I don't know if it has the breakdown in there, if that's just the translation of the story. Maybe that's in like supplementary academic material that Tolkien did that's out there. I'm not sure.
It's absolutely masterful because what it deals with is that like Beowulf at the time was seen as like more historical. Like you just looked at it to kind of find out, you know, what the Vikings were up to and so on. And in it, he deals with the fact that it's about, you know, it's things like a monster needing to know your name, like to have power over you. And he sort of like brings it back to what the metaphors are about and so on. It's like a lot of people say, you know, if you could go back in time to watch any event, one of the ones that I would like to see is that lecture because it is genuinely electric. You know, it's incredible. It's complete reworking and understanding of something that we now see is like it would be like if people thought Paradise Lost was about like, you know, Catholic rituals to worship God, and someone went, actually, this is really cool, and then explain why. It's great. Yeah, shout out JX.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I need to get through. He bought me 3 books, and they will get read. They're part of the Tolkien journey. Oh, well, this is what I'm terrible gift giver. I gave him money because I'm an uncreative asshole. I gave him money, which I hope he bought something nice with it. I did ask him what he wanted, so there you go, JX. For next year, tell me what you want. I'm a terrible gift giver. People can really think outside the box, and it doesn't even have to be something elaborate. It can be like a really thoughtful gesture. I am an uncreative asshole. I will never think of gifts like that. I'm just like, tell me what you want, and I'll get it. Or here you go, have money. Buy nice things for yourself that you want.
So what are the books he got you?
I'm going to see if I've got them on hand. Are they over there? They might be over there. Talk amongst yourselves, because I need to move over there. Hang on.
Right. Well, whilst Chris is off, oh yeah, I have I also have like a sort of film podcast. It's a film club. No one watches it. Like Carl sometimes pops in. But we watch quite a lot of foreign films. And if there is a film that I would recommend to you that you can watch for free on YouTube legally, it's a Chinese film called Moon Man. And it is genuinely one of the best films I've seen in the last 10 years. Big up my boy, Carl.
Yeah, there he is. How you doing, man?
Do you know that Carl like lived, I would say, less than a mile and a half from where I grew up?
I remember you chatting in the comments on that one video, and there was like, oh, we're all sort of relatively close together. Certainly you and Carl. And I mean, I'm not that far, realistically.
I genuinely couldn't believe it. Like, yeah. I'm obviously not going to dox him, but it's like Carl lived within walking distance from me.
That's mental.
Like, and I thought he was a Geordie because he supports Newcastle United. Like, unlucky Carl, you should have won, but you didn't. Like, I genuinely couldn't believe it when he said where he was from. Like, unbelievable.
And I mean,
Carl's watched our podcast.
Carl's great. Carl,
Yeah,
I want to get you on, man. I've told you this before. I mean, I know if you don't feel comfortable doing it, that's fine. I won't push it, but good to get you on, man. As I say, yeah, we're all not far away from each other, are we? Right, the books. So yeah, it says a translation and commentary. So I'm guessing there probably are elements of that. So
yes, I think that's the one that I've read.
He also got me the Fall of Arthur. It's really the non legendarium stuff, which has always been a lot of the stories that I've been interested in reading, and Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. There we go. So yeah, they're on my shelf, over there.
Is that the Grail cycle? I'm not familiar with that.
Camelot and Arthur. They did bring a film out, didn't they? It was called The Green Knight. I don't think it did very well. Yes, that's the one.
It was bloody awful.
Oh, was it? I remember seeing the trailer and being quite intrigued by it, but yeah, I never got around to watching it. So as far as I know, it's that. Isn't he prophesized that he'll die or something? But because he takes the head off the Green Knight or something. I think.
You'll die. You'll die within a year. So it's kind of back to that idea of sort of like death and deathlessness.
Yeah.
Everyone knows why people move to Corby. Don't worry about it.
It's like my best mate's from Corby as well. It's a small world.
No way.
It really is. Yeah. I was best man at his
I've
wedding.
obviously got the accent for Corby.
Mm.
Yeah, he used to live in the old village in Corby.
It's just straight up the A5. Boom. Straight shot.
That's very kind of you, Carl. It's like all we do for anyone that's watching. Like I'm gonna tell you now, I think that it's poor at the moment because we just started. But my friend Tyrone is a professional actor, and together we are trying to make some short films. Like filmed on an iPhone, stuff like that. It's really difficult to do one-man short films. Like we've written 2, and hopefully we'll get one out in January. But all it is a film club where when people say they're cinephiles or they love cinema, in my opinion, 90% of the time they're talking about action adventures from Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
So for example, on Monday night, we are like reviewing The Seven Samurai.
Oh, nice.
Have you seen it?
I haven't. It's on my Letterboxd to watch list.
Yeah,
I'm ashamed that I haven't seen it. It is on there though. I will get round to it.
So this is the thing. It's films that you probably wouldn't have seen, but you would like to see. Like what one we did was Baba Hotep, which I know is also on your Letterboxd list.
That's the Bruce Campbell one, right?
Yeah. So all it is just a film club. It's not a great podcast, to be honest. We'll get there eventually, but the one thing I can say is you'll watch a lot of good films on it.
Do you have a link to it or anything, or the name of it? I can bring it up on the screen.
I think it's called like Real Talk, but there's about 1 million ones. I'll find it, but I wouldn't. I genuinely like just watch the films that we say and enjoy them.
Well, if you send the link my way at some point, I'll add it to the description of this video. I've got your YouTube channel in the description, but if you want to send that across as a separate thing, if you want to send it as a separate thing, I can add that, no problem. Let's see. So we've talked about a few things. Okay, I think we talked about the Return of the King. Probably out of the 3 is our least favorite. That is not to say that I dislike Return of the King. It's to me that most of the problems that you could see creeping in kind of snowball effect a little bit into that 3rd movie. And I guess it's the one, certainly when you compare it to Fellowship, feels the more studio-y, if I can say that. There's definitely, or it's the most effects heavy one, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but the Gimli comic relief is ramped up to 11. And actually a lot of the extended scenes are the ones that I have a problem with or outright dislike. There are moments in the theatrical version of Return of the King that I feel trump the extended edition, and most of it is to do with the whole Paths of the Dead segment. The extended version is a lot of sort of labored comic relief elements of Gimli walking on the bones and like trying to blow the ghosts away. I never really liked that skull avalanche thing. I thought that was ridiculous, and really just narratively, it spoils that cliffhanger as whether the army of the dead would choose to fight with Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli. The theatrical cut ends where he says, "What say you?" And then we cut back to the battle. And then we abandon that storyline completely until the ships show up at the end and they jump off and join the battle. Whereas in the extended edition, we have this elaborate escape with the skull avalanche, and then the King of the Dead outright comes out and says, "Yeah, we fight." I was like, what was the point of that skull avalanche then? Like, it looks cool, and the amount of stuff that went into it to, all those practical skulls that they had and getting the actors in that. And then I never really liked the scene of them where they commandeer the Corsair ships and it's all a bit pantomime.
Peter Jackson
carrying. Yeah, it's just a little bit. I don't mind his other cameos, but that one, I think even Fran Walsh in the director's commentary mentions that she felt like that was a step too far.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, and she tried to get him to delete it from the film, and he was like, "No, this is my great cameo." So,
I mean, so what I do like about the dead scene is the clanging of the swords. Like, I think that's a very effective visual way of sort of showing that, like, that he's got power over them. What I hate about it is the Deus Ex Machina of it, that this is meant to be, like, we talked about this in the prologue, where you have the alliance of the elves and men that defeat Sauron, and it's kind of meant to be just the men of the West that defeat Sauron in the next one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in some ways, like the Lord of the Rings is like an epilogue to the Silmarillion and all the stories that have been going on there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also like the age of man. It's our turn, as it were, and our values. And we've kind of, like, in the film, we've kind of risen above Isildur and so on, and this like tainted bloodline and things. And so when they run around like a Colgate advert cleaning up bacteria off teeth, which is what it reminded me of. You know what I mean? Like,
it's a good comparison.
It's absolutely ridiculous, like the way it's animated and so on. And you've got all this stuff with, like, I know you want to talk about this, but Legolas and his, like, pro Tony Hawk skateboarding things. And then the one line from Gimli, that still only counts as one. It's the tone is wrong. Like,
yeah, I'm really torn on it because it's completely egregious. It's way over the top. But I mean, it's the seeds again that I mentioned being planted for what we got in the Hobbit trilogy, where that is all Legolas does in the Hobbit trilogy. I'm torn on it because it is a great action spectacle, and it is a payoff to a running gag, essentially. I will say that the whole counting the kills thing, that was something that I always thought was a movie decision. It seems very...
No, it's in the books.
Yeah, I know, exactly, yeah. Then when I read the books and they're counting at Helm's Deep, I was like, oh, okay, this felt like some comic relief that they put in the movie rather than the book. So I don't mind that, and it is a great payoff, and it always gets...
Who won in the books? Do you know?
Who won in the... I feel like it was still Gimli, wasn't it?
It was Gimli, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that annoyed me, because I feel that the counting the kills is something that you sort of, I don't know, you feel it might come from a Lethal Weapon or something like that. You feel that it feels very modern, but
yes,
it's an invention of Tolkien's, and I've always thought it was a little bit out of character, because you have to remember that guy fought in a bloody war, like the Great War and stuff, and it's obviously come from something that he's witnessed, and it feels true to life, but it does feel like a flippant 1980s act, or like, if you like computer games, like Nathan Drake from Uncharted or something like that. And I think if you were to ask Tolkien, that is something that he might take out of The Lord of the Rings, seeing how it's portrayed in the film. Because, I know you've got to do up and downs in terms of tension and stuff, but you've had, like, Denethor do a 300-meter run on fire to jump off Yeah, shout out to that guy.
Well, it looks
Like,
cool. It's a
yeah,
cool shot. It's a cool transition shot. But yeah,
yeah,
ridiculous.
yeah. Gandalf's staff broken. Like, you've had all these things, and then the lads turn up, like cracking jokes,
Mm.
and the army of the dead whizzing about, and it doesn't land for me. And I remember watching it in the cinema, like Carl. It was at the showcase in Peterborough where I watched that. And I watched it. I watched it a little bit later. I think I watched it in January that year. But it just didn't. It didn't land for me. And a lot of the time in Return of the King, I thought, okay, now we're starting. Like I felt that a lot. Like, now we're going to get into it, and I do think it devalues the Men of the West speech that Aragorn gives a little bit later. And I know it's just an easy way to clean up the Battle of Pelennor Fields. Yeah. It definitely doesn't happen in the book, because it's linked to Denethor's visions about the Corsairs are the ones that he's going to do him. And spoke earlier, I think it's Eowyn, I might be wrong, who sees the Corsairs come, and then it's the banner of the king that's unveiled, and it brings hope in the same way that Gandalf with his ring brings hope. Nenya, innit? And
Nenya's Galadriel's, is it? I forgot the name.
What's his ring? I meant to be a Lord of the Rings super fan.
Yeah, I'm blanking on this.
Galadriel's name was earlier.
Naya. That you were close.
Naya.
Yeah,
that's right. Because it's an anagram for Aryan, and I saw someone on Twitter say that, and I made what I thought was a great joke, which was Kirk damn the alt-right, but no one commented on it. But yeah, so I hate the Army of the Dead in the film. I agree with your point with the skulls. I feel that of all the scenes added in, the two that I'm most aware of, because they don't work, are Merry and Pippin with Old Man Willow and then drinking the water and growing, and the skulls, like the Skull Avalanche, because I feel they were just like, look, we spent ages doing this. Let's just pop it in.
Yeah.
Is that the feeling you get as well?
It's just the theatrical version is just so much better in terms of tension and just telling that story, where Aragorn, fight for us and I will hold your oaths fulfilled. And the King of the Dead kind of looks bemused and he just says, "What say you?" And then we immediately cut back. And what really highlighted this for me, just the effectiveness of that as well, is that was it earlier this year? It could have been last year. I went to see the Lord of the Rings in concert, which if you get the opportunity to,
yes, I've seen it.
Yeah, I advise anyone to do it. It's phenomenal. But they played the theatrical version, so be warned. But that was where the intermission break was, and it was so effective because I've never seen the Lord of the Rings films with intermissions outside of where the disc breaks are in terms of the actual DVD set. And he just said, like, "What say you?" The film cut to black. The orchestra ramped up a conclusion. Boom. And then it came up intermission. I was like, fucking beautiful. Like, yes, that I've never seen the film like that. In terms
are we getting the extended editions? I know that they're re-releasing in January.
I think
is it in the UK?
I think it's worldwide because I've seen AMC cinemas are doing it as well, and there's like Lord of the Rings 25th anniversary popcorn buckets that you can get to commemorate it and whatnot. My Odeon app's got it down. I think it's the weekend of the 16th, because I did pitch to Dale if he did want to go and see it, but I don't know how it's going to work with our work schedules. I think it was we could possibly get Fellowship and Two Towers done, but we wouldn't be able to see Return of the King. So I don't know. If we get to see Fellowship on the big screen, though, that'd be a great
thing. I think that's
Dale's favorite.
I've got to go and watch it. Like, I spent a lot of money building a home cinema, but like, imagine if my old bloke is there. Like,
exactly. Yes.
Ring rep.
111 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Bilbo's birthday. Isn't it? Like the Army of the Dead, I've got to be honest, pissed me off.
Yeah.
An awful lot in the film. And I also, like, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I feel that a lot of the film was so original like certainly the Battle of Helm's Deep, which I can't stress how much I think is amazing. I feel there's a lot of Star Wars Empire Strikes Back with the elephants in Return of the King. Do you know where the
with the AT-AT walkers at Hoth?
Yes,
you talked about,
I feel that like it feel like there's a lot of the DNA in that, and I'm not sure I liked it. I think that the bit I really liked is that one of the only times in the films that we get some proper tactical military speak is like, you know, reform the lines, we're going to charge and stuff. But it just it felt to me diluted, and they're trying to do the same thing that they do in Helm's Deep, where you have these beats where one side is winning, one side is losing.
Yeah.
I just like the Battle of Pelennor Fields never lands for me, especially I don't know if this is extended or theatrical, where Gothmog does a little pirouette to avoid a bit of masonry that is sent at him.
Oh, like, that's in the theatrical. That's
is that theatrical?
The catapult sequence. Yeah, that's in the theatrical. Yeah. I don't know. See, I quite liked that. I like how he just tells his, you know, stay where you are, and you know, he's staying
very good
for that, but he's just like, I gotta move. I'm not gonna move. I'm gonna stick to my word. Oh, fuck it. Okay, I will have to move. And then he spits on it afterwards. I thought that's cool. I like that.
No, not for me. Like I love things like, you know, let's put like, you know, meats back on the menu, boys. Absolutely not. Absolute nonsense. But Tolkien would have thrown his bucket at the thing. Yeah, but it works. But that for me, this sort of like, but as I said earlier, I love Lurtz. I'm not a fan of. Like, I don't even know if he's called Gothmog.
Yeah, he's called Gothmog. Yeah,
is he? Yeah,
he's mentioned once in the book, and we don't know what he was. We don't know if he was one of the Haradrim. We don't know if he could have been another one of the named Ringwraiths or whatever he was.
He's a goth. So. Yeah. Well, I have to say, Grond is brilliant.
Oh hell yeah, yeah,
yeah. Like Grond is absolutely brilliant, and my favourite moment in Return of the King. I know a lot of people will say you bow to no one, and all these things. It is without doubt Gandalf riding out. You know how much I love Denethor, and it is massively disrespectful to what Denethor does in the books, where he actually organises a proper cavalry charge.
Yeah.
But Gandalf riding out, and that shot of the camera spinning around,
where they ride back to the gate.
Yeah, but. It is that for me is one of my favorite moments in the entire trilogy, and I absolutely love it. And I really wish we could see more stuff like that, like just the movement of the camera. It's unbelievable. It's magic filmmaking.
The wide shot where it's, you know, basic storytelling from a single image, but you've got the dark cloud and Gandalf's light sort of pushing them back.
Well, it's not just that though. So it's Gandalf comes out, and you can see it however you want. You see it like Moses parting the Red Sea or something, but he's shining the light at the Flying Nazgul. And I think someone shouts from the balconies, it's the White Rider. Yeah. Okay, so. That's all quality, you know, but in some ways it's a little bit like wrestling. They're kind of telling you what's happening. It's when he then rides with Shadowfax in union with them, and the camera swings round, and you see Minas Tirith there, and they're going together. I think it is wonderful, and it is like in my opinion, in some of the weakest parts of the trilogy. It is just a moment of pure brilliance, and I love it. And it's like, what's the bit like on YouTube that you watch the most?
Probably
Charge of the Rohirrim.
Yeah, probably would be. In all honesty, I think. Yeah. It still gets me. I think it's a wonderful moment, although very underrated moment. And actually, I was really let down by the book when it got to this scene. I love Aragorn's speech at the Black Gate.
Yes.
Incredible. And then when it sounds so Tolkienian, so imagine my surprise when I'm reading the book, listening to the audiobook, whatever I was doing, and that was an entire original creation for the movie. There is no battle speech from Aragorn during that moment.
It's
And
also very weirdly delivered by Viggo Mortensen. It's like sort of Irish or
yes,
something.
oh my god, yes, thank you. Yeah. No, I've said this since day one of watching it.
Yeah.
It was really nasally, like the same fear that would take the heart of me. Oh, like what are you doing?
Yeah.
He does it when he's like
In a
the Lord,
leprechaun.
yeah, and he does like that. The Lord of the Black Land come forth, let justice be done upon him. I'm like, what? Why are you doing that with your voice? You didn't sound like that in the last two movies. What the fuck are you
Yeah.
doing? I'm so glad you pointed that out. I felt like I was the only person in existence that ever noticed that. So
It's just
yeah.
it's like I love weird line deliveries. It's like
Yeah.
I don't know what people think of Nick Cage, but I
Oh,
love
he's master of it.
I love it. Like, I mean,
Mhm.
there's one bit in The Rock that I've watched over and over again. Like, it's masterful. Like, just how mental it all is. But that bit is so strange. And I mean, I remember, like, you probably won't like this, but I've got a deep, deep love of Billy Connolly.
Oh,
And when it's going like, the Twirly Whirlies, like, I can't get enough of it. It's so
oh no.
stupid. But it's one of the only moments, like when they shoot them and they like rip up the arrows. It's one of the only moments that I thought this is something that I wouldn't imagine. And in
There's a
this
reason
is
for that,
this
probably. Because
well, yeah, but this is the reason that I love the Two Towers the most. I think is that Helm's Deep. I in my my internal we've all got our own version of Lord of the Rings in our head.
Mhm.
At Helm's Deep, it's a fight in a puddle in my version, and then I see Peter Jackson's version, and it's incredible. And this is why I'm so disappointed by the Battle of Pelennor Fields in Return of the King, because apart from the Ride of the Rohirrim, I think it's generic, based on Star Wars. Like, and then the Colgate Army of the Dead.
Oh, I have a problem with that. The bit that I really I think is unfortunate removal from the film is where Aragorn meets with Éomer on the hill,
Yes,
and they have that brotherhood moment. And
and the Grey Company in it.
yeah, it's so good, like that bit, and I really wish they'd have got that in the film somewhere. I actually really like the Oliphant part. Now there are a number of the kills where Peter Jackson goes really creative and crazy, and they are really cool. It does make a lot of the characters super OP, like when Éomer does that, 1 in a million shot, throws his spear,
Yeah,
which
yeah, yeah.
hits, and it creates like an earring on the Oliphant, and then that Oliphant smacks into another one. It's amazing. It's cool. The sound design. I like how like the sound design, that the sound almost cuts out for a
Well, the
split
horn
second.
is amazing because
Yes,
it
it's
sounds so
terrifying.
bad.
It's terrifying.
Yeah,
Sort of like this microtone, like Middle Eastern-y kind of sound to it. It's really uneasy sounding and creepy. Like if you heard
yeah.
that blasting in war, you'd fucking shit your pants. It's terrifying. Um, it makes no militaristic sense at all, or tactical sense, why Theoden would announce
True.
a direct cavalry charge at the oncoming Oliphants, and surprise, surprise, they just get completely fucking decimated. What he should have done is flank them, because it would take them ages to maneuver around
Yes, this
and
is
navigate.
yeah.
But
This is the thing is that like also do you mind if I just address something that Carl has said?
yeah, sure. Yep, let me just bring it up here. Is it
Like
the small faults in the trilogy?
yes, like so, Carl. I was really taken by Chris's thumbnail tonight, and I thought, oh god, this could do big views. To be honest, I've tried to point out from my perspective that although it seems like we're nitpicking the trilogy, it is, as you say, it's lightning in a bottle. It is a miracle it was made. I'm eternally grateful, and I love it. However, it's an adaptation of Lord of the Rings, and it is, in some ways, it's the perfect adaptation of it. Like we've talked about, like Glorfindel versus Arwen, and all these other things. Like we love it, and we're eternally grateful for it. And so this isn't like, I don't know, like cynical criticism. It's more like it's an adaptation, and what we feel misses and what we feel hits. But overall, like the Lord of the Rings trilogy is perfect, like for what it's trying to do, and it's the reason why people like Chris and Dale have got into the books. And whatever Christopher Tolkien says, I think that his father would love how people react to it and how it's got them into the books and so on. We're so lucky to have it.
And I think you'll find people who do come to the books. They might say they prefer the movies, they might say they prefer the books, but I think what becomes very apparent very quickly, and certainly happened to me, is that you create a distinction between the two. And you appreciate the movies for what it does and the books for what it does as well. And there are some gaps in the films where you're like, well, I can extrapolate some of the information as long as it doesn't contradict the films to flesh out a certain aspect. You gain that extra knowledge of the legendarium, but right now the two exist as separate things to me, and that's fine, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
I tell you one thing that we spoke about before. One thing that I'll say the films like have over the books by a mile is the music. So yes. I'm not a music man. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I mean? Like, I like a bit of NSYNC and Britney. Like I can't come up with this stuff in my head. And Howard Shore, I mean, I hope that he's just like a massive geek that loved Lord of the Rings. But when you were reading out his filmography, so how on earth is this bloke responsible for the music? It's unbelievable.
There are certain aspects like the Shelob sequence where it's very like high, crazy strings, sort of like play any note you want. Very, very horror-esque. And I mean, that could be another talking point about the adaptation. I know something that a lot of people bring up that they dislike about Return of the King is that moment where Frodo sends Sam away. And there's the moment where, because both of them go into Shelob together, and we get a lot of book fans that are really diligent. Like, there is no way that Frodo would do that. It's completely out of character. I get that. It's not something I have a major problem with.
I was fine with it, to be honest.
Yeah, because you want to create that sense of isolation in Frodo, that he's got no one left to turn to, the corrupting nature of both Gollum and the ring and how he's becoming deteriorated. I think they could have gone about it in a slightly different way. I never really bought the whole lembas bread thing. It never even occurs to Sam or anyone that, well, Gollum could have just thrown it over the edge.
Look, I think that's fine because the open is your voice all right, by the way?
Yeah, I'm gonna have a drink of water.
Have a drink.
Yeah.
Like I think that the start of Return of the King, like I don't know about you, but when you probably wouldn't have done this, but I love the titles in Lord of the Rings when it says the Fellowship of the King and the Fellowship of the Ring and Return of the King and so on. And I used to think, like, as the film's coming out, I used to think, where are they going to put this? And it's very clear from The Return of the King, which is, I think Sam says, like, Frodo says, yo, what time is it? And Sam's like, it's midday. And Frodo's like, yo, fuck me. I thought it was the morning. Like, paraphrase Tolkien.
Yes,
But, like, I like the fact that we get this idea that Frodo is, like, losing it, man. And I think that, like, internally, it makes a lot of sense in the internal logic of the film. That he's sort of giving into paranoia and stuff. And one thing that I haven't mentioned is that earlier on, I spoke about how I wanted Aragorn to fight Sauron at the end. I love the fact, you'd be amazed by this, but so many people don't put the rhyme together of Sauron losing his fingers and Frodo losing his fingers. Like that's one thing that I loved from I mean, obviously it happens in the book, but it's so clear and stated, and like it's something, that when you rewatch you can see again. But it's clear that Frodo is like losing it and stuff. So I think the internal logic is fine. You obviously can't do the warrior gardener scene with Sam. I mean, they kind of do it with the shadow on the wall when he runs up. I think Denethor is done dirty here because this is something that he's seen in the Palantir, which I want to save Denethor for another day if I may. I mean, we're up to nearly 3 hours, to be honest.
I know, we're almost breaking even with the runtime of the film, aren't we, at this point? But the whole Palantir thing, it's very vague in the movie. I think the extended edition, it could be in the theatrical version, he says, like, I have seen more than you know, or he alludes to it, essentially.
Yeah, I checked. Like, I'll be honest. The only prep I did was watching the teaser trailer, which I saw 25 years ago, and checking what was added to Denethor, and that's in the extended
Right.
edition, which is. I wish I knew the films better, because I generally just know the extended editions now. Why would you just watch the normal ones?
I know, yeah. Why settle for 3 hours of Lord of the Rings when you could have 4 hours of Lord of the Rings? It just I do. There are, as I mentioned, there are some alterations in each of the films that I prefer the theatrical versions of, as opposed to the extended edition.
Which is your favourite one, though? Which
favorite
is
extended edition?
Yeah, like extended edition scene. I know.
The Gifts of Galadriel's probably up there from Fellowship. I think that was definitely needed.
I'd agree.
Out of that scene. I'm going to try and do one from each film if I can. I'm trying to remember all the ones in Two Towers now.
Whilst you're waiting, I'll tell you my favourite one, which is where Gandalf explains that Sauron would never think that someone would destroy the ring.
Oh, where he's talking to Aragorn and it's sort of dusk.
Yeah.
Is it? That's a great scene. I forgot that was. This is what I mean. I've seen it. I do keep forgetting
that.
Which ones
that needed. That it's such an important point.
I guess I'd probably go for the Boromir flashback. I think that really fleshes out Faramir's character. I think it completely changes his arc in that film for the better. Return of the King is definitely the most fleshed out one in terms of extended editions. Houses of Healing was nice to see. I don't know if that would be my favorite though.
Healing hands are very important. It's not really done in the films, is it?
No, it is sort of glossed over a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about Return of the King, but that's the one that I definitely have the most problems with. An argument could be made as well that the theatrical version of Two Towers is probably the stronger cut. You know, it removes some of those extra Merry and Pippin scenes with Old Man Willow, who's now in Fangorn. He's uprooted and gone on vacation to. It's like Tom Bombadil in Rings of Power season 2, isn't it? Where he's in Rune now. All of a sudden, the barren, desolate wastelands of Rune.
Yeah, that's right. And is it? Am I right in saying the Tusken Raiders from Star Wars?
Yes, you're right. Yeah.
Like that's honestly like how Amazon could have done that. Like because. Bezos, I mean, you got to remember that. Like, I know earlier on you were saying like Lord of the Rings was a bit of a risk and stuff. Lord of the Rings is one of like, I think it rivals the Bible in book sales. In the last 100 years, I think
it's the second only to the Bible. I think.
Yeah, it was. It's not a risk to make a Lord of the Rings film. Like people are going to watch it. I mean. I genuinely would not be surprised if people have seen that Swedish or Russian version or whatever, and stuff like that. For the Rings of Power, I genuinely hope that Jeff Bezos, with all his billions, sat there and thought, "This is fucking shit, lads."
No, I think he's all over it. It was his son, though, wasn't it? His son was the diehard Tolkien fan, and he said to his father, he said, "Don't fuck this up." I think Jeff Bezos mentioned that in an interview, and it's like, well, didn't take you long, did it? One episode in, and I'm already like, well, we're cooked.
They imposed all these stupid rules. Like I remember reading that like there was going to be action in every episode, and there's one. I won't get this right. I think it's season 1, maybe episode 3, where they go to Numenor, and Galadriel like has a fight with everyone, and she like. Someone cuts her coat or something.
Is it that one where she's instructing all of the Numenorian soldiers? She's instructing them in the art of warfare and how to stab and kill orcs.
Yeah, and I just, do you know, man, I feel sorry for those actors because I think that a lot of them are pretty good. Like, I think that even Isildur,
the guy who plays Elendil is pretty cool.
Well. Elendil is fantastic. I love Brother Legolas. I think he's great. Like
I don't feel like I've seen enough from our Farazon to really have an opinion. He's just sort of okay. You had Kieran Hines in there in season 2 as Saruman. We haven't called him Saruman, but he's basically Saruman.
Is he? Oh yeah, man. Yeah.
Like you've got talent in there. But I don't mind. You mentioned Disa earlier. I mean, we've talked about the.
I think she's really good.
She's pretty good. The guy who's her husband in it, is it Prince Durin?
Yeah, Durin the
Fourth. I don't
Fourth.
mind him as an
His
actor.
dad's Durin the Fourth.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
we fucked up the timeline with that, didn't we? Royally, but
Elrond is good. Like,
I don't know.
Do you not think so? I think all the actors are pretty good. Like there's like the fit one, like Hermione Granger, who is the daughter. She's like Isildur's sister. Or something.
Yeah. I don't.
Like,
was she in the book?
No.
Or does he just have a sister now?
Yeah. He just, and she's obviously going to get together with Al-Farazon's son.
Yeah.
And be like, is it the Kingsman?
It's there's the faithful is Elendil's side, isn't it? Yeah, I can't remember what they. Yeah.
Like, so I remember thinking, because that's what's so good about like Denethor's death is it's an echo of the Kingsman, like burning people alive in like Numenor and things like that. And this is what annoys me about the Army of the Dead, because to me, it's definitely an echo of Al-Farazon and the lads in the cave. And I know Jackson understands this, but it just feels like undeserved payoff a lot of the time. Return of the King.
I do think it is strange though. Well, this is probably because I watched the movies first. When you go to the book, how big a deal they make of going to get this army of the dead, and then you just hear that, oh yeah, they helped us nick a bunch of ships and that was it. We sent them on their way. And it's like, I think I did hear somewhere, I can't remember where I've heard this. I don't know if it was on the director's commentary, that Peter Jackson wasn't keen on the idea of the Army of the Dead in general. Like that was one of his least favorite parts of the book. But, he's got to have it in there because it's in the book. And I guess he thought, well, I've got this army now of these cool ghosts. Well, I'll just use them more and bring them into the battle and have more spectacle with it, which I can probably understand his way of thinking, but I don't like how it was handled in the movie, how they just swarm over everything.
Yeah.
Like, is that final shot where they swarm over all 7 levels of Minas Tirith?
Yeah.
They float up and everything's done. Everything's okay.
I think
it's like the plagues, isn't it, in Moses, where they have to put the blood of a lamb above the door or something, and this mist just
nice. I like that.
Prince of Egypt, isn't it? Great film.
Yeah. Oh right, I thought you were going to talk about Ben-Hur or something.
It's on my list.
Prince of Egypt. Very good film, Ben-Hur. Filmed in a weird aspect ratio.
I've seen the chariot chase. That's all I've seen of that film. But then I know it goes into like the crucifixion.
You're a Star
of Jesus.
Wars fan. Like that. Obviously, that's what.
Pod race.
Is it pod racing? Thank you. What you should do. I'm actually right. We're going to do this on my channel, but please, you and JX, please watch The Searchers. 1956, John Wayne. You won't believe the amount of stuff that you'll recognize from Star Wars. It's unbelievable. It's George Lucas's favorite film. It is a wonderful film in its own right. Like, really give it a go. It's unbelievable. Yeah, I think
I'll do just that. Yeah,
yeah. The Searchers is wild. If you've played The Last of Us Part 2, you'll recognize a lot from The Searchers as well. It's a bit annoying because they don't really understand it. But with Aragorn and the Army of the Dead, I think it makes a lot of sense in the film, the way he recruits them, because it's part of his character arc, which is, becoming the king. It kind of replaces the healing hands and all this sort of stuff. It's like, this is the definitive proof that he is the king of Arnor and Gondor. Although Arnor's not really mentioned. Arnor's not a thing in the films, is it?
Wielder of the Flame of Arnor. I think that's the only time it's mentioned. But like the actual kingdom of it, no. And you had Arthur Dane, didn't you? And Ruadau and everything like that. How it was split off into the 3, and they all vied for Weathertop as a vantage point.
Were you ever bothered about the heights in the film? I wasn't, but Aragorn is like, he's almost 7 foot, isn't he, in the books? Like 6'8" or something.
Oh, so I never really had a problem with that, to be honest. I
No,
thought
I
they
didn't either.
achieved it all pretty well. The Force perspective, you know, because I mean, Gimli, out of all the actors, John Rhys Davis is a tower of a man, isn't he? He's like
Yeah.
6'3", 6'4", or something like that, and has to
Well, I
play one of the
love that
the
Christopher
shortest
Lee.
members.
I love
Oh,
Christopher Lee is massive.
can we talk about, actually, that's another thing. I've got another picture here because this is a big talking point.
Yeah.
The removal of the scouring of the Shire.
Oh no! Don't do this to me. This is what makes Frodo so useless in the film.
Yeah. And Christopher Lee was appalled, wasn't he? I know he fell out. He wasn't on speaking terms with Peter Jackson for a long while. Obviously, they patched it up for The Hobbit, but he was like, "I'm appalled. I'm removed from the theatrical version of Return of the King, and you know, they kill me off in a way that's so unlike the book."
It's the extended scenes in Two Towers, isn't it, where he falls on the wheel?
No, that's the bit. Well, it happens in the Two Towers book, but it's the beginning of Return of the King extended edition.
In terms of the film.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like the scouring of the Shire. Look, I get why it's removed, because, you know, a common complaint is that the Lord of the Rings has too many endings.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it has enough endings. I think I think it's so important, the scourging of the Shire. I absolutely love the redemption of Lobelia Sackville.
Oh, it's great! What a redemption arc in that. Yeah,
it's just, but it's also like it's so good because it's about the realities of war, and it contrasts with the earlier stuff that they've left out, you know, in the Shire. And I get it, I understand it, it makes sense for the film, but I also kind of feel that Jackson and the lads didn't really like it, and that you know, that they didn't like Bombadil, they didn't like what happened to the Shire. They weren't interested in it. But I think it's so important to Frodo's character, because when you take it out, Frodo's just a mug.
Well, he fails with the ring, doesn't he?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you know, there's nothing about Iroh Ilúvatar in the book, so you don't get that kind of understanding that there's something else at work.
Yeah.
And so the fact he doesn't kind of get his redemption, and you don't get to see what properly happens to Merry and Pippin, and how it's like you don't get the reward of what they've done. And I think the actor that played Merry said that he was pretty sure he was going to get killed in the films, like they wanted him to be killed. And I actually think that probably would have been better.
There was a moment, wasn't there, it could have been the Return of the King video game. There was some early footage where I think he got really injured at the Battle of the Black Gate, and you saw like Pippin like holding him in his arms as he was like wailing or crying or something like that. I don't know if it was because he was injured or something like that, but well, I guess it'd kind of be repeating the moment from Pelennor Fields, wouldn't it, where he's sort of under the Oliphant, and, you know, are you going to leave me? No, I'm going to look after you. But I distinctly remember there was something at the Black Gate. There was a lot of unused footage there that didn't make it into the final film.
Well, that annoys me when I think Éowyn is Gothmog, I think it is going to kill Éowyn, and he kind of gets like triple comboed by Gimli.
Yeah, he gets royally fucked, doesn't he? Arm taken off by Aragorn, hitting the chest by Gimli. Yeah.
And it just, I don't know, it felt a little bit silly, and I believe it's an extended scene.
Yeah,
so
it is.
I can understand why they took it out, but that always felt a bit silly. But without the scourging of the Shire, I mean, like, you know, a common complaint is like Frodo is just such a loser. Like throughout the film, he doesn't really do anything. I mean, I know they gave him, like, I can't remember who it is. I think it's probably Merry who solves the riddle.
Yes, it is.
Gordon.
Yeah.
Is it
Merry?
Merry?
Yeah.
And they kind of give that to Frodo, but he doesn't have agency in the film.
Mm-hmm.
He just sits there with dewy eyes for a lot of it.
Big blue.
Yeah, and it's kind of like it's one of those things that when you read Lord of the Rings as a child, you don't quite realize the importance of Sam.
Mm-hmm.
It's something you get later on with a bit more sort of life experience. And in the films, it's pretty explicit that Sam is the real hero of the Hobbits. And I don't know. I mean, so I don't want to sort of criticize the films because they brought me hours of enjoyment. Like, you know, I've seen them honestly. I think like over 20 times. But I do really feel it suffers from the scourging of the Shire being omitted. But the thing is, Chris, your voice is going. We've done.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I can keep. Well, I just want to make a final point on this because I honestly think with the Saruman stuff, it kind of ties into this anyway. And then I think we've gone through most of the things anyway. I'm in two minds with this because number one, they do kind of tip their cap to the scouring of the Shire a little bit in the Mirror of Galadriel, as I already brought up the image, but the stuff that we do see is really cool. I mean, that's like Tim Burton. Tim Burton's The Shire right there, isn't it? You've got all of these like sort of angular buildings and whatnot.
Show me that again.
Let me bring it up. There we go.
That is M. Lands. Like, he's director who did The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. Like, that's German expressionist cinema. Like, the 12s and things. Like, that's unbelievable. Fritz Lang, he's called. He did Metropolis, the original version.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, you have those scenes of, well, I think it's just sort of like, it could be orcs or half men.
Yeah, it's raiders, isn't it? And it looks like Rohan.
Yeah, and but in the movies they just have it. Well, in that glimpse in the Mirror of Galadriel, it's just orcs that are ransacking the Shire. You've got them all like the chain gang, sort of shambling through the streets of the Shire. You've got them torching buildings and everything like that, and it looks so good. And it's almost like the Barrow Down stuff. It's like I wish I could have seen Peter Jackson's take on this because based on those clips alone, it looks like it would have just ramped it up to 11 from the book. And obviously it gives, I love that moment in the book, that the symbolism of it's absolutely beautiful. And especially if you've read the Silmarillion first, and then which Tolkien originally wanted it to be published with the Lord of the Rings. He wanted it, you thought the Lord of the Rings was big of a book as it is at the moment. He wanted the Silmarillion at the beginning as well, and the publishers wouldn't allow it. But where Saruman is stabbed by Grima, and it mentions that like his spirit sort of rose up and tried to make its way back into the west, and a wind blows it away, like disregards it. That is, and if you read the Silmarillion, it's fucking beautiful.
Do you think someone has read the Silmarillion before the Lord of the Rings? It must probably have happened.
Not. It's a great way to read them. I have done, well, I didn't start with that, you know, started with The Hobbit, went on to Lord of the Rings. That's what most people tend to do. And then went to the Silmarillion. But
imagine a 6-year-old trying to get, like,
Jesus. There's got to be someone, as you say, like there has to be. But I have done a subsequent rereading of Silmarillion into The Hobbit, into the Lord of the Rings. And I tell you what, when you get to that moment where Sam talks about, I've got to paraphrase it because I don't know it off by heart. He talks about the quest that they're on is part of the great tales and the great history. And I think he name drops Beren and Luthien and Turin Turambar. And I read that and I get misty eyed when you've gone on this huge journey across these 3 books and you get to that. It's just wonderful.
I'd love to have known what it was like in, say, the 70s before the Silmarillion came out. And there's obviously the bit with Gandalf fighting the Balrog in Moria. And you're like, there is so much more. Like underneath this, like
there's a little bit in the appendices, a tiny bit. Like it's a very truncated, extremely truncated version of events in the Silmarillion. And of course, you have the Tale of Years as well, where he lays everything out chronologically in time of when everything happens. So I guess you get that information piecemeal, but nowhere near the level that you do in the Silmarillion and, you know, Children of Húrin and all the other subsequent material that's been released since.
And I mean, I sort of like, I save stuff that I haven't read. Like, I know, like, I started listening to the Christopher Lee version of Children of
It's good.
And,
it's good.
Mate, in COVID, like, I mean, that was such a weird time when you think back on it. But, like, Andy Serkis, man, I know Animal Farm is dreadful. Like the film is made. I mean, it sounds dreadful, like to me, but like honestly, like, were you listening to his his live stuff during COVID? Like when he
Yeah,
was streaming
he
it?
did the charity stream, and then they
Yeah.
hired him to actually do all the audiobooks. So I think he's done Silmarillion, Hobbit, and Lord of the Rings now, which are great to listen to. His version of, I mean, I do have other audiobooks that I prefer to listen to for Lord of the Rings and the
Blue
Hobbit.
Facts?
Blue Facts for the Hobbit and Phil Dragash for Lord of the Rings are always my go-to. But Andy
I've
Serkis,
downloaded them. I'm
oh, I
worried
think
they're going to
yeah,
get taken off.
they do. You find like they've been uploaded to like Spotify for like a day and then they're taken off. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's you've got them now, right? They're not going anywhere. But Andy
Got that on
Serkis
my
is
hard drive. It's going to be
yeah, yeah,
currency in a zombie apocalypse. That and a
exactly.
lot of pornography.
But Andy Serkis' Silmarillion, I listened to for the first time. It's sort of like the summer of this year, just gone, I think, and it's a really, really great read of it.
It's fantastic.
Yeah,
I love myself the odd video game, and I pop that on. It's on
nice.
Spotify. Like, absolutely fantastic, and I so hope that they land The Hunt for Gollum. I'm very doubtful.
Me too.
Really doubtful.
No Vigo now as well. So
I'm all right with that. I think, like, I remember, like, I've got a mate who he talks about Black Panther quite a lot, and I don't know much about comics, but he made this point to me that, like, Christopher Reeve, who did Superman, got like paralyzed and stuff.
yeah,
Recast it, no problem. Spider-Man, recast. James Bond, recast. Like, for Black Panther, for some reason, they didn't recast.
yeah.
And we're going to deal with a new Lord of the Rings one day, and it's very difficult not to see like Sir Ian McKellen as Gandalf. But I think it'll be all right, to be honest.
The issue, if they recasted everyone, I wouldn't have a problem with it. The issue that I have is that this is meant to take place during the events of Fellowship. You've got Elijah Wood, you've got Ian McKellen returning. They're trying to get everyone else in, and like Gandalf and Gandalf and Aragorn are your main two players during the Hunt for Gollum, and one of them isn't returning. At that point, I'm like, don't even bother with the film. It's a very safe option for them to do because
I'm fine with it. Like, I actually think that, like, Ian McKellen should give up Gandalf. Like, I think if Vigo is giving it up, and I think Vigo's right to be honest. Like, the sentimental part of me would like to think that his son has told him to give it up because his son told him to take it, and I like things that rhyme in that way. But, like, as we spoke about backstage, if I was given the Amazon money, I would have done the Scourging of the Shire and completely recast everyone, because Frodo is not Elijah Wood, like Sam is not Sean Austin. Like, these are like archetypes. It's like, it's like recasting. It's like someone did Zeus really well or something like that. You can recast them and you can trust in people. My concern is that there's no actors that are as good as Ian McKellen, because Ian McKellen has been blocking parts for 20 years in Shakespeare and so on. And it's okay to recast, because all it is an adaptation. The characters belong to you. Like, you, well, maybe actually it is different for you because you're a child of Ian McKellen, as it were. Like, that he's your Gandalf and stuff. But for me, it's not a big problem. But you can't have half measures. You can't have Gandalf and then, I mean, personally, I'd love them to give it to Stuart Townsend, because I know no one likes the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen apart from me, but I think it's great.
I enjoy it. I think it's fine. Yeah,
I really like it. Particularly Mr. Hyde and Dr. Jekyll in it.
Yeah.
But I think, like, don't be scared to recast. Like, let's not get into the names of the actors. Let's get into the characters.
As I say, if it wasn't half measures, if it wasn't like, well, we've got Elijah Wood back, Ian McKellen back, Andy Serkis coming back for Gollum, all of the main players, let's say they get Orlando back and Lee Pace from The Hobbit, pick them all up, throw them in.
quite like Lee Pace, to be honest. I think he was all
Oh,
right
he
in
was
The
great.
Hobbit.
Yeah. But then you don't have Vigo. It's going to be like one of those awkward direct to video sequels where it's like,
Do you think so?
Like Home Alone 4, where it's like it's meant to be Kevin McAllister, but like
Yeah,
none
they
of
don't
the
have Piers Morgan.
it,
Ridiculous.
it's just like, oh well, don't bother them. And to be honest, like I don't want a Hunt for Gollum movie. It's mentioned, it's glossed over in the movie. It's just a very, very safe, like they could have done any story in Tolkien's Legendarium, but they were very tactical with which one they picked because it overlaps with the Lord of the Rings. So it's like, well, we can get the cast back together again. We can get the band back together
Right,
one last time.
Let me pitch you a good Hunt for Gollum film. All right. So if I'm correct, it might not be. Aragorn picks him up at the marshes, takes him to Mirkwood.
Yeah.
By themselves, essentially.
Yes.
Then we get, like, he drops him off with Thranduil. Then we get, like, this sort of dual attack on Eragon. Sorry, not Eragon. I can't remember. Honestly, I'm so bad with names.
It's the Woodland Realm, isn't it, where Thranduil's at?
No, yeah, but it's a dual attack. So there's one on Mirkwood and there's one on Osgiliath. Right? You've also got Gandalf's adventures going on at the same time. So we can get Gandalf on Weathertop. Always wanted to see it. We can get a buddy comedy, road movie with Gollum, Smeagol, and Aragorn. Yeah. We can get much more of an insight into Aragorn's character. We can get much more of an insight into his relationship with Arwen and also with Elrond and the quest that he's given. And maybe we get a bit of Luthien and Beren. I think that there's enough there to make a decent film. My worry is, as you say, that it's nostalgia hype. That it's like, look, these are Bilbo's trolls. This is where the barrels were going on in The Hobbit. Like, oh look, it's Beorn and his son. That's my worry. That is it called nostalgia beddies?
Member bearers, they usually call it. Like, yeah.
However, I think if they basically fucked off the original cast, what you've actually got is proof of concept that we can get Middle-earth stories, and there's a lot of really good things that you can do. Like, I always think that Marvel dropped the ball on this, where you could do like horror, comedy, farce. You can do all these things, right? If dropping Vigo, I think, is really, really important because he's not even Aragorn, he's Strider at this point, isn't he? And he's also kind of delaying his ascent to kinghood. Doing this mission, it's like 16 years or something.
Yeah, 17 years total. Yeah. But then they didn't do the time jump in the movie, so that's going to complicate things a little bit as well.
But this is the problem, and this is my big problem with Rings of Power, with the film trilogy, with that thing that I fell asleep in, like the anime Rohirrim stuff.
Oh God, Jesus, yeah.
I actually think that's worse than Rings of Power, to be perfectly honest.
They're sort of on a par, I think, for me. That's like gun to my head. Which one's better?
Well, I don't know if I can answer that question. Water, just like
yeah.
I mean, like, man, Hammerhand. It's just like so important. Like, and oh Jesus!
No, we've got to focus it on his unnamed daughter character.
No, I'm fine with that, right? If they do it this way, which is like, so in computer game RPGs, I'm sick of playing the Chosen One. I like playing just someone who's just like bouncing around the world, like experiencing it. Do you know what I mean? So I'd be absolutely fine like with a film about, I don't know, someone from the Harad that is, you know, he just wants a meal or something, and he ends up in this like adventure or something, and he's not a chosen one. Eru Iluvatar doesn't know who he is. Like, you know, he doesn't meet an Istari. It's just like a kind of almost like a safari through Middle Earth and the ideas and stuff. But we've got to stop thinking that the Jackson trilogy is Lord of the Rings and that Ian McKellen is Gandalf. He's not. Like, Frodo isn't Elijah Wood. He's Frodo Baggins. And so I think that this would be a really, really good opportunity to drop everyone. I'm okay with Gollum as Andy Serkis because, you know, he can look the same as he did in the past. I think cut everyone, get a new generation in, show that you can, unfortunately, show that you can make money from these films, you know, in China, around the world and stuff, and let's pump out a little bit more Middle Earth. Because we love it.
Here's the thing, though, that won't sell by the studios. They want the same. They want McKellen. They want everyone back because it's nostalgia and it'll get people in. People remember that.
They made the mistake. It's the best-selling book of the last 100 years. Like, it's generational. 100 years, 3 generations. Like, imagine, I don't want to overstep the boundaries here, but imagine there was one actor that was associated with Hitler, and you could only make World War II films with Jack Black as Hitler. Right? Ridiculous. Okay? Or Chris Pratt as Hitler. Like, that just, it doesn't make sense. You get, like, I don't know if you know who Toshina Fiona is. Like, he's a very famous Japanese actor, and he's like Tom Cruise or whatever. But look at James Bond. There's loads of different ones. No one cares. They say, "Oh, I like this era better. I like that era better." Got to stop thinking that Ian McKellen is Gandalf. He's not. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I think that's if you completely reboot the thing. With James Bond, it's different because there's sort of like a loose continuity there. Sometimes, like the time periods don't really make any sense, and it doesn't have to. You're just in it for like a James Bond adventure story. You know, I just want to tune into whichever one it is. I don't need to worry about anything that's come before. You might have an appreciation for some like character traits and whatnot. It's a loose continuity, and I'm fine with
Who's
stuff
your
like
favorite mythological figure?
Oh God, what?
Like, I'm talking Zeus, like Odin, like those kind of.
Jesus, no, not Jesus. Jesus, that was the first thing coming to mind.
Jim Caviezel or whatever he's
called. Jim Caviezel, yeah.
Yeah,
he could also be
Mike Powell from the Detectives.
He's been Willem Dafoe as well at one point.
Yeah, he's been like Peter Weller in RoboCop.
And that's different interpretations of the story, but this film is designed to fit into.
Shouldn't.
I agree. I would say just don't make it at all. But if you're going to make it, then, you know, wipe the slate clean. But they're not going to, because it's like, well, we can probably pump out one more Lord of the Rings film with Ian McKellen before he shuffles off this mortal coil. Not to get too morbid, but that's the reality of life.
Well, I hope not, because, I mean, well, am I right in thinking Ian McKellen was like only 60 or something when he played Gandalf?
Yeah.
And I have to say, shout out Sir Ian. Absolutely brilliant.
He watches the show.
Yeah. Well, I've seen an interview with him where he said like when he gets upset, he watches the outtakes from extras where he's talking about Gandalf or something, and I thought that was very sweet because I've watched them as well. But like, look, you can't just see these actors as only people that can play them, because it's not. It's an adaptation, and the sooner we get past this, the sooner we can get to what I really want, which is a Grendel fighting Ancalagon the Black. Like,
well, Carl mentioned, why hasn't the Silmarillion been put to film? And this is another video idea that we have, so we're not going to cover that today. How would we adapt the Silmarillion?
I'll give you a spoiler, Carl. The nearest I've seen, and I'm not trying to be funny, although this is very, very stupid, The nearest I've seen is Meg 2, where Jason Statham is riding a jet ski with a spear going at a shark. And I swear to God, it really reminds me of Elendil versus Ancalagon the Black. It's honestly, it's the nearest I've seen to it. Like, the Silmarillion, I don't even know where to begin with what you would film, but it would be amazing. And I mean, the unfortunate thing is that now Christopher Tolkien has departed us.
Mm-hmm.
They will sell the rights to the Silmarillion, and we've got to make sure it's good.
Imagine if Disney gets a hold of it. Well, imagine if Amazon get a hold of it. Christ Almighty, that's the
Who would
start
trust with
improvement. Jesus Christ! There's that name again. It keeps cropping up, doesn't he? What's the studio that's not after his recent few films? Probably not. I feel like it's a bit of a fall from grace. I have no idea. We're going to have to think about that for when we do the stream. We're going to try and get JX on for that as well, because me and JX have been, a couple of days ago, actually, we posed this very same question to each other, and we're trying to work back and forth how we do I think it would have to be a trilogy. I think the studio, I'm going to try and bring realism into this. They're going, well, we've had the Lord of the Rings trilogy, we've had the Hobbit trilogy, the Silmarillion's a trilogy. How the fuck do you do it? Yes, no, I would agree. That's another way to go about it. I've got 2 potential ideas, so I'm going to save that for the stream when we pitch it. But there's a lot you could do with it.
Which, if you had to pick one story, like one sort of continuous narrative.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, the rat battle between Sauron and well, it is, isn't it?
No, it is. It absolutely is. Yeah.
Like, or Children of Hurin. I don't know if that's an anthology. Like, what would be the one thing that you'd like to see on screen from the Silmarillion?
One film, or can I have a trilogy out of it?
Thing, like the moment.
Oh God. I've always really liked the moment where Beren and Luthien break into Morgoth's gaff and she lulls them all to sleep. He's trying to pry. I can imagine that, like, really suspenseful if done well, where he's trying to pry the thing, and then the blade snaps and clangs on the floor, and the sound, and you're going to be like,
I think Disney would do that well, to be honest. Like Fantasia or something.
We're talking about a Disney of a yesteryear, my friend. That's not the Disney that it is anymore. Right. Maybe Once Upon a Time.
I don't know the last Disney film I watched that I enjoyed.
But that's
probably The Sorcerer's Apprentice with Nick Cage.
Oh, Lord. Jeez. Oh,
I actually really liked it.
I don't know if I ever watched all of it. I don't think I ever watched all of it, to be honest. I can see the poster. I distinctly remember the poster in my head, but yeah. Never got.
It was just bloody stupid, and I enjoyed it. Like,
but speaking of Disney, spoiler alert for another way that I'd interpret the Silmarillion: anime.
Yes,
just that's the way to do it. I think
this is what I was going to say to you last night. Is or on Christmas Day, we used to say, like, look, for mad films, let's do anime.
Yeah,
like, it's easier. You can. Like, one of the most famous expressions in film is the most expensive thing you can film is the line, "the fleets meet."
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah,
but you can do that with, like, animation. Now, I think, like, with what, everything in Middle Earth is doing and stuff, we can definitely see, like, AI concept art.
Yeah.
In the same way that, like, I believe, I might be wrong, but I think that Deadpool got made because Ryan Reynolds, who don't like, he made a documentary about people in Wales are depressed the whole time. Like, what a dickhead. But, like, you can make these concept trailers and stuff of what the Silmarillion would look like, and people be interested in it, and you can get it going. So I think that might replace the idea of, like, doing animated films. Like, let's do it with AI. Like, really quick, really easy. We'll fix it in post.
Yeah. Here's the thing, like, Middle Earth adaptations, its grassroots are in animation. You have the Rankin-Bass, you have the Bakshi. They tried a swing and a miss with War of the Rohirrim, and I'm not even opposed to it being in anime style, but because that lost money and because of how bad it did critically, I think that's put the kibosh on, at least for a long while, of any kind of animated Lord of the Rings adaptation. So I am aware of that, but if I was going to pitch any, and it was like, I think you could have a live action Silmarillion trilogy, and then you could bomb off and do as many of the side stories as you want in animation, and just go with all like the crazy like biblical shit in there. You could get really creative. I could imagine a like an anime Ancalagon, like where you've got Eärendil speeding towards the dragon and his body falling and leveling the 3 peaks of Thangorodrim.
Mate, it'd be like the Fast and the Furious.
Yeah.
like you know, like Vin Diesel in a convertible. It'd be absolutely great. But it's such like the idea of a boat turning into a ship, like a spaceship or whatever.
It'd be ridiculous live action.
You say it's ridiculous live action. Like, if you, I'm assuming from what you said the other day about your like holidays and things, you haven't been to like a lot of places, but with the Aztecs and the Incans, and one thing that is like almost continuous throughout myth is the idea of a flying serpent, because it is the master of the air and the sea. It is something that resonates with you greatly. And the idea of a ship, like something that goes on water that can fly, is something that is present. It's almost ubiquitous. Like, think of it as a flying carpet or something like that. It's something that resonates with people on like, it's like hunger or sex. Like, it's something that's older than you, that's more ancient than you, has a grip on you. But when studios understand what stories are actually about, and it's not about like famous actors and things like that, they'll begin to make money again. Because going to the cinema, the films they're all bollocks. It's all a waste of time. But who hasn't been to the movies and had the time of their life? And we need to get back to that.
I agree, and I'm holding out for that day. Slowly but surely. Yeah.
I'm gonna send you the link to a film after this that you'll probably, which if you do watch, you'll complain about how small the subtitles are, but it's absolutely amazing. Shout out Chinese cinema. They've made some. This is about, right, a guy. It's the plot of The Martian, but The Martian with a kangaroo. He's on the moon with a kangaroo, and that's right. And it is unbelievable. It's one of the best films I've ever seen.
I'll add it to the list. By all means, send it across. Definitely.
I'll put it in the private chat now.
Yes. This
wine is hitting.
This elusive kangaroo Chinese movie. I've never heard of it. The only kangaroo movie I know is Kangaroo Jack with Anthony Anderson, which was a...
You see, I thought that was a made-up film for Tropic Thunder, where he goes full, you know.
That was Simple Jack, wasn't it?
Oh, was that Simple
Not Kangaroo Jack. Oh dear. Carl says, I feel Bathtime and Dale would get on really well. I agree. This has been a
probably blast. Like, I wasn't a massive fan of when Dale dropped the N-bomb, but I respect it.
He is a force of nature, is Dale. He just says things, and
I know
I can't control him.
I know what he's doing. I found it amusing, but yeah.
He would just say things, and I'm like, you'll just see me on stream. I'm just like this, like, oh god.
We all have friends like Dale. Like, I mean, what's great about Chris is that like Chris is too ordered. Like, you need a balance between order and chaos in life, and you definitely need it in stories. And one of the reasons that you and Dale work so well is Dale is complete chaos. You don't know where he's going. There's a sense of danger to him. Like, what's he going to say? But you know that like you balance each other out and stuff. And I
I gotta
feel
try
that,
and steer the ship. Yeah.
yeah, when you
Yeah.
say like Bathtime they would get on too well, I think I've got too much chaos in me. Like, I think it needs to be mediated, or like, me and Dale would get into places that no man should. We'd be going into Kirakungo.
I don't know. Be an interesting experiment. I think I just let you two have the floor and just chime in every now and then. I'm like, this is your
No,
guys' show.
you know how these things work. We just look for common ground.
Yes. Yeah. No, it'd be cool
And
to
we
get you
find
on.
it on video games, I would suspect.
Yeah, he's a massive gamer. I haven't gamed in a long time. God of War Ragnarok was the last game I played, and
I'm
the amount
very
of games.
surprised that that's the one that gets you, because I think it's like, as I said the other night, I much prefer the, like, Zeus,
No, so
Ares.
do I. I do as well. Yeah,
Um,
angry, shouty Kratos.
it's interesting. I would have thought like Baldur's Gate, Divinity Sin would be more your thing.
It
Like,
probably is. Like it really is just a case of free time. Unfortunately, something has to win out, and it's practice or work or whatever it is I'm doing. So the amount of games I've got saved on my PlayStation 4 that I really want to jump into, they're like half-finished games or games I haven't even started. Got all the Kingdom Hearts games, a bunch of the Assassin's Creed games that I haven't played since, I think Assassin's Creed 3 was the last one I played, actually, or Black Flag maybe. I've got God of War to finish. I finished the story, but didn't do all the side stuff. I've got Red Dead Redemption 2, which was incredible.
overrated.
It's one of the most immersive games I've ever played, but it was too overwhelming. I just got sidetracked, and
Yeah,
then
it's too much. I mean, I like it 'cause it starts off like, it is the Hateful Eight.
Hateful,
It
yeah,
starts off with,
yeah,
and I know you're not a massive fan of that film, but I love The Thing. It's one of my favorite films ever, and anything that's got that connective tissue I like. But I would give like the CRPGs a go, but I would also say it is much better to live your life in real life than it is to live it in a game. They should always be escapism and not like your main kind of focus.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd be amazed how many people forget that. Like, it's not like The Ring. Like, a girl isn't going to jump out of your telly or your phone or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, live your life in the real life.
Yeah. Carl says, I'm currently playing RoboCop and it's excellent. And he says, The Witcher 3 is favorite. I think Chris would love it as well. I probably would, but that's like hundreds of hours right there. That's like that's like saying, oh, play Skyrim. One does not simply play Skyrim. Okay. There is that's like a lifelong dedication to that. We're still waiting on Elder Scrolls 6, by the way. I remember when that was announced at E3. Christ knows how many years ago now.
I love that. They just dropped a trailer and then pissed off. Like,
so what's the point? JD Seaman says, since you've been doing this Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings video stream for 3 hours now, 3 hours 46 actually, I think you'll find. Have you ever thought about watching the animated Ralph Bakshi adaptation where with the late Sir John Hurt voices Aragorn? I did a review of that on my old channel that shall not be named. That was a collaboration I did with the Dork Lords. It was a really good video, but I'd be down for doing another one on this channel.
Should we challenge them to a fight?
No.
I'm quite handy.
No. I mean, that video's
boxing.
That video's probably been deleted out. Yeah, you're the muscle.
Combat.
You're the muscle. I'm a lover, not a fighter. So
you can love them. I'll fight them. No problem. Like, how cool would that be if they're doing a review of, like, I don't know, Stranger Things season 5?
Probably.
And like, I jump through the window and threaten them, and then you come through the door and just give them a
I'll have you, long shank.
Why they're wrong?
Oh, anyway, that aside, I'd be down for doing that. I haven't watched it. I probably haven't watched it since the last time I did that video. But
he's Native American, isn't he? Like,
he is. He is.
I think I read somewhere that, like, when they were doing the rotoscoping, which I really enjoyed, the actor playing Aragorn fell over. Like,
and they kept it in.
Yeah, they just kept it in. Lads.
It's cool. Yeah, it's cool. I told this story before we went live, but when I watched Peter Jackson's Two Towers and I had to wait a whole year for Return of the King, I needed to know what happened with the story. Now, I could have just picked up the fucking book and read it, but I didn't. And I was like, I need to know what happened. So then I found the Bakshi Lord of the Rings, and it was going through the story. We were going through Two Towers at breakneck speed, and we just did Helm's Deep, and Gandalf's like, the battle for Middle-earth is about to begin. I'm like, here we go. And then the credits hit. And then I was like, okay, well, there isn't a Return of the King. Well, not by Bakshi. The Rankin and Bass one there was, but I didn't watch that. So I had to wait a whole year for Return of the King to get answers who she was. Found out it was a giant spider. Was not disappointed. Carl says, do you think the animated film is really similar to the film from a shot to shot perspective? There's definitely a lot of similarities. I think there's a video on YouTube actually that someone's done that's compared some of the shots between the two. Certainly the bit where he's like, proud feet, and he's just sat back with his feet on the table. That's very much from that animated film. But that would have been the film reference to go from. That was the last Lord of the Rings adaptation, not counting the Return of the King animated film, to work with. So I definitely think it would have been a big inspiration for Peter Jackson. I think he even mentioned that as well, that it was a big inspiration. And you could definitely see it in Fellowship of the Ring, at least. Yeah. But yeah, I've never watched that Return of the King adaptation. It'd be cool to go to some of those animated ones, actually. They are quite charming in their own way.
If I can pick up on that, I kind of think I know where Carl's going. Well, when I say I kind of think I know where he's going, I'm going to use that as a springboard for my own opinion, which is that I believe that the animated films, it massively for Fellowship of the Ring, serve as basically a storyboard, where like the it's in Shortcut to Mushrooms, isn't it? Like, well, we've talked about this earlier, where Merry turns up on the horse and everyone
the Black Rider.
Mm-hmm. Like, that is an absolute rip-off from the animated ones. Definitely the stabbing of the pillows in the Prancing Pony. Definitely from the animated one. Like, you can't get away from the fact there's been so much cool art from Lord of the Rings. Like, I mean, the Balrog. I talked earlier about like my adventures in the Games Workshop, but I'm fairly sure that the front cover of that painted thing was almost identical to what you saw in the film. Like, and I can't diss Jackson for that, because it's like, it's ubiquitous. It's almost like, without being too pretentious, like Young's collective consciousness. This is what a Balrog is, wings, etc. Like, but he's clearly, like, it is an adaptation, the Fellowship, of the animated films rather than the book, because there's no way around it. Like, I know he doesn't have does he have like maggots and things coming out in the cartoon of the Nazgul?
I can't remember. I can't remember if that's in there. You talked about the bit where he's like sniffing for them and the insects.
By the tree stump.
Yeah. I can't remember if that's in there.
And I think I genuinely think that's one of the best sequences in the Fellowship. But that is not an adaptation of Tolkien. That's an adaptation of, like, is it Ralph Bakshi?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And I mean, I think one of the issues with The Hobbit is they didn't have the pre-production, because from what I remember of the appendices from the DVDs, I didn't do video, is that they basically like kind of had the film animated. Didn't is that correct? They had pretty much the major shots all animated for Fellowship.
Oh yeah, Fellowship. Everything was storyboarded. They had previs for everything. Props were already made, ready to go. So they had everything mapped out, and then they just basically had to shoot the storyboard. Then everything was all worked out.
Yeah, so I'm not dissing Jackson, but I feel that a lot of Fellowship isn't an adaptation of Tolkien; it's an adaptation of the cartoon.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. Luckily, I think with Two Towers, the Two Towers segment of the animated one, you could tell they were running out of budget. You was like, let's speed this shit up, let's get through it. And then, of course, they didn't have the budget to do Return of the King, and it's like, oh, it will return in part 2, and of course that never happened.
So, for me, like, you've obviously spoken earlier. I know people have sort of joined us a bit later. Like, Seaman, love saying that. you saw the films before you read the books. I read the books and then I saw the cartoon and then I saw the film. The cartoon, like, what do you think about the depictions or the animations of the main characters in it?
I really like it. I think there's a lot. The animation is very irregular, because some of the rotoscoping looks a little bit weird against some of the more
Yeah,
traditional animation. I think a lot of it is really expressive, though. Sometimes a little bit overly expressive. So it gets into sort of like the uncanny valley and hilarious territory. Gandalf does weird things in that movie, but I really love that. The one character that sticks out in my mind that I really love is how they animate Galadriel.
yes,
I love the voice actress that. I actually prefer that depiction of the Mirror of Galadriel. I didn't really need the in place of a Dark Lord, you are the
yo,
queen. And yeah, no, controversial, spicy hot take. I prefer the animated version of that sequence. Yeah.
I'll tell you now. If we cast Lord of the Rings today, and you put like Kate Blanchett as Galadriel, people would not be impressed.
I know who I'd cast now if I was doing a remake, although I don't know if she's a little bit old for it now. Elizabeth Debicki from Tenet. She's like about 6. She looks really tall. I don't know if she's like 6'2" or something.
What else is she in? Because I'm thinking of the girl from Showgirls, which can't be right.
No.
Saved by the Bell, isn't it?
She was. I mean, the only other film I know her in other than Tenet is she played the Golden Lady in Guardians of the Galaxy 2.
Okay.
She's very tall, blonde, very slender. I could imagine.
Rihanna.
Not the same actress, but
no, but the same sort of height.
Yes. Yeah.
Just think. Do you know what? This is probably an awful shout, but I wouldn't mind Tilda Swinton.
Oh yeah,
Galadriel.
Maybe a bit old now, but
yeah,
I
but
think...
just the sort of androgynous, weird look.
Yeah.
Because it'd be better than like putting Sydney Sweeney or someone like that. You know, like the obvious.
That's a very different kind of Lord of the Rings adaptation at that point.
Yeah, Megan Fox as Arwen.
Oh Jesus. Yeah. I do not envy the casting director on any future adaptation of Lord of the Rings. It's going to be incredibly difficult.
You're completely right. Just do it fresh, and also make them all about 40. The Hobbits.
Yes. Yeah.
Just go for it. Like, if you're going to do Lord of the Rings again, so easy. Do it by chapter. Do it exactly as the book. Like, or as close as you can get.
I know who I'd cast as Tom Bombadil. I want, again, he might be a bit old now, but Mark Rylance, I think, would make an amazing Tom Bombadil.
Can you remind me who he is?
Yes, he was. Oh, he was the new BFG. He was in. Do you ever see a film called Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy? I feel like he was in that. Maybe. He was in Ready Player One.
Is there a film?
He's in Dunkirk.
Okay, who's in Dunkirk?
He's the boat captain.
I know he is. Is he also in a film with Tom Hanks?
Bridge of Spies. That's it.
That's what I'm thinking. Absolutely fantastic.
Not Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. Sorry, I misspoke. Yeah, it's Bridge of Spies. Yeah.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, he's the painter who's like a commie or something.
Because I could imagine him having a bit of a laugh and putting on a silly voice like the BFG, but then when things get serious, he's like, I am oldest and fatherless. I could imagine.
Yeah.
I think he'd do a really good job of that.
Trying to think who, I mean, Legolas, I've got to say, even though he gets a bit silly later on, do you remember when we were talking about Aragorn fighting the Uruk-hai?
Mm-hmm.
That was the moment where I was like, yo, Legolas, who was not someone who captured my imagination, particularly in the books, is an absolute rock star.
Yeah.
With like the arrows and stuff. Like, I mean, unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Who would I look? Casting the new Lord of the Rings is a completely separate video.
Yes,
we've done 4 hours.
We have.
I think I told you I thought that this would happen. We just go off. Like, show all your pictures. Show all your pictures that we've got.
What? Well, we've got what these? We've got Scouring of the Shire. We've got Arwen. We've got Denethor. They were the main ones. I mean, we had more talking points, which I feel like we've gone through everything. Yeah.
We haven't done Denethor. We haven't done Theoden.
That's a separate video. That'd be a good one, I think, for those two.
Do you want to do another one? Because honestly,
of course, this has been amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've had an absolute blast tonight. Yeah, I mean, if you'd like to come back on the channel, I mean,
absolutely,
that's up to you. Yeah, happy to have you anytime, man. And hopefully you've all enjoyed it at home as well, whether you tuned in from the beginning and kept your mouth quiet and didn't drop us a comment till 2.5 hours into the stream. But we appreciate everyone who's jumped on and continued the conversation. This is why I love doing these things. It's always a pleasure talking about Lord of the Rings, and because next year is the 25th anniversary. God almighty, 25 years. Where's that gone? Terrifying to think about. I am planning on doing a lot of Lord of the Rings videos in the lead up to 25th
you think we'll get like the super extended, like restored stuff?
It was actually the 25th anniversary that he sort of mentioned or joked about on the director's commentaries. It was always maybe for the 25th anniversary we'll get it. They actually bought out a big box set a couple of years ago, which contained the Hobbit trilogy and the Lord of the Rings 4K. I think the only thing that was new that hadn't been made readily available was the 26 minutes that they released at Cannes Film Festival originally.
Oh, yeah, that was the first ever, like, standing ovation, yeah.
And that was put onto a new 4K set, and everyone was really hoping that that would have the deleted scenes on, and it didn't. So we still haven't had them. And here's the thing: like, we've seen clips that haven't been released. We know they've been filmed, even if they're not upscaled. If they're upscaled, fantastic. Someone's going to do a fantastic fan edit one day where they're going to put all those scenes back into the film. But even if it's like all like the grainy film look, but we just get a glimpse of what would have been. Someone would clean them up. Someone would find a way to do it. I just want to see them.
My fear is that they will attach this to the DVD or Blu-ray releases of The Hunt for Gollum.
Oh, that is God. Devious.
Do you see it? Yeah. It's an absolute banger. Like, you know, like, I mean, because it's very, very difficult to explain to people now that there used to be a format called Laserdisc.
Yes.
Laserdisc is where the first direct commentary started, and I think it was from a James Bond film or something. Mm-hmm. And then I don't know how old you boys are, but there was a film called Fight Club.
Yes.
Years ago. Do you know about the DVD release of Fight Club?
I mean, I have the DVD of Fight Club. I don't know if it's that one.
No,
but
it is when you put the DVD original release of Fight Club in. Mm-hmm. It showed Never Been Kissed with Drew Barrymore, and then after 30 seconds it switched to Fight Club.
Huh.
Like it was so experimental. Like I think for Dodgeball, they did the director's commentary in character and then left halfway through. It was a really interesting time of filmmaking.
Mm.
But it used to, like, as we all know now, I think everyone knows this, that like those kind of comedies in the past used to get sold from DVD sales. Like you used to get things like American Pie unrated or Too Hot for Cinema and things like that. I wouldn't be surprised if everything we want from the 25th anniversary is released with The Hunt for Gollum to boost the sales. I would do that if I was in charge.
I'd have to buy it, yeah. Here's the thing, like, Warner Brothers would make serious bank however they want to distribute these or get them out there. If they said, right, we're going to release a new box set, super extended edition. I don't think I wouldn't want them integrated into the films. I just want them to be available.
Yeah, like the appendices.
Exactly, yeah. And it's so strange that for a film like Lord of the Rings that has the appendices, that probably out of more than any other film is the most documented, you know, behind the scenes.
Yeah, it's unreal.
And we don't have the deleted scenes. You think that they would have just been part of the original set, but yeah. Man, I want the Silent Watchers. I want that scene where Sam's going into Cirith Ungol with the light of Eärendil and he gets past, like Peter Jackson says in the commentary, it was filmed. And he says maybe for the 25th anniversary. Well, he's got.
I want Aragorn fighting, like, I can't remember his real name, but Myron. Like, what's Sauron called when he's talking to Celebrimbor?
Like Anatar, isn't it?
Anatar, give him a gift. Man, do you remember when they had that like guy in the Rings of Power that was like, like almost like he had like too many chromosomes, and everyone thought that he was going to be like Anatar.
Yeah, and he was. Yeah.
No, he wasn't. Anatar was played like Sauron. Basically, just changed his hair. In
Oh
the
yeah,
thing.
yeah. Wait, who
It
you were
was.
talking
Do you
about
remember
then?
that it was right? Fat Norrie's mate. Do you remember
Right.
like Norrie's got a mate,
Oh
and there
yes, in
was like
season
that.
2. Yeah,
Like
he looked like
everyone
the
thought that
character
guy
from
was going to
Hook.
play Anatar.
Well, I think they did mention that he was going to play Sauron when the first announcements came out, because they said that Sauron's
Yeah.
going to shapeshift multiple times throughout the series.
What's mad about that is I know you haven't seen Slow Horses, have you?
No.
Right, Slow Horses, you will like it because it's been out for I think 3 or 4 years, and they've got 5 series.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're the only show that is producing more than 1 series a year. It's got like your man from The Fifth Element, Gary Oldman, as the main character. It's really good. Well, the last season actually wasn't, but it's normally very good. But like, do you know what? I've completely forgot what my point was. I'm so sorry.
We were talking about shapeshifting with Sauron, and
There we go. So the main character from Slow Horses is often rumored to be the next James Bond. Like, it's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
He is. I can't believe this sentence is coming out of my mouth. When Sauron got killed in Rings of Power and turned into a blob.
Oh, Et tu, Brute. yeah.
The guy that played Sauron was this guy, the guy that's rumored to be the next.
Okay.
Like, and honestly, this guy is going to have a big career. Like, I would say that his equivalent would be, he's an equivalent kind of standing of David Tennant, like Scottish guy that can do an English accent. It is so mad that they picked him. Like, he's going to be a big star. It cost a lot of money to get him in. I know that they're not going to do anything with him now because they have to be doing a cultural reset of the Rings of Power. Like, when is that true? What you sent to me? It's not out to 2027.
2027.
Like, is that early 2027 or?
It'll probably be. I can't remember when it usually comes out. Is it around August?
Comes out August.
Summer or time? Yeah, no, probably about the same. I think. Well, they're contracted to 5 seasons, aren't they? I've speculated on this for quite a while. Season 3's in the bag, so we're getting season 3 as is. Viewership has been dwindling massively. I think they rush season 4 or 5, or do like a 4-episode season 4, and then like a 3-episode season 5, just to try and get it done.
I've got a little bit of insider insight into this. That my friend Yabba, his flatmate is a makeup artist on the Wheel of Time, which was an Amazon show.
Yeah,
and he was in this mad video that went viral, like on YouTube. Like, when I say viral, it got like 200 million views on TikTok, where she like made a makeup video of him and then took it off. The thing is that like he's a big black lad, and that everyone thought he was going to be white. But like, she said that when they were filming in Prague for like the Wheel of Time, they did 2 seasons back to back. They were told repeatedly that there was going to be 5, that they had to contractually. And then they all got an email saying, thank you for your hard work. It's not going to happen. And they paid the penalty. Like, they paid the penalty clause.
I did hear that. Yeah, there is a penalty they'll have to pay. I can't remember how much it is. But at that point, it's like, do you just take the however many $1 million hit it is over trying to finance an extra 2 seasons?
I think you just get experimental, to be honest. Like, the thing is, right, is that I don't know about you. I love the theatre. I hate the cinema. I used to hate the cinema. I used to hate the theatre, and I used to love the cinema. But times have changed, and I was maybe like 5 or 6 years ago. I was really bored, and I went to watch Captain Marvel. I basically just fell asleep in it.
I fell asleep in it too for about 10 minutes. Yeah,
like I think, and I can remember years ago there was a film. Right, it was a Lars von Trier film. I had Nicole Kidman in it.
Mm-hmm.
Can't remember the name of it. And it was basically a filmed play. And in it, there was a really important bit where, like, they have to ring a bell 12 times. And I got kicked out of the cinema because when the bell rang 8 times, I shouted very loudly 9. And like, and I was called Dogville.
Mm.
And I was really like annoyed because this is only the 3rd time I've been kicked out of cinema. And when I was in Brazil, I watched Rocky Balboa, and everyone was standing up on the seats chanting Rocky. Like all these Brazilians go Rocky, Rocky when he was fighting it and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And cinema has completely lost its appeal to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I mean, I know you go to the cinema a lot. I think Carl has actually
Not
said
as much
he gave
now.
up his.
Yeah, the other stream. Yeah, Carl mentioned that he's given up his membership, and I don't think I ever shared this on a live stream or anything, but I was genuinely considering cancelling mine just for the sheer fact I don't go to the cinema as much now.
But
and then it got to
the show,
mm-hmm.
like because obviously like Dale has this. I've got to agree with him. Like as a Manchester United fan, Ariana Grande is one of my biggest heroes.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not because she's fit and skinny. It's because what she did for Manchester, unbelievable. Do you remember that?
Mm. Oh, the attack. Yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't just that. The day before she did the concert in Manchester, some bloke was like chopping off heads on London Bridge. Like it was unbelievable. It's one of the most courageous things I've ever seen. But you know, Dale has different reasons.
He does.
Like in Ariana Grande. But would you go and watch like I mean, you went to what was it? Am I right in thinking you went to watch Mission Impossible?
Mission Impossible 8. Now, I've been a fan of that franchise, so I was 7 films deep,
Really?
and I thought, well, I need to go and I just need to finish it off. There's highs and lows with them.
What would be the next film that you would want to go to watch in the cinema?
Well, this is the depressing thing because I've checked this 2026 in film, and it ain't looking good. 2025, this year was probably the worst year of film I have seen in a long time, and next year ain't going to get much better.
What did we get this year?
I would actually struggle to give you a top 3 from this year. All the best films.
What's going to be Best Picture? Like, what are the nominations?
They haven't done them yet, I don't think.
Yeah, but I mean, what do you think?
Let me remind myself of what's come out this year.
It can't be Oppenheimer, can it?
No, that won Best Picture. That was a couple of years ago now. Yeah.
What's come out this year that's...
Well, I can give you the top 10 of films that have...
Right.
These are the highest grossing films. From 10 to 1, Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning. That only made 598, though. Superman, F1, How to Train Your Dragon live-action remake. Demon Slayer, the movie. Jurassic World...
That was Netflix. How can that have made a profit, like, in the box office?
Maybe it got a theatrical run. It made 795 million, so it did something right. Jurassic World Rebirth, a Minecraft movie, Lilo and Stitch live-action remake, Zootopia 2, and Nizar 2, which is a Chinese animated film, apparently, which I've never heard of. But that made 2.2 billion, in fact. So
shout out.
But in terms of like films, I'd just say should win Best Picture. I have absolutely no idea. I'd struggle to give you a film that I thought was good this year.
Just give me one nomination.
I am currently scrolling through. Bear with me. I'm going through February at the moment. I need to remind myself of what I've seen. That shows how forgettable films were from this year. Let's see. March. Anything in March? No. March was the year that gave us Snow White live action remake. Absolutely not. Jesus
I thought
Christ.
That was going to bang, to be honest.
Minecraft movie. I'm not a Minecraft person, so I stayed away from that. I know Chicken Jockey was a thing for a while, wasn't it? Let's see. We're into... What month are we into now? Oh, God, Thunderbolts. Remember that? No? Me neither. I've honestly say I've completely given up with Marvel now from a long time ago.
Were you a big Marvel guy, though?
I went to watch them. I wasn't say like I liked some of the characters. I read some comic books growing up. I liked the characters. It was really just all roads lead to Endgame, wasn't it? And I didn't even enjoy Endgame. I thought bits of it were fine, but I thought it was comparatively a lot weaker
I really
than
liked Infinity War.
Yeah, no, Infinity War was great. That was good.
What I liked about it is that like I don't like wrestling because it's I'm very sorry, but I think it's for children. But it's one of the only things that has long-term storytelling, like over decades. And I thought that Marvel like was quality because it built it up for like 10 years. And for me, I thought it was a bit weird, but I thought that the reaction to it was genuinely acceptable. People enjoyed it. It did what it needed to do. It wasn't for me, but I have to respect that. I think they landed it.
Yeah,
and I think that's cool. But they should have like. I watched. What did I watch on Disney Plus? WandaVision.
Oh yeah,
it was all right. I like the idea of like sort of sitcoms. They did Malcolm in the Middle. They did Bewitched.
Shits the bed towards the end, though, doesn't it?
I don't know. I mean, like, I like Greek mythology, so I thought it was quite cool to get the ship of Theseus as into pop culture as opposed to Trigger's broom. So I thought it was fine. I mean, like, my then girlfriend, now fiance, was into all that kind of stuff, and it was very disappointing to see how she just got let down, basically. And this is why I love Tolkien so much, because I can just read the books. I don't like that weird anime thing. Just go and read about Helm Hand.
Yeah. I scrolled through all of this year, and my God, it was a sobering thought looking back at all the films. The one film that I thought was anyway kind of decent, and I had a lot of problems with it, was Wicked for Good. And like it was fine. I enjoyed it. I had an all right time at the cinema watching it. Now, granted, I haven't seen every film yet. I haven't seen Zootopia 2, and that could be great. I still haven't seen Avatar 3, but I don't think that would probably be making my top 3.
I've never seen Avatar.
It's awful. It's so bad.
Dale
was watching Avatar 2 earlier, and he was just like, well, this is just the same as the first one, isn't it? I was like, yeah, it is.
What annoys me about it is I love James Cameron as a filmmaker. I have a lot of time, believe it or not, for Piranha 2.
Oh, yeah, The Spawning.
Yeah. I think it's all right. I actually quite like Piranha 3D. But I hate the fact that he's been taken away.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like
2 decades.
Yeah.
Think of all the original films we could have had in that time.
Yeah, imagine if Spielberg just did like Ready Player 1, 2, 3, and 4 or something for 30 years. It annoys me because when you say who's your favorite director now, I know this is
Tarantino, Nolan, maybe.
I don't like Nolan. I'm not a huge fan of the Batman films. I like Batman Begins. I love The Prestige.
Yes.
Memento, absolute bollocks. Tenet, absolute bollocks. Interstellar, didn't think it was very good. Oppenheimer, not particular. I like it on the basis that it actually happened. Like, take that away, I don't think it's very good. Kim Bun-yoon, who did Parasite, and Host and Snowpiercer. I don't like Allegory. Sinners, absolute bollocks. Like, there's not a filmmaker that I think, yeah, I want to watch that. And I'll back up what I say, which is that when I make my short film with Tyrone, like I'll send it to you, and you can watch it and trash it.
Review,
yeah. I don't mind. No, because all it is just proof of concept. Do you know what I mean? But this is what I think is so cool about YouTube. It's not only can we discuss like Tolkien and things, but there's nothing stopping us from making our own films.
That's it. You're getting stuck in. You're putting your money where your mouth is. You're making your own stuff and getting it out there for the world to see.
Have you ever
So,
thought about making one?
oh no, it'd be awful. No, I know where my strengths lie, and it's not in storytelling. I'm not a writer. I'm not a visionary in that way. So, yeah.
What about just like, just
I
doing
like
something with
editing.
Dale?
I like video editing. I like sort of constructing everything and putting it all together. And just watching it flow and take shape and things like that. I enjoy that. That's more of a hobby than pursuing anything. Dale's the storyteller. Dale's writing his book. I think he's done a few books on the go at the moment. He's thinking about doing like the self-publishing route. Yeah,
I think that's, in some ways, I think that's giving up. Like, this isn't a diss on Dale, but I think that, like, when you read about people like Rowling and stuff like that, they get rejected so many times. And in modern society, it's so easy to just take a route out and things like that. I think you got to stick with stuff. Like, if you believe in yourself, like when I was like 14. So in terms of football, and I know you're not familiar with it, like there's this kind of old coaching philosophy, which is between 7 and 13. That's where you develop your technique. 14 to 17 is where you develop your body, and 18 onwards is where you show you've got the will to fight. I was 5'5" or 5'6" at 16, and I was getting beaten up by bigger boys on the pitch. So I just faked it and made up clips, made up newspaper cuttings, and just sent them out to everywhere, and ended up like getting a job as like a professional footballer in Chile. So it's nice. Like, let's go. I just went out there at like 19 and stuff like that. But like that level of sort of delusion and belief, and like I think you need that. So people like Dale, who genuinely has like a creative, like you can tell just from, I don't want to be too observant, but from his mannerisms and things, that there are certain things about Dale that will lend himself to creativity. Like, don't cop out by self-publishing. Go and fight. Like Men of the West, let's go out and let's fight. Do you know what I mean? Like it's as great as the internet is, it makes things too easy.
Yeah.
Like you've got to have a bit more fire.
He'll do just fine. He'll be all right. We'll keep him on the straight and narrow.
His worst enemy will always be himself, which is like
I think that's true of us all. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you can easily go to New Zealand and do the holiday and stuff like that. You can easily do it. There's too much order to you.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, this is like
too much chaos.
I'm too paint by the numbers, me. That's just me though. That's how I am. Also, it's fucking expensive to get to New Zealand, man. Jesus wept. You seen how much a guided tour is?
Mate. I've been to Antarctica because like I got drunk with some Norwegian sailors, like, and they went and it was a terrible decision because I was really cold and I didn't have the right equipment and things.
Oh shit!
But like, just like, I need to worry more. You need to worry less.
Hopefully, like, we'll pick up on it by osmosis or something. Yeah,
but that's it. It's like what we were talking about earlier. The B story is that you need like this. This is why I think people hate strong women in films, or the way that you like not. So like,
don't hate strong women. Just hate how they're construed. It depends on what it is.
You should think right of like Ripley, Sarah Connor, and they're defined by the fact they're actually mothers.
Yes, yeah,
and
the bride
that's
as
really,
well.
really important. Yeah. But what modern cinema misses out on is the fact that male energy and female energy are different and they complement each other. Yeah. And the way we see it now is that they're seen as antagonistic. And so people like me and Dale, because we're more chaotic, we're actually more like feminine. Because like, Mother Earth, nurturing, etc. Father Time, more ordered. You need to, like, in film and in life, you need to find someone who balances you so that you don't get too one-sided. And that is, for me, one of the main problems with cinema, is that people are too concerned about the things that don't matter but look like they should matter.
Yeah, always comes down to a core story. This is what Carl was saying here. I just like good storytelling, which hasn't happened in a while. I go to the cinema for escapism, but just find films are too preachy now. One film I enjoyed was the new Final Destination. It was fun. That was Bloodlines, wasn't it? I have heard that's really good, actually.
It is really fun. But Carl, what films are you talking about that are preachy? Because I know that you didn't watch Moon Man, and I'm going to send Chris the link to Moon Man. Everyone should watch this film. It's genuinely one of the most exhilarating films I've watched in recent times. It's about a Chinese bloke stuck on the moon who everyone thinks is a fat loser. And it has some of the best cinematography. It's absolutely amazing. And like, Hollywood is crap, but that doesn't mean films are crap. There's loads of great films out there. You just got to go and look. Like, you know, the director of Alien Resurrection made Amelie.
That's a good point. I forgot that.
Amazing.
Brad Dourif's in that movie, though, isn't he? Alien Resurrection. He's fucking great.
Brad Dourif?
Yeah.
Who did he play in Alien Resurrection?
He was the best thing in Alien Resurrection. I am remembering that right, aren't I? He is in that
I
film.
think it's Ron Perlman is very good in Alien Resurrection. It's Winona Ryder. There's a bloke in a wheelchair. There's a black guy with dreadlocks. Now, there is a really weird, like, Sergeant Major. Maybe that's him.
That's been a while since I watched it. Carl says Interstellar was the only time I've come close to walking out of a film tedious. I agree. That film is massively overhyped. It looks very nice. I didn't feel the impending doom of Earth. We focus on a farm, and that's it. I didn't feel the gravitas of the situation, as I guess what I was saying. And the sound mixing. Fucking hell, Christopher Nolan should sort your shit out. That was some of the worst sound mixing I've ever seen.
Yeah, Chris. Sort that out.
He watches the show. Like, let's crank the Zimmer score up to 11 and just, you know, all the dialogue you can't fucking hear over the top of it.
I thought it's the only thing that gives me hope for The Odyssey is that I thought it was such a great idea. Like, the father in it is terrible. Like, as a father character, he absorbs everything. But I love the adventure in it. Like, this is the only good thing I've got to say about the Hobbit films, is when Bilbo is running around Bag End, I'm going on an adventure. That is maybe like, you know, I'm more adventurous than you. But when I was going to different countries and stuff, like that's how I felt. And I think that that is the kind of spirit of the, you know, like with the Hobbit, I believe it's based on Tolkien's mate who went to like Iceland. And he was just like the least likely person ever to go to Iceland. Like, he couldn't believe that this guy went there and stuff. And so it would be like you, like, just going like, come on, lads, we're going to Rhodesia. Like, why not? We love it. And so I like that. And I think that Interstellar had that. But once again, I don't get bothered if your personal preferences are different to my own.
Sort of the character writing on, like, what was it, like Casey Affleck was he, who was that? You had Anne Hathaway and there was one other crew member who's just like no character at all. It's like, I think that's one of Nolan's weaknesses, is character writing. I think a lot of the dialogue can feel quite dispassionate, very sort of clinical, very cold.
It's
not much heart.
That's what it's saying. It's too ordered. Like, he's too into sort of like structure.
That's kind of his style, though, isn't it? Yeah, it's like high complex ideas. That's great, but sometimes you just want that endearing quality to a character. That normal.
I don't like him as a director. I remember there was a lot of hype about Memento, and Memento would have been like 2002 or something.
Yeah, it was.
And this is when you actually had to like pay for videos and go and find them. And I watched it, and I was just like, I like the pettiness of it, but this is not a good film. Do you know what I mean? It was more of a gamble back then because you had to, you know, I think you all know what I'm saying, but you kind of had to pay for it. Shout out Real to Brid. But I'm not a huge fan of the Batman films. I like the first one. Love the Prestige.
Yes.
The rest of them, not massive. And his brother annoys me because he did Westworld, and he's done something else famous.
Did he do Person of Interest?
He might have.
It's Jonathan Nolan, isn't it?
There's something else really famous that he's done, and I've been watching Pluribus recently. Absolutely dreadful.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is that the one who did Breaking Bad? Is it?
Yeah.
Yes, I've heard it's very slow. I know that Breaking Bad was kind of a slow burn as well, but I've heard this is really, really slow burn.
Yeah, it's about like the first scene is you get a message from some aliens with like a what's it called, like DNA, like Gattaca kind of thing, and they make a drug, and then everyone apart from one person is taken over by an alien hive mind, and you're like, okay, fine, and it's not particularly interesting because it's just an American like reacting to it. Wouldn't recommend it.
There we go. Carl also says Nolan is becoming a parody of himself. I think The Odyssey is going to be make or break. I feel like that film, like I watched the trailer and I didn't get blown away by it. Now that could be because I don't really know the story all that much. That is going to be one that yeah. That's going to have to be one that I just go and see and just take it for what it is, because the trailer didn't get me jazzed. And as I say, like the last few films, I don't mind Oppenheimer. I watched it on Christmas Day, actually. It was
you
on
said
Netflix.
You loved Oppenheimer when you watched it the other day.
I haven't watched it since it came out. I did enjoy it, but it is another one of those where it is quite dispassionate, but such is the nature of, I guess, like a documentary style to it.
Well, it has to be, because he's the father of death.
Yes, exactly. I thought there was some. I can't even believe that I'm complaining about this, but I thought there was some gratuitous TNA in that film.
Yeah, there is. Yeah. Well,
it's Florence Pugh.
Like,
she's all right. Like, you know, I would, but like, I didn't expect it, especially in a Nolan film who seems very, as we mentioned earlier, elf-like.
I found her less attractive after that than I did beforehand.
She's a little bit dumpy, isn't she? She's just a little bit. Yeah. It's like, oh,
we deserve better, Chris.
Hey, we got that amazing shot in Dark Knight Rises with Catwoman. That was an awful fucking film. That's my least favorite Nolan film, actually, out of all of them. But he knew what was up with Anne Hathaway.
I like Anne Hathaway.
He did us proud in that one shot, and she's in The Odyssey, I think, isn't she? I think I saw her in the trailer.
Yes, she is. She's Penelope.
I think living in Corby pushes you to see different countries. Can you speak to that? Is that true?
I would disagree with that completely, because I'm one of the only people that has left Corby to do anything. Like, I can go back now, Carl. I can go back tomorrow to the old village, knock on the doors of, like, you know, people that I knew 25 years ago, and they'll be living around the corner. Shout out the Foleys.
There we go. Beautiful.
Well, I did, weirdly, I met someone in Chile who had lived in a place called Andor, like a Chilean national who had lived like 10 miles away or something.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. And I was like, yeah, cool. That was all I had to say. So, what did you think of the A14 roundabout and the roundworks around there? Like, what are you going to say to that? Right, Chris, we need to shut this down.
We do. I was just going to say, like, I'm not quite sure why my entire viewership is sort of centered on Corby. What is it about my content that attracts people from Corby? I don't know. Yeah, just happy coincidence.
Pick up steel, man.
Yeah, that's it. Right, where
they cut for Corby Town. That was my debut as a professional footballer.
Nice. Right, my friend, where can people find your channel? You mentioned your podcast. I've got it, hopefully, should be coming up at the bottom of the screen right now if you want to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so all it is it's just like a film club. It is with a professional actor. We aim to make some amateur films in the next month or two. It's not very good. Like it just it isn't, to be honest, particularly good. But you can find me there. I'm on Twitter as well, but I mainly just do like Manchester United stuff. Like, don't worry about it. If you're interested in what I say, which shouldn't be, you'll find me here.
Well, I'm curious to check this one out, man. You've mentioned this this crazy Chinese kangaroo.
Honestly, like it's really weird. Bear with it for like 45 minutes, and you'll really like it.
Oof, that's a long time to bear with it, but I'll trust you. I'll trust you.
I said bear with it for 45 minutes.
It'll be done. It'll be done. But no, I'm really interested in checking your podcast out, man. And yeah, it's always good to discover new films to watch, especially because 2026 doesn't look like it's going to get any better. But it is going to be the year of the 25th anniversary of Lord of the Rings, which takes me on to, if you haven't done so already, or you're discovering this video after the fact, please do let us know your thoughts on Peter Jackson's trilogy. And more importantly, the question that we posed at the beginning, over 4.5 hours ago, do we still think it holds up? And the short answer is yes. I think it's an absolute wonderful masterpiece, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Please do consider subscribing to the channel for more movie reviews, discussions, and live streams, and hopefully more live streams like this. Bathtime, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on the channel. I know it's been a long time coming. That's all down to me. Apologies for that again, but we got to get you back on at some point, man. We've got loads of video ideas that you've mentioned that would be fantastic to do, and I think the people want more Bathtime. You show your face in the comments, but we need you back here.
Yeah, I've been very up to it. I've got to be honest. I've been like really drunk for the last hour. But it's been like it's been 4.5 hours. And I love Christmas, but I can't do these major streams. But I've had a great time, Chris. Absolutely delighted to come back again. It's great, like, you know, seeing Carl pop up in the comments, and JX, and even, you know, our lad Seaman.
Yes. JD Seaman. No Seaworld man though, but he did mention he couldn't make it tonight, but he is going to watch this after the fact. So yeah, we'll hear from him too.
But I'm absolutely dying.
Right, we're gonna sign off, guys. We'll be back soon. More content on the way. Just hit subscribe. You know what to do. We'll see you next time.
Okay, device should be in.